travailler.
Bienvenue chez...
c'est maintenant. Et bonjour à tous. Eh bien oui, bien sûr, mais l'enchaînement est incroyable. Eh bien, à la limite, moi je vais finir le petit post de la story pour qu'un maximum de monde vienne nous rejoindre. Et je te laisse présenter ce magnifique event, mon cher Suriplay.
Eh bien écoute, c'est parti, mon gros Zao. Bonjour tout le monde, je sais vous ne me connaissez pas, je m'appelle Suriplay, bonjour, voilà, je commande du Altered comme le bon Azao ici présent et on est pour l'Open Altered by Ludotrotter, littéralement le plus gros tournoi de l'histoire d'Altered jusqu'à maintenant.
Exactement.
Il n'y a pas eu d'autres choix finalement. 1024 joueurs qui sont juste là-haut. On va essayer d'aller vous caster un maximum de games, mais forcément là on est sur 10 rondes suisses qui vont s'enchaîner et ensuite on aura le top cut à 16 joueurs, donc ça va être là toute la journée, il va y avoir de quoi faire pour tout simplement regarder du Alter. On est sur du BO1 de 30 minutes globalement, avec 5 minutes de prolongation potentielle, donc ça va aller assez vite finalement, et on va avoir une méta qui finalement est un peu définie et pas tant que ça à la fois. J'ai l'impression qu'il y a des joueurs qui se disent ok, ça va être ce personnage qui va sortir, et t'en as d'autres qui sont en mode non mais moi je vais jouer ça en fait, qui est pas du tout méta.
Il y a vraiment, je pense c'est vraiment le tout premier tournoi, même il y a eu des tournois boutiques, il y a eu bien sûr des petites choses comme ça, voilà, mais en tant que tournoi officiel, sponsorisé, validé évidemment par Equinox, et d'ailleurs on a de belles surprises pour vous bien sûr tout au long de ce stream concernant Equinox, c'est vraiment une première, et donc je pense que beaucoup de choses vont se dégager de ce tournoi, beaucoup de decklists, et pour l'instant
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to this amazing Altered TCG event. This is the biggest Altered tournament so far, one of the first. 1,000 players are competing within this event. It's a total prize pool of 25,000 euros, which is absolutely insane. I walk around and I just see Altered boxes absolutely everywhere. My name is Kawa. I am one of the hosts of Altered Insights podcast, and I am joined by Marcus, one of the game designers from Equinox.
Hey guys.
Marcus, do you want to tell the chat who you are, what you do within the company, and maybe some of the things you're excited to see for the tournament?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, this is so cool. I'm so happy to be here. So excited for the event. Been looking forward to this for a while now. So I'm Marcus. I'm one of the game designers in the team. I was lead designer on the first set, so Beyond the Gates. So I will try and drop as much insight as I can, a couple of little anecdotes along the way. I'm sure there'll be loads of things to talk about. This event is a big deal for us. We were definitely not expecting the amount of players, the amount of excitement, the hype for everything going on. So there's 10 of us in the team here today. We're so happy to be here. We're so excited. And there's a long day of Altered ahead of us, and we can't wait.
Yeah, plenty of games to be played. Yeah, I'm really excited to see some of the deck choices that players are going to decide to bring. My favorite thing, just walking the tables for round one so far, has just been, in many card games, a lot of players, they know all of the cards from the set, and they kind of know this established meta. Obviously, Altered's quite a new game, but my favorite thing has been, people playing their unique cards and the opponent going, oh, wait a second, I have to read, what does this do, Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the whole learning process. But we've seen some pretty wild stuff with uniques already from the first round.
Yeah, do you want to explain the thing we saw?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So some uniques, some combinations of uniques allow for infinite loops. So in this specific case, we had one unique that says whenever a card is boosted, create a blast bug, and another unique that says, when a character joins the expedition, give something a boost. And if you have both, they trigger theoretically infinitely. We actually have a rule in place that nothing triggers more than 100 times. And so that player had 50 brass bugs in each expedition.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Yeah, that's some of the wild stuff that you see. But
Yeah.
what I find really interesting is that you and one of your colleagues said, "Oh yeah, this is something we've actually kind of seen before." So that really shows me that you guys have done a lot of testing with a lot of different stuff, and especially the uniques as well, right? It's not like you guys just say, "Okay, let's generate all these uniques and we'll just throw them into the game." There's a lot of processes that go into deciding which ones are, I guess, like worthy and balanced enough to kind of go into the box. I think I watched a thing about it where there's kind of like a kind of a quantitative value or something like that can be assigned. So you can say, you know, this unique is I don't want to say like playable, but like you have like the power level of kind of uniques, and if it goes over a threshold, then you don't really want to put it in, and if it goes under, then it's not really good enough to be unique, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a bunch of like videos, and there's an article that Jacques did. So Jacques is the game designer who works on the uniques. He's like the mastermind behind the whole thing. A bunch of us helped as well, like give feedback. Playtested helped him, like gave support. But he's definitely like the main man behind the whole thing. And like the whole system he designed is crazy. So you talked about like card power, but there's many other elements I took into account. Stuff like complexity. We don't want the uniques to have massive walls of text because, well, you have to read them as you play, right? Like in the tournament, you have to figure out what's going on. If there's 3 different abilities, they all take like 4 lines of text. That's not really fun.
Yeah.
So complexity comes into account. There's a bunch of other aspects like other cards' stats, like nice to read. So like a card that's like a 2, 8, 4, like that's just kind of strange on the math. So there's like things that push them to have like stats that are a little bit more straightforward, depending on the card as well. Stuff like kind of color pie elements. So like if you're familiar with the factions, you might know that Axiom tends to have cards that are more powerful or cheaper from the reserve. And we wanted the uniques to have that feeling. And that's not always the case, there's exceptions, but generally like the Axiom uniques will have like slightly skewed hand reserve costs, and the Audis uniques and the opposite tend to be more similar in terms of those things. So lots of like small intricate details which maybe you won't notice immediately, but as you start playing a more unique, as you start seeing more and more, you'll get a general feel for how all that that actually works.
Yeah, and is that the same thing, for example, with Muna, like the fact that they love the forest like statistic? Is that even taken into account for some certain uniques as well? Because, you know, generally I would, for the most part, a lot of the Muna cards, they really do care about that stat in particular, right?
Right, so I think it's not Muna uniques in like specifically. However, a bunch of like Muna cards like have more stats than forest. I'll take like, so Moogly is one of our cards that does that. So it's a 2-1-3-0-0. And like the uniques Moogly are skewed towards forest. So like they won't be 3-0-0, but you get like a 4-1-1 or like a 2-1-0, that kind of stuff. And once again, it's not like an exact like guideline of like, oh,
of course, yeah.
But I'm pretty sure all of those have more forest than the other stats. Tiny Jin, for example, in Bravos, which has like a 3 in mountain and 0 in the other stats. Same thing, the uniques will kind of be skewed towards that direction as well.
Yeah, that's super, super interesting. We have just seen our players walk in, so we will switch over to the scene when the players are sat down. But for the moment, do you have any predictions in... I guess the question I said, do you have a prediction of what the most played hero will be? Not even faction, and that's quite tricky, to be honest. I've walked the tables and I've seen a lot of Teja. Yeah.
So we've got some stats that cover people who've applied to the survey, so it's not everybody just yet. But I imagine since like we've got like 600 answers so far, so it probably won't dramatically change. And so far, it looks like Teja and Sigmar are the 2 most played.
Yeah.
You know, they're the starter heroes. They're powerful. They're easy to take. Like you can build the deck.
They're easy to understand as well.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And like you don't need that many more cards in the starter decks. Already have a deck that kind of like functions and has like a whole developed strategy. So definitely makes sense. We'll see a bunch of those today, but I'm very excited for some of the more spicy heroes. I think we'll try as the rounds go on to showcase a couple of the more creative decks. I've been able to see a couple of the deck lists that have been submitted, and there's a few spicy things out there.
Nice.
And I would love to try and get that on stream today. You know, give you a bit of like a showing of like what everyone's trying to do, what new innovations, because this is the first real like big tournament.
Yep.
And obviously we have some ideas of like what people are playing on Board Game Arena, on other platforms like Exalted, that kind of stuff. So we have a vague idea of like what people are trying out at the moment, but a lot of it is theoretical, right? Nothing's tested at a tournament this scale. So until today is finished, we still don't really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think a lot of the thoughts from the kind of online community on BGA. We were discussing this yesterday, is that I think a lot of people are very high on Waru within Ordis.
Right.
While I do agree, I think it's a very, very powerful hero, and there's a lot of good stuff that it can do. It's going to be interesting to see if that's going to be represented. If like, it's always interesting the disparity between, you know, you have this kind of online meta, and then also when it comes to the in-person tournaments. Yeah, okay. It looks like we will be getting the game started very, very soon. So like I said, as soon as we want to swap over to the scene, we'll get the game going for you guys. But yeah, I was walking the tables. I didn't see as much Waru as I expected. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Right. I mean, Waru is not an easy deck to play.
It's not at all. Yeah.
Like if you're trying, like a bunch of people at this tournament will not have had that many reps in, right? Like this is the first big occasion to actually get loads of reps and a whole day of gameplay. And Waru is not that easy to play. So if you're playing Waru, you better know what you're doing.
yeah. It's actually it's a big topic that I discussed on the podcast last week. Waru is one of the decks that I really wanted to test out, and yeah, it is quite complex because if you utilize his ability and you make your bureaucrats asleep, it can be good for your next turn, but you're giving up a lot of agency. They're getting a huge advantage when you just make your stuff asleep. But then the next turn, you kind of come back and then want to take, you know, move your expeditions forward. So
sure.
There's a lot of ideas of saying, okay, if I give this up now, I really have to bag on like winning it the next turn. You know what I mean? So
well, every bureaucrat you play, you have a massive decision.
Massive decision, yeah.
And
yeah.
like making the wrong one will probably make you lose.
Cost you the game, probably.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, there's some heuristics, and the more you play the deck, the more you get used to it. And like, well, early game, you usually want to have them be asleep, and maybe less so in the late game. But there's always exceptions to that.
Yeah.
And it's figuring that out in the moment, which is going to be the main challenge for Waru players today.
100%, yeah. Kim asks, do we know how many players are playing in the event today? I think, well, last I checked, like the cap is like 1,024. I don't know if a few more will let in, but it's a 1,000 plus player event for sure.
Yeah, so I imagine there's some no-shows, but I heard 1,016 this morning.
Oh, nice,
and
okay.
minus some no-shows, so I guess I made like 950, somewhere along those lines.
Yeah. Nice, awesome. So, yeah, like I said, the players are just setting up right now. As soon as we have the gameplay, we'll be jumping straight over to that for you guys. But yeah, that unique loop that I just saw, it was crazy. I'd never even considered that stuff like that was possible. But like I said, it's good to know that you guys have considered that these things are a possibility for sure. Yeah. Awesome. Okay.
Should we just check? I want to make sure that the game hasn't started actually, because I saw a thumbs up. So
Yeah.
Are we changing the scene, or is this?
What's going to happen is as soon as the scene changes on this, because this is their mainstream.
Okay.
As soon as we see this change, we will start. So they might have a slight. We might have a slight delay, but it'll be completely fine.
Sure.
So as soon as we see the scene change here, we will jump into it.
Awesome.
Yeah. And if there's anything that comes up, luckily we're far enough away from the players that they won't be able to hear us commentate, but we're close enough that if something major happens, we can run in and we can say, oh, you know, this happened or this has to be changed or whatever. But yeah, I'm really excited as well, just to see what you know, Alter's going to look like for the overlay and stuff like that. You know, there's so many different things for different card games that are really important. But I've seen the overlay that is going to be shown now recently, and it's really clear because it has the expeditions, and you can clearly see who's ahead and who's behind and stuff like that, which is really important in my opinion. Yeah,
altered boards can get a little complex. You've got a bunch of stats to read out. There's unique cards. We're not really going to know what they do some of the time.
Which is going to be part of the fun, I think. We're going to see unique card, and we're also, I think we were discussing, so we're going to try guess what the unique does based on what's going to happen on the board, I guess.
Exactly.
Right,
I mean, I have a vague, I know most of the effect combinations that can happen, but I might be surprised. You never know.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
So we'll try and retro engineer what's going on with all that, but that's going to be good fun.
Yeah. Sadly, jamming games on BGA while these lovely humans play live in Angers. I mean, playing on BGA, at least you get to do that, right?
For sure.
I was discussing this with Marcus. BGA has been an absolute godsend for me. In a where I live, there's no store that unfortunately is doing altered within even driving distance. But to be able to have a tool like BGA and play against my friends from all around the world and test different decks has been absolutely amazing. And again, this is yet again something that makes Altered unique compared to other card games. A lot of card games tend to start off physical and then maybe go down the digital route afterwards, or some are just strictly physical. And the thing with BGA is the fact that it makes the game so accessible to people.
Right.
Super, super, super accessible. I think that's going to be really important going forward as well as the game continues to grow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we don't want BGA to take over from these events.
Of course, yeah.
But as a way of people's practice, people who don't have access to game stores, we've been super excited by the feedback, how it's been going so far. It's been really cool.
Yeah. And I know also there's there's so much more that's going to come to Altered, especially in the digital space, right?
Right.
I was talking to one of your colleagues, and they were saying the list is not infinite, but there's a lot of features that are still to come. So,
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay. So we're just checking to see if everything's okay right now. I'm sure we'll be starting very, very soon. I'm very, very used to this. I've casted many card games, and often the audience is like, there's this meme where it's like, show the games. And it's like, there's no one that wants to show the games more than the caster, trust me.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
filling time is not one thing that I cherish, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, we'll be jumping into it pretty soon now. Just again, making sure that the stream is clean, there's no technical difficulties, anything like that. But yeah, we'll be getting going very, very soon.
What would you have played if you were able to play in a tournament today?
Well, I only brought 2 decks with me, and one was Tasia and one was Waru, and I think I have more experience just on Tasia in general. And, and like I was saying, it's a very easy deck to understand, but yet it's still quite powerful. It's the same as like Sigmar. So for Sigmar, it's like you know that you're going to get that 1/1 token every turn, and you have the choice to put it in either expedition. But with Tasia, it just makes a lot of sense to me to, you want to play an anchored character, it gets a boost, it retains that boost, and then you can play other characters that will continue giving that anchored characters anchored again, and they can start to build and build and build and build. And that's been some of my favorite stuff. I know my fiance, she's probably in the chat at the moment. Her favorite card is the plant dragon, Hydra Kenna, I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, we're into the game. Okay,
we are away, and we have missed a little bit at the beginning, but let's try and figure out what's happened.
All right, let's get into it.
Okay, so it looks like we're on turn 2, or maybe at the beginning of... Yeah, that looks like turn 2.
Turn 2, correct, yeah.
Then why is there 5 mana? Okay,
I'm assuming maybe somebody ramped?
Yeah, let's... Okay, no, beginning of turn 3.
Okay,
I got it.
Cool.
That makes way more sense. Okay. So we have Sabash versus Afanas. That's an interesting matchup. So for people who may not be familiar with the heroes, Sabash is all about synergies from the reserve. So the hero basically allows you to put cards straight from your hand into your reserve, which means you're going to run out of cards more quickly, but also you'll be creating blast bugs. And any card that's cheaper from reserve than from hand is usually very powerful in that strategy.
Yeah, we have the Bravos Bastion just being played here. A very, very powerful card. One of the most popular rares, I think, actually, at the moment that I've seen.
Okay, and Afanas with an answer to the Blastberg that was created in Dorothy Gale. That's an interesting card choice in Afanas. Afanas likes a lot of spells, usually trying to combine cheap characters with cheap spells to get as many boosts from his ability as possible. But here, Dorothy a bit more like a value, more grindy, more late game. So maybe we don't have the deck list right now, but I might assume that the Afanas deck is actually a bit more of a controlling kind of geared strategy than you'd maybe assume.
Sure, so the later the game goes on, maybe they will gain an advantage out of that, right? Yeah.
Sure. Sabash, though, can also be pretty good at grinding. Usually you're going to have lots of resupply abilities in those decks. And with the Bravos Bastion that he's playing, even like the small cheap characters, so here we're seeing an Axiom Salvager, pretty small, but as soon as you start playing it from reserve with the boost from the Bastion, it can get out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, 100%.
So in this situation, so the Afanas player won an expedition with the Dorothy, but the Sabash player was able to win on the other side with a little cheap Salvager. I'd say that's a pretty positive turn for the Axiom player here, actually, since he got to develop a pretty powerful landmark, and the Afanas player didn't actually gain any more ground from that. Dorothy also didn't really get much card advantage, since it removed the Blastberg. It didn't hit a card that would have been fleeting or have been sent to reserve. So yeah, I'd say the Sabash player in a decent lead at the time being. One expedition in advance, he's got a landmark set up, but Afanas could be pretty good in late game, so definitely not over. Still a lot more of the game to go.
Yeah, Afanas will probably be able to, I imagine, react to a lot of the threats that the Axiom player is going to develop here. Yeah,
exactly. So let's see. Looks like Afanas is considering developing a
Spindle Harvesters.
Yeah, so much cheaper characters. This is going to be a much more typical Afanas kind of turn. Start off with 1 or 2 cheap characters, give a bit of time to your opponent to start developing their board presence, see where they're going to be, and then from then onwards, you're going to play a bunch of spells. So you can already see a magical training in reserve. That looks like a rare version. So for 2 mana, he can simply draw a card and then, of course, give a boost, probably to the Spindle Harvesters, which is going to benefit from that anchored and give value over multiple turns.
Yep.
And it's a pretty comfortable position to be in. When you're an Izmir player, you've got time to kind of develop, play a couple like cheap things, don't commit to anything, and then maybe finish off with a couple boosts, a couple removal spells. Those are really the key powerful turns for the Izmir player.
Yeah, I think utilizing those cheap cards to kind of wait to see what your opponent develops and then kind of figuring out your game plan for the turn is usually the best, rather than going in with one strategy and then your opponent says, oh, well, they've spent a certain amount of resources. They cannot answer my next threat that I'm going to play, right?
Absolutely. And as I was saying, another one-mana cheap character played from the Thanos player. So this is a Studious Disciple.
Yep.
Interesting to see the rare version. So Studious Disciple actually has already a pretty good common. So the common is a 1/1/0 for 1/1, and the support ability to reduce the cost of one of the next spell you're going to play. That's a great card in basically most Izmir decks.
Yeah.
Like all the decks that play spells, so Akesha and Thanos are really happy to have like a cheap body that's after you and then can be used to make the powerful spells cheaper. Lindue is also happy to have a cheap body to sacrifice as a common slot. That's always pretty good to have. Interesting to see the rare here. So the rare has the ability text of when it's played from reserve, the next spell you're going to play is going to cost one less. So that means you instead of like just discarding it from reserve and having your next spell cost one less, you can play it for one from reserve after you have a body in play, but it technically costs 0, right? Since you're reducing the cost of the next spell.
Yep.
So a pretty cool choice there.
Yeah, I think we saw the card from reserve played to give the Disciple a boost. Yep.
Okay, and that's an intimidation to send the... what is the name of that card? That's going to come back to me. So it's a Lyra as a faction rare, which gains boost for each card in reserve. The name will come back to me in a second. Pretty powerful card, but however, the removal spell that was used was Intimidation, which like precisely sends back to hand. That's not very good against Savash. Savash has a lot of fleeting characters since he plays a lot from the reserve.
Yep.
So sending back to hand actually gives him quite a few more resources. And one of the good game plans against Savash is interactions. You want to play like removal spells. Sabotage is extremely key in those matchups. So the amount of sabotage as the Thanos player here will be quite important to who actually wins the matchup in the end, I believe.
Yeah, that makes sense. You really want to get rid of the cards in the reserve there because they're going to be key cards for the Axum player here.
Absolutely.
I think that is, I may be mistaken, I do believe that's a unique that I'm spying in
yes,
the reserve
there's
there.
a unique Ada Lovelace. Unfortunately, we
obviously
don't really know what
yeah.
it does. Hopefully, maybe in the next ones, we'll be able to have the deck list of the players, and then we'll be able to like find out which one it is and figure out from there onwards. But we'll get all that set up as time goes on. Critically here, the Sabash player is first. Going first this day, that's actually usually an advantage against Izmir. Especially when you're playing Sabash, when you're not scared about getting sabotaged, it basically allows you a lot more leeway in what you can commit into your reserve with your hero ability.
That's really interesting because I think, depending on the hero that you're against, I think Izmir in general probably, I would say would usually want to go second in terms of they want to react. But like you said, in this situation, when going second here, they don't get to do the sabotage first, right?
Exactly. I've forgotten that card ability. I'm kicking myself right now. I should definitely know that. Let's see if I can put it up.
I can type it in here. 1 second now.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. What's the name of the card?
I've forgotten the name, but if you look at like Axiom Rares, you should be able to find that pretty quickly.
I'll pull it up. Oh, no issue at all.
So as you see, the card is once again committed to reserve. So that intimidation maybe was good in terms of winning expeditions and catching up. So the Athanas player progressed with 2, and now players are both neck and neck. It'll be a bit further down since it's not a faction. Anansi, there we go.
That's it. Yeah. I know the art, but it's the name, some of the name of the cards. Yeah. Yeah, so gaining a boost for each card in your reserve,
Anansi is a powerful card in Sabash. So right now, if the Sabash player... this is really interesting. So Anansi, when played from reserve, would be a 4/4/4 for 2 mana. That's obviously very powerful. But since the Sabash player was actually first, he decided not to lead with that and to play a Dwarvos Bouncer instead to sabotage the Studious Disciple from his opponent's reserve. So that's really interesting and proves kind of the point I was saying about going first can be an advantage in these matchups.
Yep.
And so a Mage Dancer from the Izmir player. So let's see how much mana he's got left. He's still quite... So yeah.
Still a lot, yeah.
So see the back and forth here. The Sabash player committed to, gain a lot of resources with Sabotage by going first, but the Izmir player hasn't committed much, so has actually been able to, actually it looks like the afternoon finished pretty quickly, and the Axiom player actually won both expeditions, so maybe a pretty weak hand from
It
our
could
finance
be,
player
yeah.
right here. And it seems like he's having yeah, he's quite low on resources. I think that sabotage was probably quite key in blocking the game plan right here.
Yeah, the Axiom player with a key advantage here. Only one space between both of their expedition tokens right now. Izmir has a lot to catch up on right now.
So interesting. So it actually looks like the Izmir deck is getting outgrinded by the Axiom deck.
Yeah.
And some of the intimidation being fleeting, sending back to hand, those things tend to add up. And it's pretty rare to see a Sebash deck actually outgrinding someone. Usually it's the opposite. Usually their deck is, win the game with one card in hand, maybe even none. So this is cool to see.
Yeah, Izmir player really trying to decide what the optimal play here is.
So I think they're still deciding on whether to put cards in mana, unless I'm mistaken.
I think you're correct, because I think they had one card in hand, they drew two, and I think they're trying to decide right now.
Pretty key turn. You need to defend right now. But also, if you run out of value, you could simply just get outgrinded by the opponent right here. So
there's also a thing.
Decision.
There's also a thing with Izmir where it can be tricky, because you could have a hand full of straight up just removal spells, but if you have no characters to develop bodies to actually move your expeditions forward, it's delaying your opponent, but then you're also not moving yourself, right?
Absolutely. Many times, control players will durdle for 3 turns and I've just lost to your 10-10-10. There's nothing I can do to just remove one character. Izmir definitely pretty hard to play in that regard, especially a Thanos decks. There's a very precise balance of the amount of characters you want to play, the amount of spells you're playing, the amount of card draw to actually get your spells back in hand. And when it goes wrong, a Thanos things can go south for you pretty quickly. One key removal, one key sabotage, kind of make the whole thing collapse.
Yep.
So definitely a very powerful, proactive strategy. Maybe not the most resilient. But also the case of Sebash in some ways. The deck can be quite sensitive to interaction, as I was mentioning earlier.
Yeah, I can see what you mean about this. The power of the reserve for this Axiom player right now. It's nearly like a second hand for them here. You know what I mean?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And so that Anansi actually currently is 5/5/5 with the additional boost from the Bastion. So
that's so strong. for 2, that's so strong.
It's a good card.
Yeah.
It's a very good card. There's a Mage Dancer on the other side, though. Oh, perfect. Okay, so if Thanos player has a Conjuring Seal, 3 mana, draw 2 cards. So not the best in terms of board presence, but I think that's the key card he actually needs to make a comeback here. Since he not only needs to catch up on the statistics, but he also needs to catch up on card advantage.
Yep.
So maybe this is a turn where he's probably going to lose one expedition. Hopefully he's able to block one of them. And then from that point onwards, he's going to catch up with cards in hand from the opponent, and then the game will go on, and maybe he'll be able to outgrind and pull ahead from there. So this our Sebash player committing heavily to the hero side in order to defeat that Mage Dancer. I imagine the Izmir player is probably going to give up on that side. That's a lot of stats to overcome.
Yeah, would need some very good removal cards here to actually claim that one back.
Absolutely.
Spindle, yeah. That's this is the interesting thing about Izmir, right? It's you want kind of your late game cards, and sometimes if you draw into your early game cards, or like we said, the cheap cards that usually benefit you because you play a cheap card, then react to what your opponent does. As you start to draw them in late game, suddenly they're maybe not as effective as they are in the early game,
Yeah, exactly. This looks like it could be coming to a close pretty quickly, I believe. So our Thanos player would need a removal spell to deal with the Anansi that's in the companion side. Interesting. Okay, this is another solution. So here we have a helping hand. So she's going to be able to give a bunch of boosts. So 1 boost from the card ability, 1 boost from Thanos' ability, and also 1 boost for the Mage Dancer, although we'll see if that ends up being relevant or not. And what is his final card in hand? Is it something that can help him get an additional boost? I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, there's one resource left, I think.
Seems like it, yeah. And the handshake is extended, yeah.
Wow, that was super interesting, yeah. Well, like you were saying, typically I would have assumed that Izmir, as the game goes on and the games get grindier, probably a bit more favored. But the Axiom player here, wow, really brought it back. The power of the reserve right there, I think, was really shown.
Absolutely, and the Thanos player does have cards that are able to grind out, the Conjuring Seals, but I think he got them a little bit too late in the game. That Dorothy turn where he wasn't able to set up any anchored characters probably slowed things down. From that point onwards, he was pretty far behind, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. All right, yeah, and with that, we will the players will be setting up and getting ready for the next round. There will be a little bit of time between the next round, but we will throw it back to the cam scene right now. There we are. Yeah, that was a very, very exciting game. Yeah, we are starting at round 2, I will say, because there was a slight delay, a few technical difficulties with round 1, but there's plenty of games to come. When I heard, when Marcus told me that there was 10 rounds, I kind of like panicked a little bit because I'm very used to some other TCGs where, you know, the format is either 2-game format or it's best of 3. And even 9 rounds, like, you can be finishing super, super late. So when I heard 10 rounds, I was very, very scared that we would be here very late into the night.
But yeah, the half-an-hour rounds, things are taking a bit of time at the moment, but the judges are doing a great job. Things are going to smooth over really quickly, and I'm confident we'll have, you know, like 45 minutes between each round being launched as things get more fluid as the day goes on.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that was a super, super, super fun game to watch. And I'm excited to see just more heroes showcased, more factions. I think, like, naturally, as the games go on and on and on, I do believe that it'll be a combination of we really want to highlight as many factions as possible, but then also, as the rounds go deeper and deeper, it will also be players that are undefeated. And as the rounds go on, I think we'll see some very high skill level gameplay of Altered.
Absolutely.
Yep.
There's many players who, well, obviously lots of people who are discovering the game, and who are here like for the first time, maybe even their first card game tournament ever. But there's also people who have been practicing like loads. I know of a couple like teams who have been like grinding out games on BGA or on Tabletop Simulator for months now, even before the game was released from like the Kickstarter products. And I'm very excited to see, like, maybe we'll be able to get some of their insights. Hopefully some of them will be on some of the film tables. We'll see if we can get some interviews, depending on how comfortable people are with English, because obviously many French players here today.
Yep. Yeah, actually, what I was going to do is we're going to go to a very quick BRB screen. I will go and ask some of the players. I mean, they'll be not really doing anything at the moment. I will see if either of them want an interview. But we'll go to a very quick BRB screen, about 1 or 2 minutes. We'll be right back with an interview. Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry. Yes, we are waiting for round 3 to start. It's been hasn't really been crazy, but that game just finished very, very, very fast. I've been going around talking to different players, judges, stuff like that. So for the next one, we will really try to get an interview. And I've also just been informed that I will have the deck lists available, not for the public. Unfortunately, I've been told I cannot publish the deck lists until the end of the event. But just for casting, it's a lot easier when I will have. Especially for unique cards and altered, right? I will see what the unique cards do. So just bear with me as I will have to log in and do this stuff, but I can keep chatting to you guys at the same time. So tell me, how's your day going? So you don't have to guess the cards? Yeah, exactly. Thank God, right? Huge apologies for you guys having to bear with us and the delays and the be right back screens, but unfortunately, I cannot stay on stream the entire time, especially when there's a lot of time between rounds. I have to make sure that players are okay, judges are getting players ready for the featured match, stuff like that. But I'm having an absolute blast. Thank you all for hanging out. Kawa, I have a request. What's up, Raven? How's it going, buddy? Raven casts more. Is this a different YouTube channel? I think this is a fake Raven in the chat right now. You have a request, no problem. Oh, don't. No. Oh, acquire me a t-shirt. Oh, my God. I thought it was about to be this. Wait. I thought he was about to roast me. I thought I was about to get roasted. See, the thing is, if you sit down quickly, you don't think about this. If you sit down quickly, you don't. I see Raven in the chat, I go, you know? I thought you well, young one, yeah. I want one too. It's going great so far. Haven't run into Waru yet today on BGA, so it's a good one. Nice, Bella. Nice, nice. Yeah. Do you know what? Like, this is what we were talking about. I mean, I will be very interested to see the full breakdown and stuff like that. But so far, for Waru, I haven't really seen too much at least. But yeah, you will have to just bear with me really quickly here. I will have to try and log in so I can see deck lists and stuff like that. I do not want to leak anything. But everything is going very well so far. It's really cool to see, you know, this game is like brand new and to have 1,000 players. There was so much more interest in people wanting to play that they could have opened up more space, but then, you know, in a venue like this, there's always like there can nearly be like a safety hazard, you know, when there's just too many people in a venue. So let's hope this works for sign in. Save. If I do 11. Cool. Okie dokie. Do I know how many rounds? Yes, there will be 10 rounds in total today. 10 rounds. We're only going to go into round 3 now, which is kind of crazy. The interesting thing about Altered, though, is like when I was told 10 rounds, I'm sure you're going to have the same reaction, Raven. When I was told 10 rounds, am I sure not 11? I know what you're saying, Kim, because I thought there was 8 rounds yesterday. There should be 10 rounds, and after that we will have a top 16 cut, which the games will be best of 3 then. But it's best of 1 in Swiss, which I think is fine for Altered. The games are between 25 and 30 minutes, you know, so I think it will be absolutely fine. But yeah, let me make sure that the login works for this. Blah, blah, blah. I'll go here. If I click this. Oh my God, that is so good. Oh wait, is there an English version? Oh my God, I really hope. So I have I have access to some of the deck lists, but my issue might be, and it's fine, but my issue might be that they're all in French, which I think the site can translate the main stuff, but it cannot translate the cards. Unfortunately, so I've been giving the deck lists, but they are all in French, which is great. At least I see the statistics of the cards, and for the unique cards, I can see the statistics of that, and I will have, hopefully, I will have Marcus to translate them for me. Oh my God. I'm glad to just have some cards, right? Quick learn French, yeah. Google Lens will help you. I mean, I understand that there's like the Google AI and stuff, but because these are all images, I can't even show you what this looks like on stream right now. Like, I can't show this on the screen, but it's I can understand a lot, right? You know what I mean? And I think for a lot of the rares and stuff like that, I can get an idea of a lot of the stuff of what a lot of the cards do. So yeah, this will definitely be interesting to say the least. It works on images as well. I don't know if it's going to work for how this works though, because everything pops up. Let me see, maybe Google Lens. But Google Lens is only going to be on my phone, I think, right? So yeah, it will probably just work. Yeah, it's only going to work on my phone, right? So I have to be like this, which maybe it won't be that bad. Maybe it will actually be okay. But that's a lot of work for one card at a time. Yeah, that's why I think Marcus will probably just translate for me. But guys, I'm really, really excited about this. The buzz around here, it feels the most similar to Lorcana for me. I've never seen such excitement for people to play a card game before. It feels absolutely ecstatic, especially upstairs in the main hall. It's absolutely crazy. So it gets me super, super excited to see the future of this game. I will say for the stream and the setup that we have, it is good, but it is a little bit difficult to obviously read the cards and see the stats. So like our casting will probably inform a lot of what's going to go on, especially to players who maybe are a little bit more unfamiliar with Altered. But I think moving forward, like this is all going to be a stepping stone. We're all going to learn from this, and I think there's a lot of things that we can improve over time for sure. Yeah, I need to know 3 different cards to know for each. Yeah, no, but I mean, I have a deck list with the cards here that I can just like use pretty easily. Google Lens. Let's see if this works. I think I have a strong connection here as well. We'll take a quick drink, guys. But yeah, for those of you who weren't here for round 2, because we had to start round 2, unfortunately, round 1, there was a bit of a delay. Marcus was explaining, but we already saw on round 1, somebody did an infinite loop in this game. I didn't even know infinite loops were possible. I was very glad to know that the devs did know they were possible, and they were familiar with it, and they have a ruling in place so that it literally cannot be infinite. But basically what happened was there were 2 unique cards. This can only work with 2 unique cards, so it's not like very, very common. But basically, one unique card said, when a character gains a boost, you summon a 2/2/2 Brass Bug token, which is a token character. And then another unique card read, whenever you summon a token character, you can give a character a boost. So naturally, you boost the character, summon a Brass Bug token character, restore boost the character, summon a Brass Bug token, boost the character. So the rule is you can do, in one day, you can do something up to 100 times if there is a loop. So the player simply went, right, okay, I will create 50 Brass Bug tokens here with boosts and 50 Brass Bug tokens here with boosts. So they're 50 times 3/3/3 in both regions. And yeah, that's what happened. But I don't think that's going to be super, super common. But like I said, I'm glad to know. Oh, I don't know what's going on here. I'm glad to know that that the devs have considered something like this. You know what I mean? Because it's something that definitely has to be thought about. 1 second there, chat. Is it okay? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, nice.
What is your name and what do you do within Equinox?
My name is Merlin, like the wizard, and like I do all the user research, meaning how people feel about the cards,
cool.
all the insights, all the feedbacks they got. So it's funny because I don't. Sorry for my broken English.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
But we also did that. We went to USA. In Minneapolis and
For Gen Con, was it?
no, like it was a private event.
Okay.
Altered was not even announced.
Oh wow.
Just to know if the US public liked it. We didn't went to London actually, so maybe we should have been there.
Oh, no problem. Yeah.
But it's not the same market. Like USA is like it's multiple countries if you think about that.
Yeah. It's huge. Yeah.
Exactly. So like in French, when you create a community, they can get around quite easily. In USA, when there is an event, it's like in the whole state. So that's why it's really more difficult to trademark in USA. So that's why we wanted to know if they liked it. But mostly, what I do is I test in France. Also, I do game design. But we have like 2 teams that I manage. They are like the play team. We are which are the experts. They are like 4 players.
Play testing and stuff like that, balancing. Yeah.
Exactly. So they have like the meta game and the balance.
Yes, of course.
Of everything. It's funny because we had a Gio Desprats. Maybe people in the chat, know Gio Desprats. It doesn't ring a bell?
No.
It's the last World Championship of Magic.
Okay.
Yeah. He helped us on Altered.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Then he went away and he became a winner of a championship of
cool.
Magic.
Amazing. Yeah.
So maybe the fact that he lived was a good idea for him.
Yeah. That's super.
Exactly.
Yeah, I find it really interesting that you said you were talking about you guys went to America and really wanted to discover the market. If they find it really interesting, because for me being here, I really wanted to highlight this event. It's the first big competitive tournament for Altered in the world so far, right? And as a English speaking creator within the TCG community, I really wanted to shine this because I think right now the game is extremely strong in France. I can see so many players, and for me, I really want to grow that within America, the other English-speaking regions within Europe, and I think there is a lot that the team can do, and I know you guys are working really hard, and I'm really excited to see what the future holds.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from Ireland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And how is it going in
Good.
Ireland?
Oh, in Ireland in general.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. It is Ireland is a very small place.
Yeah.
You compare Ireland to the USA, it is very small.
So
right?
you are like from Dublin, or
From Dublin, correct? Yes. So as far as I know, I only found out last week there is one store in Dublin that is stocking Altered. We'll probably start to do local soon. I haven't attended yet because it's literally only last week. There's one other store in the west of Ireland, and that's it so far. Only that. In Ireland, a lot of the games, like you said, Magic is very popular. Pokemon, Lorcana has been very, very popular. Lorcana is my main game that I usually cast and stuff like that. And in the UK, I know the game has quite a good community for Altered. So I'm hoping, usually when companies, especially for English-speaking regions, the UK and Ireland, they're very much different countries, but when it comes to selling in a market, they are considered the same, right? The UK and Ireland are usually handled together. So I think there's definitely a lot that can be done to encourage more retailers and stores to get into Altered. It is obviously difficult because we are in this golden age of card games, right?
Yeah,
There's so many card games that come out. You know what I mean? But I'm excited. I do think there is a lot that can be done, and I think a lot of stores will be picking it up very, very soon. So. Yeah.
You are talking about Gold Age, and that's actually a good and a bad thing. Like, if you look at the stats, the number of people who played actively, like multiple TCGs, like one more TCGs, and by saying active, I mean like they spend money on it.
Sure.
Like 100 euros at least. They play it like every month. It's less than 10% of every TCG player.
Yeah.
It's so rare. Not Japan, because Japan it's like another market.
Sure.
In Japan there is a TCG for like every game in the world. So bringing people in a new TCG last actor. It's not only about the game; it's about like the whole aspect, like your collection online, your app, your everything.
Everything, I agree, yeah.
Exactly. That's our way to just be ahead of our
I agree, yeah, and I think
Exactly.
the ability to have Board Game Arena in general is very good for accessibility. For people like myself, at the moment, if there are no local game stores that I can visit for stuff, I can still play the game with my friends from around the world. I can use BGA.
Yeah.
I can. It's very good because a lot of card games nowadays will launch with just the physical in mind, and Altered having the QR code system and stuff. There is so much you can bring. The app, the digital collection, everything. The digital trading, right? You know what I mean? Oh, I have this. I have 4 of these rares, and we can trade, and you can have this. So yeah, it's really great to see for Altered. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
That was a challenge, and it's not finished. And it's funny because in the background there is one thing that we need to balance in everything is we should do a physical product as good as a digital product. Because if you do something too much good on a digital aspect, the shops...
People, exactly, the retailers will like, well, why would I sell the product if it's all digital?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there are people telling us, why is there no possible way to play for free the game, like a Magic Arena, without a microtransaction? Because if we do that, the shops won't be until to bring back people.
I agree, yep.
Exactly. And we can do that even more. We can go... I think we can do lots of more things in the future. So
I agree, definitely,
exactly.
yeah. Well, thank you for being on, Merlin. That was great.
Please.
Yeah, I will maybe throughout the day I will get maybe some more of the Equinox team.
Don't hesitate.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, 100%.
Maybe I can give you Regis. It's our boss.
Oh yeah, I still have not met Regis yet. I would love to, but I do know his English is probably small. It's terrible. So you want to have him on stream?
He has what I talk. It's the president accent, French president accent. But I will bring him.
Cool.
Thanks. Pleasure.
Yeah. If you could find Marcus, the next game will be starting soon.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I need to move.
Yep. Brilliant. Awesome. Cool. All right. The next game is in. Let's get started here. All right, guys, we're going to jump straight into the next game here. So, I do believe we have Bazira versus Fen and Crow right now. I'm going to hopefully grab the deck lists up now. And we'll be jumping straight into this. Oh, I love the Fen and Crow player sleeves here. Very, very nice indeed. Very interested to see how this is going to go down. I don't know if this will work by... yeah, I will have to wait to see if we can get the deck list up. But for the moment... yeah, I've heard a lot about this Fen and Crow list from Justin, one of the team members from Equinox. He's the North American organized play manager. And he said Fen is one of his favorite heroes to play. So... yeah, it's difficult to see the cards at that camera angle. Don't worry, yeah, we'll do our best to speak about it. This is a test event. There's only so much that we can do for the moment, but we will talk through everything as best as we can. So for those of you who are unaware, I do believe if most people are watching this, you guys are probably aware. But I can read out what the heroes do for you if you want. Yeah, you can come on, yeah. We have a Fen versus... oh, it's not Bazira. I thought it was Bazira.
Hello.
We are back. So I'm still waiting... there we go. So we can see the... we can get the deck lists, which is absolutely fantastic here. Bear with us now, chat. We've got Bravos, and I could probably get this. Brilliant. So if we need to reference, if we see a unique hit the field, we will know what it does this time.
Yes, absolutely.
I do think it's all in French, just so you know. So you will probably have to translate it for me if possible. But it's completely fine. Awesome. Yeah. So we have Fen versus Kojo. Who do you think is favored in this matchup generally, do you think? Or do you think it's very tricky to say?
That's an interesting matchup. Two of the less common heroes, right? Probably not the most represented we've seen today.
Yeah.
That's a very good question. So Kojo is going to have a pretty powerful early game with the Buddha token, obviously. Most Kojo decks trying to be pretty aggressive and win early on. Fen kind of depends. There's many different Fen decks. Well, there's many different ways you can build that deck. Some of them are more value, some of them are a bit more like combo synergies. I would say Fen is probably trying to go more into the late game to benefit more from the money resupplies that the deck's going to be able to do. And Kojo is probably going to be trying to end the game more quickly, but it's also going to be very dependent on the players' draws and their specific deck lists and unique choices right here.
Yes, I agree for sure. So I can hover over any of these uniques if they do end up hitting the field. We do have a Tooth Fairy. Oh, that's actually very interesting. I don't want to spoil what the card is, but both players have the same unique card, but obviously from different factions. So very interesting to see indeed.
Right. Yeah. So players drawing up their starting hands. So Fen, if you don't know what the card ability does, basically it's a pretty interesting hero that changes the way you actually draw cards in the beginning of the day. So Fen, instead of drawing two and choosing one card to put face down into your mana, Fen actually doesn't give you that choice. So the first card you draw goes to your hand, second into your mana. However, then at noon, you get a resupply ability. So the way the hero works, you're basically getting a lot less choice in terms of the cards you're seeing, but you're getting much more quantity. So it's pretty interesting because sometimes that can definitely bite you back. Sometimes you draw too many removal spells. Like the whole card selection aspect of choosing which cards to put into your mana is a big deal in terms of you actually like having the right cards to play at the right mana costs, depending on which day you're on. But many Fen deck lists are kind of built around that. So you're going to want to have lots of consistency in your mana curve, in what your cards do, have them be powerful, place on reserve, kind of compensate that. And we're off with a pretty interesting card, one of my personal favorites from the core set, which is Sir Nunos. And it's a very basic rare, 3/3, 4/4/4, no ability, but turns out stats is sometimes all that you need to warrant a rare slot.
You see the Tiny Jin, I do believe.
Exactly, yeah.
Come down for the Bravos player here.
So I believe that's the rare version, so I imagine the Bravos player will have maybe a second card he wants to play from his hands, because that's only going to cost him 1 mana instead of the usual 2 for the common. And let's see what the play would be. Maybe a landmark. Ooh, oh, interesting. Okay.
Is that a Chiron?
Yes, exactly. So Chiron's going to give 1 boost to the Little Jin, and this is actually a really good start for the Bravos player. So the way Tiny Jin works is that usually you're going to want to boost it the second time you play it, since it gains 1 boost when you play it from reserve. But if you do have a way of boosting it the first time, you actually get to put it straight away into your mana.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's like a very quick ramp.
Exactly. Yeah. And the benefit of playing the rare Tiny Jin is specifically that situation where on turn 1, you're able to play it with
a card that you can give a boost with.
Exactly. Chiron being one of them. There's a couple other cards that cost 2 mana, stuff like Physical Training, which will also do the trick. But that is the main reason you're going to want to play the rare over the common, is to do that exact sequence. So pretty good stuff for the Bravos player. But you know, Fen is also going for the late game. Has got a pretty powerful card to play in reserve. And one thing to note as well is that action costs quite a few resources to the Bravos player. He's now only got 1 card in hand. He's tied in Expedition, so he's a little bit down in terms of card advantage, even though he's ramped. And we'll see how Fen does, and if Fen is able to survive the Bravos onslaught.
So this is the Ouroboros played now.
So that's resupply.
From the resupply, correct.
Yeah, exactly. So not the best card to put into your reserve, unfortunately, since her ability only works when she's sent from Expedition to reserve. And this looks like the common version, so no support abilities. It's not the best resupply. But that's not always the end of the world when you're playing Fen, right? Sometimes you're going to resupply a card that's not that great. Doesn't matter. You're going to resupply again in the future. You're perfectly happy to throw away a couple of resources in this deck. This is the kind of deck where you're allowed to do so. Okay, so the Kojo player has a Buddha token, since he's the first player this day, and has a Sun Wukong to go along with his companion. So a pretty hefty commitment on the companion side. He's only got 2 mana left, so he's basically saying, like, you should give up on this side.
Yep.
And most likely players will trade expeditions on this turn. But we'll see what our Fen player has in stock and if they have any solutions to that.
Yeah, I think the Fen player definitely wants to contest the other expedition, because if not, at the least we can see the Chiron come back from reserve, right?
Ooh, I like this a lot. So this is a spying. So spying, there's sabotage, and a visa play. Ooh, and a great hit. Okay, so this is really interesting for multiple reasons. So first of all, the sabotage removes the Chiron from the Bravos player. He's already pretty low on resources, as we said. He ramped on turn 1, right? He's down to 1 card in hand.
Yep.
So he is slightly on the back foot in terms of card advantage. This could be pretty tough for him. Second reason the spying was great for our Fen player is that they got a Martingale on the resupply. So Martingale, pretty good 1-drop, but especially relevant for its support ability, which reduces the cost of any card by 1. So at the moment, she's got 3 cards in reserve, but a great play could be to use the Martingale to reduce the cost by 1, and then play a Cernunos from reserve to basically nab the expedition. She chooses not to go with that and just plays the Martingale instead.
Yeah.
Maybe the Cernunos she thinks will have more value in a future day. And
probably hoping that the Bravos player doesn't have the card to answer the expedition, right?
Absolutely, which is definitely possible. We don't know the deck list, but there's probably quite a few cards that are going to cost more than 2 mana.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
And looking at the deck list, that is definitely the case, actually. So
very, very much the case, yeah. Yep.
Maybe a little bit of a gamble, but it definitely seems like it's paying off. And yep. Basically, both players are going to trade expeditions. This has been a really good turn for our Fen player.
Yep.
Even though our Bravos player had a really good start with like the perfect turn 1 sequence, this is a very good answer. She's way above in terms of resources. She's got 2 pretty good cards in reserve. She's moving to a turn where she's first player, so no Buddha to deal with for her. I imagine she's feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, and on the Bravos player side, because they're so limited on their resources, they're really hoping that they draw some key cards here, you know.
Absolutely. However, so the Bravos player is still up 1 mana from the ramp.
Yep.
And being up a mana is kind of like having a card in hand. So they could simply choose to not put a card face down, for example, this turn, if they're really feeling low on resources. So maybe not as bad as it looks, but let's see what happens.
Sandman, yep.
Okay, so Sandman, not the best hit. Sandman's got a pretty powerful ability, but only from hand. So from reserve, it's, I believe, a 0/3/3 for 2 mana, so pretty good, but nothing absolutely incredible either. This is cool to see Fen in action.
Yeah.
I'm a big Fen fan.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah.
Like, just sometimes you're like, you know what? I don't want to spend too much time thinking about what card I put face down. I want something much more straightforward. Just let's not worry too much about this. And like, it's just kind of fun. Like, oh, I've got so many resources. I can do what I want with all these cards.
Yeah. I know it's one of
Justin's
favorite decks as well.
Absolutely. Justin Parnell, our OP manager over in the US, and he's a good fan of the game. He plays quite a lot. He runs a lot of Fen. So Inkcaster over here. So Inkcaster has a 3/3/2. The relevant stats, particularly here being the 3 in Forest. It's a pretty good play for her, since basically the 3 in Forest is blocking the Bravos player on that side, and the 2 in Water is not that important since she's got all 3. Well, she has all 3 region types on her expedition at the moment.
I think that's a Mighty Jin played, I do believe.
Yes, so that looks like a rare version, unless I'm mistaken. Mighty Jin rare, a powerful card, and crucially here, a source of card draw. If our Bravos player chooses not to put it in his mana, but he would definitely be able to, if he doesn't choose to do so, he'll draw a couple cards and maybe be able to catch up on some of the value that he's lost.
Yeah, and this Sun Wukong, I do believe there's only 3 resources left for the Bravos player, so will not be able to be played from the reserve here.
Right, I guess we'll see what the final card is hand, but I imagine he's planned something to do with those 3 remaining mana. Pretty fun thing to note as well, the Mighty Jin played in the perfect expedition. Yeah. So Mighty Jin has the pretty big downside of having 0 in water, right? So you want to make sure your opponent is in one of the region types that doesn't have any water in it to make sure that 4 is actually being applied. To avoid your opponent just like nabbing the expedition with like a simple 1-drop or a 2-drop. And not too surprisingly, it looks like our live player here deciding that that 4 in stat is way too much to overcome with the 3 mana she has left. And she chooses, or 2 mana she has left actually, and both players are going to trade expeditions.
Yeah, throwing in the Hathor there, which is going to then go back to reserve. What is the quick action on that for the discard?
So it's to be able to return one card from your reserve to hand.
Oh, okay.
The issue is that you actually don't have a timing window to do that once it goes to reserve. So in this, right now, our lower player is deciding which card to discard, as it's currently 3, so she'll have to go down to 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, so if it went down to 2, then you would only basically have one choice to return it. You would, for example, you would get rid of Sandman, and then you would discard Hathor to bring back the Snaris.
Right, well, that's something she'd be able to do on the next day.
Correct, yes. But right now, she has to just make the decision to discard a card.
Sure. So she looks like she's going with
Sandman, which...
Sandman? Yeah, fair enough.
Sandman only benefits from being played from hand in this particular situation. Not doing too much from reserve right now, so makes sense.
Well, she could choose also to keep Sandman and Hathor specifically, to then use the Hathor
to then bounce the Sandman back to hand, correct.
But then maybe you want to keep... Like, that means you have an empty reserve. Like, there's a lot of downsides to that sequence, so... The decision that is made there makes complete sense as well.
I think keeping the Snaris here is pretty good because even from reserve, just the 3-cost 4/4 is, like you said, it's just good stats.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far the game pretty neck and neck. So that's a Esmeralda in reserve for our Lyra player, and it's actually a rare version, so this one does resupply from the reserve, which is a pretty big deal here. However, she does already have quite a few cards in reserve, so maybe she might be definitely in a world where she tries to fight more on statistics and considers okay, I have enough card advantage right now, that's not something I need to push forwards.
Have you ever seen a particular game where there is just an absolutely incredible amount of cards in the reserve at once? From multiple resupplies kind of going off. I'm sure that can kind of get crazy at times.
Definitely. Fen, not so much. Fen will have 3, sometimes 4. But some Axiom decks, especially Traced, like to have you get 4 or 5 cards and they have your Bastion's going and everything costs 1 mana and after you and all that kind of stuff. So maybe not so much with Lyra, but definitely some strategies have done that. And especially in playtest, for example, before some of that stuff was properly balanced, some of the most broken decks that we saw were based around that, and that's something we've consistently
kept an eye on. Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
This player has played 5 cards that cost 1 this turn. That's probably not the gameplay we really want to be seeing right now.
Yeah. So we saw the this card come down with Sabotage to take out the Snaris from reserve for the Bravos player.
Right. So Sabotage, not the best against Fen. You're obviously, you're a little bit sad as a Lyra player to lose your Cernunos, but there's 3 cards in hand, right? And 2 cards in reserve, you still have loads of options. So not that much value. I would say it's not the best card in this kind of matchup. So our Bravos player, once again, doubling down on the companion side. And here we have an
Esmeralda, coming down to try and boost up that mountain region.
And we should see a resupply. Yeah.
So this is actually something I am curious of. For resupply, it is a May trigger, right? Is it up to the player if they decide to do it or not? Or
so I hope I'm not mistaken on this. I believe it's not.
Okay.
So the reminder text for resupply just says put the top card of your deck in reserve.
Okay.
So and it's not a May, so usually it should happen right now. And I think players are just figuring it out, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and resolve everything correctly. So no issues here right now. And we're good.
Yep.
Oh, this is a good hit. So Tinkerbell is actually one of the cards you specifically want in your reserve in this kind of deck. Tinkerbell rare, so has the Sabotage ability, but from reserve. And I believe she's actually the only card in Beyond the Gates that can Sabotage from reserve. Everything else is a from hand ability.
Interesting.
And so Tinkerbell originally a Axiom card, and obviously works great in Axiom because there's many ways to put it in reserve. So heroes like Traced or Savesh are pretty good at that. But it seems like it's a card that has grown quite a lot in popularity with the rise of the Fen decks that we've seen over the past couple of weeks. As an additional powerful Sabotage option from hand or from reserve, as we're seeing here. So our Bravos player is probably encouraged to play that Mighty Djinn right now. The reason I'm saying that is it's a powerful card that you probably don't want sabotaged. So if you're going to have one way to play it, it's probably now. And yep, that is indeed the decision that's going to be made.
Also, that coming down into the Hero Expedition is quite good because it contests the mountain region that the Lyre player is on right now, while also boosting up the forest region as well.
Absolutely. This is a pretty strong turn from our Bravos player. Let's see if our Lyra player is able to equalize and maybe like nab one of the expeditions. But at the moment, things are looking a little bit difficult for her. Okay, so I imagine players are just winning over the actual text on the rare version, making sure the draw ticket was done. I believe it was done correctly, but everything seems to be under control.
Yeah, I think it's completely fair to see a lot of players reading cards today because, as you said, there's a lot of players' first tournament, so they may genuinely be seeing a lot of these cards for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and we want this to be like open for everybody.
Yep.
We don't want players to be too scared. Like, oh, I'm too scared to go to a tournament. I don't want. Oh. Lights are off. We're back.
That's the delay, yeah.
No, okay. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, I think we're all still online. I think the stream is good. Yeah.
Perfect, okay. No, so as I was saying, we don't want players to be like scared of like, oh, I don't want to make a mistake. Like, what happens if something goes wrong, if I don't understand the card, if I resolve an interaction incorrectly. Like, even though this is a tournament, like, we want this to be open to everybody. Like, take your time to read the cards.
Yep.
And like, Altered is a game where, like, we want it to be for everybody. Like, this isn't like a niche, like, we're trying to like top 5%, like, oh, we need to win like all these events, qualify, play the best decks. No, we want our events to be open for everybody. More competitive players, but more casual players as well. Yeah,
100%, yeah. It's one of the things I've loved about Altered, and I've really started to notice it a lot more this weekend when talking to a lot of the team, a lot of the organizers of this event, that how different Altered is compared to other card games, but the real uniqueness to me is that a lot of other card games you see cards interacting with each other in the traditional sense of, you know, a character challenges a character or attacks a character or banishes, whereas there's no like real conflict in Altered. It's all about kind of both players are going on a journey together, and whoever completes that journey first kind of wins. So it's a lot less about we're kind of resolving. It's still kind of resolving conflict, but in a more of a kind of a board game-ish style way, I think, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've definitely had lots of great feedback from the community about like that how that kind of changes the whole way people think about the game, and just how much easier it is to like show to your family than like the classic, like some of the more combat-based TCGs can be.
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like our brothers player actually was able to win both expeditions that turn. So a pretty powerful turn. He was first player after all, so the Budo token is definitely going to help on that end. But our lower player is doing pretty well in terms of value, so we'll see if she's able to kind of stabilize from here onwards, block out our brothers player, and basically win the game throughout having, well, thanks to having more card advantage. So that's a Kodama in reserve for the morning's resupply. Kodama is one of the best resupply targets in the deck. Two reasons for that. The first one is you can simply replay it from reserve, and it's a 3/3/3 for 2, which is a great stat line. So Kodama gains Asleep, but only from hand. So obviously putting it straight into reserve kind of circumvents that whole downside. And this one also has the Anchored ability on the support. So if you're playing Fen and you've got too many cards in reserve, simply being able to give Anchored to one of your 2 or 3 drops is a great way to turn that card advantage into actual board presence, which is something that she's definitely going to have to do to come out winning in this game.
That was so funny because when the card was just put into reserve there, I was really struggling to figure out which one it was, because we were talking about this the other day. Kodama is, I've opened many Kickstarter boxes, so there's the alternate art. So I'm like, I feel like I've never seen this card before, right? And then I was like, oh, it's the same card. Yeah.
No, absolutely. I think we'll see a mix of like people with Kickstarter art, some people with the retail art today. Also interesting to note, so you see the Budo token that our brothers player has on his Kojo.
Yep.
That isn't the one you'll get in the boosters or the starter deck. So that is actually the promo version, which you can only find in the organized play boosters.
Oh, wow, interesting. So this player's clearly been to some previous events in local game stores and stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, I'm slightly biased, obviously, but I am a big fan of those tokens.
Yeah, like, the token art, it looks amazing.
Yes, the art team did a fantastic job on those tokens. And I love the tokens that we have in the main set, but those kind of promo, harder to find ones are really, really cool.
I agree. Yeah, we see the Hother played by the Lyra player into the Hero Expedition here.
Yep, so Hathor from hand, basically 3 stats. We can ignore the water and the mountain stats right here. So water and forest, mountain is going to be the only relevant one. So 2 stats for 3 is always a good place to be.
Yeah, I've actually really enjoyed a lot of the cards that have this type of stat line where 2 of the regions will be quite high and then 1 will be really, really low. Especially because as you continue on your journey throughout the expeditions, you care oftentimes about 2 moving forward rather than the 3 at the start, right?
Absolutely. They're like my favorite cards are all like 2 manas, 3 zeros. I mean, or 3/3 or 0/3 works in the same kind of way. Like Fog Prince is one of my favorite cards.
Yeah.
It's so satisfying when like you play it in the perfect
In
region.
the perfect region,
where you're
exactly.
like, okay, this blocks you completely and it helps me move on this, but
Yep.
like we're not on the same stat, so you're gonna have to fight on different fronts. So like, are you blocking me or are you
Yep.
gonna let me move forward? And that's definitely one of the things we kind of learned as we were designing of like how impactful like the difference between a 2/2/2 and a 3/3/0 is in terms of game feel. And that was like a big kind of like light bulb moment where like, okay, like these 2 cards have no text, yet they feel and play completely differently.
Yeah, and it's interesting because if you total up the stats, it's the same amount of stats, right? It's still 6, but it's spread out differently.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It took us a long time to figure out like the interest behind that and also like what is better than, which one is better than which. Turns out as people develop decks, the 3/3s, or 3/3/0s for 2s are better than 2/2/2s for 2 usually. But that's not always the case, right? Some contexts, especially in the early game, sometimes it's better to have stats that we call them like flat stats. So like 2/2 would be like a flat character, and characters like that 3/3/0 we tend to call them spikes.
Interesting, yeah.
And like that's why having lots of playtests and like people who are experts in TCGs helps us figure out that whole kind of like theoretical mindset of like, okay, like which of these 2 cards are better based purely on the stats.
Yeah, that logic is definitely applied through a lot of card games I've played as well, right? Where you can see, okay, this is just the good base stats of a card, right? And then you can base, okay, well, if it has a powerful ability, you have to minus some stats off this, whether it be increasing the cost or decreasing the power and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely.
This is kind of crazy. There's 2 Hathors on the board and 1 in the reserve right now for the Lyra player.
Yeah.
But it's definitely helping them for sure, really boosting up that mountain region.
So let's see what's going on here. So it looks like our brothers player has committed most of his mana. He seems to have 1 left. So if our Lyra player is actually able to equalize, so let's say if she had a Cernunos, for example, she'd be able to play it in the companion expedition. She'd block the Haven Warrior with the forest stats and would be able to move forward on mountain. So a 4/4/4 here would be perfect. She doesn't seem to have that right now, goes with a Kodama instead, so that's 3/3/3. So the 3 in mountain should be enough to move forwards for her, but unfortunately not enough to block just right yet.
Yeah, not enough to block the forest there.
And players are resolving, so that seems to be what's happened. Okay.
So in this situation, the Lyra player needs to basically, prevent the Bravos player from moving at all, and then if they are able to progress both of their expeditions, they will win the game. But it could be a situation where, a tie could kind of happen here, right? So, yeah.
Absolutely. So our Bravos player is definitely going to have the advantage going into this round because they have their Buddha token.
Yep.
But they'll be going first, so there's other downsides to that. It gives more time to the Lyra player to react, maybe have a crucial removal spell at the right timing.
But yeah, it's always interesting in these situations where you basically just have to move 1 expedition forward, and I see a lot of players where they would say, right, I'm just going to choose the hero expedition and just send everything into it, right? And then it's that balance of the opposing player has to try and say, okay, can I actually match that or clear some stuff, but then also move the other expedition at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. This is going to be interesting. The region types also, you'll notice, all of them are single, they're only all 4 in single region types right now. Which is probably an advantage to the Lyra player, actually, because since Lyra has so much more spikes. So if she has the right cards with the right biomes, and unfortunately she's kind of subject to the randomness of Fen for this, she might be able to pull through. Oh, this is a big one. So this is Cloth Cocoon.
Oh, yes.
A very interesting Lyra removal spell, but has some conditions to it. It only works on characters that are fleeting, anchored, or asleep. But a potentially very potent answer to some of those cards that our Bravos player has in reserve right now.
Yeah. The Cloth Cocoon is just a straight-up discard, right? It's not back to the hand or reserve. It discards the card.
Yeah.
Cool.
However, our Bravos player has all the spies of sabotage to directly actually have an answer to that. So, interesting. Let's see if our Fen player has actually any other removals in hand, because this could be very relevant for what could potentially be the final day of the game.
Yep. It's a very good answer by the Bravos player there.
Yeah, these Hathors in reserve not looking the best right now. Okay, this is great. This is interesting. So this is a Lyra Navigator. So it's a 0/04, so 4 in water. So this card is actually here played purely defensively. But this is actually exactly what she needs. So she needs to block on one side and win on the other. It's probably going to be hard for her to progress and beat on both sides, especially with that Buddha token in play. But this actually completely equalizes, or completely matches what the Bravos player has done so far. So that's a great card for her. Only 2 mana as well.
And only 2 as well, yeah, correct.
Lyra Navigator, one of my favorite cards from Beyond the Gates. Like when you play her in the right biome and you get like 4 stats for 2, it feels so good. So here, not the perfect setup for it, obviously, since it's not helping her move forward. But I think she's way more concerned with blocking than actually moving forward right now, so a pretty good use of it. And our Bravos player doing exactly what you mentioned, doubling down on the same expedition.
Yeah, and this is a 4/2/4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, so it looks like a 4 in water, which is going to be relevant.
Yeah.
Oh, very, very relevant.
Very relevant, yep.
Maybe our Fen player has a second Navigator. That would be the perfect answer right here.
Yep. Possibly a removal spell from hand.
A Cloth Cocoon, exactly. If she has one from hand, that would be a great solution as well.
Right?
But that's also a 4 in water, so we are once again completely tied. Right now, no one is moving forward. That's exactly what the Fen player needs. She needs to grind out the game, slow things down, wait for next turn when the Buddha token won't be in play, and try and get the advantage at that point onwards.
Yeah, the Bravos player only has, I believe it's 1 card left in hand. It could be 2.
That looks like 1. There's also a
card from reserve. Yep.
Yeah, which is a 3/3 for 3, since it will gain 1 boost. And that looks like what he's going to elect for.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Does our Lyra player have the answer? So she needs at least 3 in Ocean right now to be able to match that.
And there's 1 card in hand.
Or a removal spell. The Hathors in reserve, unfortunately, not looking too great right now. What is that? Can we guess what that card is? I got a quick glimpse, but I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate.
It does cost 3, which is good. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah.
This looks like it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. So Hathor, that's one expedition. And yeah, that is the game, unfortunately.
Close game in the end, for sure.
Close one, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. That's really interesting. I love when you get to see the players, like you said, play the game defensively to really try and defend rather than making sure they move their expedition forward.
That was a close game, yeah. Unfortunately, I think maybe you saw one of the downsides of Fen, which is you have less control over your card draw, so maybe you're not always going to have the right cards in hand for that final turn. And that's probably what we saw here, since only one more card would have been needed, right?
I mean, it is a little bit unfortunate, I think, with the sabotage there. If that Cloth Cocoon was actually still in the reserve,
exactly,
it would have maybe been a different game, right? You know?
Absolutely. So many things, so many small things could have completely changed that last day. So no sabotage from the Bravos player. Something with any single 3 in water would have been enough to block the expedition. But yeah, unfortunately not the case. We have Kojo with the first win on stream for Bravos. So yeah, good stuff. That was a cool match.
Which is great, because like you said, it's I feel like in general I haven't seen too much. Well, at least when I've been walking the tables, there hasn't been a huge amount of Kojo that I've seen. I think a lot of people, well, this is probably just my opinion, but since, on BGA, the starter decks have been available for quite some time and people have been able to experiment with them. One of the Bravos heroes I'm excited to experiment more with is Bazira, for sure. So I do hope that we get to see a Bazira featured on the stream at one stage. I think it'd be really, really cool.
Absolutely. Bazira is a very cool strategy, kind of similar to Afanos in a way, where you're trying to combine cheaper characters, boost them, and the big technical aspect of that deck is how do I make my boost stay in play for as long as possible. So Afanos will maybe tend to do that more with things like Anchored, so some of the Mono Rares that anchor themselves. Bazira is much more about a mechanic called Seasoned.
Yes, Seasoned, yep.
So Seasoned is where characters keep their boosts when they go to reserve. So the idea is you play a cheap Seasoned character that costs 1 or 2 mana, pile on as many boosts as possible, and then play it again the next day, and then you'll have massive cards. So Red, for example, is a 2/2/2 Season for 2.
This is the one card I remember. My very first game against one of my friends, he played Bazira, and he did Red plus Oh, the name of the card isn't. It's is it the training card?
Yeah.
The one that gives 3 boosts.
Physical training. Yeah, you got it.
And it was just absolutely insane because
Yeah.
and then he was able to play cards to remove the fleeting from red, so red will go back to the reserve, continue to get bigger and bigger, bigger, and suddenly you've got this 2-cost card that just has a million boosts on it, and it is so difficult to deal with.
8 for 2 coming back every day, and the creative players will always find a way to remove the fleeting. And those decks also tend to benefit a lot from uniques. Like some uniques will be able to remove fleeting multiple times. Like there's many crazy synergies that the uniques brought to their Thanos and the Bazira decks. So I'm very excited to see those today. I hope we get to see some good uniques in action with all that.
100%. All right, and with that, guys, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with round 4 very, very soon. Stay tuned. All right, guys, I'm going to hang out with you just for a little bit in between rounds right now. It's going to take a little bit to move on to the next one, but I'm having an absolute blast so far. Seeing all of these heroes in action, like it's like I was saying to Marcus, it's been a long time coming to see a lot of these heroes used in like a competitive event, and yeah, I'm just like, I don't know, I'm super excited to see like all of these players experiencing this huge event for the first time, and you know, I'm really privileged and honored to you know, showcase this for the English speaking community. I can see right now on the French stream there's many people watching, so I figured, you know, it's the least I could do to really showcase the game to the English speaking community. Again, apologies for if it's like stream quality camera. We're doing our best to talk through the cards. I know for a lot of people who are maybe newer to the game or not familiar with certain cards, it is a little bit difficult to follow. But honestly, I think moving forward, it's going to be great to be able to host some community events on BGA. Maybe not official events, but just because it's a lot easier to follow, you know, along with the digital kind of client. So I'm excited to showcase more of the game in the future. I've been meeting so many people from the Equinox team. For some of the players, I've seen if they wanted to come on for interviews, but not every player speaks great English, unfortunately, which is absolutely fun. But yeah. Oh, hey Thorium, what's up, buddy? You're lurking everywhere, which is great to see. Great to see Bravos win now for the tournament. Yeah, I mean, it's great to see Kojo win. Yeah, I was really impressed. And like Marcus was saying, it's a different build to the Bazira, the Season, the Boost, stuff like that. But yeah, I'm a big fan of ramp in general. I know a lot of people are. So seeing the Tiny Jin and the Mighty Jin in action was definitely pretty cool. I do really want to get my Frog Prince signed by one of the members of the Equinox team, because I know this is her favorite card. Very strong card. I mean, we were just talking about the like the flats and the spikes. This is definitely a spike card, but you know, 22303 is quite good, to be honest, and especially as you're, you know, progressing through the regions, it can be pretty powerful, because cards like this are really good at also being a little bit more aggressive in the regions you want, but also defending and blocking in the regions that you you want to defend, right? You know what I mean? Thanks to the free frog scan. No problem at all. This frog is very much scanned. This frog has been very much scanned. So you scan this to your heart's content. That would be funny, though. It's funny because in Lorcana casting and other games, it's like, oh, let's rip a few packs and open some stuff. And what I was considering doing it for Altered. I'm like, I can't do that because people may steal the cards, you know. But yeah, I like the more I've been learning about stuff, I think the QR code system is actually very strong for this game. Pathfinder is the same as Frog at common. Yeah, I just really like this card. I think the art is the art is really good as well, for sure. So yeah, like I said, I'll try to get you guys an update for when round 4 is going to happen. I hate leaving you guys just on the BRB screen, because I want to like really showcase more of the games to you, stuff like that. But unfortunately, with a lot of these events, it's a testing phase. It's a process. So as these events become more and more common, I do feel like I want to have obviously less downtime for the stream and just more gameplay and more games being shown. But since this is a brand new event, there's a lot to be learned, a lot to be improved, a lot of feedback to be received from players, and I will discuss everything I've learned from the stream and stuff like that with the team as well. Instantly having easy collection overview is the biggest pet peeve in Lorcana at the moment. It took me a whole day to organize my collection and had to do manual entries. Yeah. What's the pricing for this event? Do we know? Good question, Kim. Also, Kim, how's your day going? I'm so sorry. I haven't really been talking to you that much. It's been a little bit wild, but I'll pull up the pricing for sure. Let's go over to this screen and we'll have a quick look. So again, this is very good. For €25 for a tournament ticket, you get 2 retail English boosters, a booster retail in French, and a promo Kickstarter booster in French as well, and a promo booster, and the raffle ticket, which is very nice to see. So let's go down and see what happens. I think this was what the pricing would be if it is like, you know, 128, 256, and it just filled up like crazy. So I'm going to confirm the tournament format as well here. 10 rounds, maximum of 10 rounds. And the top cut will be determined by the number of players participating, and there will be a maximum of 16 players. So this is the pricing. So first place gets 2 boxes of Kickstarter, 4 boxes of retail, an entire uncut sheet, which is absolutely insane, 1 2024 Season 2 promo card, 1 graded signed card, which is really interesting because I don't think I've seen a graded signed altered card before, 1 gold foiler, which is nice, and then a lot of goodies from Ultimate Guard, and an exclusive Celebration Day print. Do we know the breakdown of the heroes number going into the event? This is something I have not been provided with yet, Gav, and unfortunately it probably won't be shown until the end as well. What I've been told for deck lists and analysis and data, a lot of it will be shown at the end of the event, unfortunately. I would love to give that information to you now, but I'm just doing what I'm told. But yeah, the pricing for this is absolutely insane. The fact that they're giving away an uncut sheet is kind of wild. But yeah, this makes me so excited for the future of what this game has to offer, honestly. Those prizes are awesome, yeah. And that's for first, and then you can see top 32 is 3 Kickstarter boosters, 12 retailer boosters, promo card, gold foiler. And I think the increase is basically it's just more and more Kickstarter boosters as you go up and up and up. So yeah, super, super excited. I don't think I'm going to leave just the pricing on the screen. Maybe I could leave the pricing. That might be better than just a BRB screen, honestly. But there's a lot of really cool things on the prize wall. For the prize wall, if you get 120 tickets, you can get 1 uncut sheet, which is absolutely crazy. I love that they're doing prize walls for this, because prize walls is one thing that I've only been introduced to for Lorcana, and I think prize walls for an event like this is absolutely insane. It's really, really, really great to see, because it is an incentive to keep players playing, an incentive to make players, want to play side events and stuff like that. So I think everything the organizers of this event have done with prize walls and extra stuff has been absolutely amazing. Now I'm itching to play. This is the thing, Kim. I'm telling you, when you watch card games, when you watch gameplay, it makes me want to play. It really makes me want to play. Which is sad, because tomorrow I will come back home to Ireland and I will have to work, and I will not get to play. What's a prize wall? How does it work? So a prize wall works where you will receive a certain amount of tickets. And again, this is me comparing it to Lorcana, the official Lorcana challenges. I'm not too sure how this will work for Altered. But basically, if you reach a certain amount of points, a certain amount of victories within the main event for Altered, you will be rewarded with a certain amount of prize tickets. And these prize tickets can be used to redeem prizes at the prize wall. So it's incentive to, even if you're not doing, you're not going undefeated in your main event for Altered, it means that if you've gotten a certain amount of wins, they're still going to reward you for what you've played. And it incentivizes players dropping less. If they think, oh, well, I have no chance of making the day 2, I will just drop. No, it makes you want to keep playing until you can get at least a certain amount of wins to get a certain amount of prize tickets, which then can be redeemed, as it says here, for a deck box, sleeves, a booster, a promo card, a print, stuff like that. So, yeah, and then if you decide to play side events as well, the side events will have a certain amount of probably participation prize tickets, and then if you perform well at the side events, you will earn more prize tickets overall. So that's basically how it works. Are they doing faction winner prizes? I know that the official events next year will be doing that. I will ask. I don't know if I will get an answer for that, but it will definitely be interesting to see if they will. Is Top Cup happening today as well? It is. Yeah, Top Cup will also be taking place today, which those games will be going a little bit longer for sure. But for the moment, I think with all of the rounds, I think it's good. It's about 25 to 30 minutes per game. So, yeah, I think it's going to go relatively smoothly right now. Again, like I said, there was a few issues at the start, a few delays, but I think for the most part, it's going to go pretty well for sure. So, I think just so people know, instead, I might just do instead of a blank screen, I might just do a big B or B. Let's see, B or B. That's up here. Oh, that is very blurry. Let me fix that. Ah, no, it's massive. I've covered my screen. Brilliant. Just bear with me, chat. I just want to leave it on this screen so you guys can see a camera and see some stuff rather than other stuff. Outline color. We'll make black. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong thing. We'll do scale down. Can't get a widescreen Kawa this time? No. Stop explaining the rewards now, I'm jealous. Is it best of 1 or best of 3? The Swiss portion, Oxygen OMG, is best of 1, and then the top 16, which will take place later on today, is going to be best of 3. So yeah, I might just do BRB. I might copy this and put it into this one here. Hi from Dublin. Hi from Dublin? Hoju, a fellow Irish player. That's pretty cool. I'm very, very glad to hear that. Because I am also from Ireland, and I don't know any other Altered players in Ireland, besides 1 or 2 people at my locals. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Anyone know any good sites with singles for sale? Hi from Dublin also. What? BG Momentum. That's a great question. I think certain local game stores are selling singles at a pretty good rate, and you can just message them and you can pay them and stuff. I don't know any in particular off the top of my head for a general website. I know at this event, they have lots of Altered cards, so maybe not this weekend because, you know, they are very busy, but during the week, the name of the organizers of this event are Ludotrotter. So if you just Google Ludotrotter, I'm sure if you message one of their stores through Facebook messaging or email or whatever and say, oh, like, do you guys have cards I can buy? I'm sure they're happy to do that. You can message them, you can pay them online, and you can transfer cards. I know a lot of local game stores are doing that at the moment, though. Yes, Spellbound Gaming in London as well, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Spellbound Gaming is a store that sells a lot of altered stuff. But yeah, for the moment, chat again. I think it's not going to be too long now. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes for extra stuff. So I will just quickly go on mute, and I'll be straight back. All right. All right, chat. We have the. Is Regis the CEO or the creator of the game or creator? Sure. Yeah. So on the French stream at the moment, we have the creator of the game. I will take this off of your face. Don't worry.
That's so good.
Yeah. So Regis is on the French stream at the moment. Every time I've seen him at the event, there has been a massive pool of people around him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, flooding him at the moment. So lots of support for him. People in the chat were actually asking earlier. We were going through the pricing for the event, and I don't know if you've seen the pricing, but it's pretty impressive. So I'll go over it one more time just for anyone that is just tuning into the stream for the first time. So there will be the top 16 cup. So all of the other players, you will already get the participation is quite good as well. So just for entering, for €25, you get 2 English boosters, 1 French booster, and 1 French Kickstarter booster, a promo booster, and a raffle ticket as well. So I want to say, in general, Ludotrotter, for all of their events they've hosted for these card games, the value is actually incredible. Most is like 3 boosters participation, which are valued at usually €6 per pack. So you could say it's like only really €7 for entry for a massive event like this is absolutely fantastic. So huge shout out to the organizers there.
Absolutely. We're so happy that they've organized this. Like, this is so cool for us. We love the work they're doing. Like, this is perfect. We're so happy about everything that's happening here right now.
100%, yeah. And then, so if we just look at the top prize for the altered main event, it's absolutely nutty in my opinion. So you get 2 Kickstarter boxes, you get 4 retail boxes, you get 1 uncut sheet, which I do believe these are like quite rare in terms of these were like the highest of the Kickstarter, right? I'm pretty sure.
So the Divine Pledge. If you did a Divine Pledge, you'd basically get like all the uncut sheets from Beyond the Gates and Kickstarter. So that's like 6 or 7.
All of the uncut sheets?
Yes. There's like 6 or 7 of them.
Okay, wow.
Unfortunately, those only are for commons and rares. You couldn't get uncut sheets of uniques because that was very complex from a logistics standpoint. So that unfortunately doesn't exist. But but there's still quite a few cool things to see.
Yeah, you get 1 2024 Season 2 promo card, a graded signed card, which is really interesting to me because I haven't seen any graded altered cards yet.
You know what? I actually don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious.
Yeah.
I will try to find out.
Yeah, it sounds very interesting for sure. You get a gold foiler, and then Ultimate Guard have provided some really cool price support. Obviously, Katana sleeves and the Archive 800 here is like a massive big like deck box. So yeah, shout out to Ultimate Guard for helping out with this event. And it also says 1 exclusive Celebration Day print. So I assume that's just like a art piece kind of a print.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep.
They're numbered, actually. So,
oh, really? Oh, they're like serialized in it.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
So we have 64, I believe, of those for, was it 32? I actually think we have 64 because we were packing them up as we're coming. So you actually add the exclusive Celebration Day print to the top 64 as well.
Awesome.
And so they're serialized. They look very good. They're cool. That's it was just like a little extra touch for like, you know what, this is the first event. Let's bring something extra. Like, make sure players have something to remember. So
amazing, yeah.
I hope the players enjoy it.
Yeah. The pricing is absolutely insane, and I didn't realize like as we scroll back up for the participation stuff. So the promo booster is this the one where we were saying earlier that's where the player must have got the Buddha token from?
Exactly, yeah. So promo boosters, if you haven't come across them or heard about them yet, so they're much smaller. So it's like a 3-card booster pack, and I'm off the top of my head, I might get this wrong, but basically you'll on average get 1 foiler, usually rare unique. There's a token, which is like one of the exclusive tokens. And then you're either going to get a actual unique card or one of the Texas alt art heroes.
Oh, cool, awesome.
So
there is a chance you get a unique card in.
Oh yeah, and it's a pretty good chance as well.
Really?
Yeah, those boosters are loaded. Like honestly,
wow.
They're. I mean, I'd worked on this a while ago and I'd forgotten like the exact contents. And like I opened one at an event, I was like, oh, this is so good. Like,
yeah.
What is this value? That's insane. Like,
yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I had absolutely no idea that in these promo boosters there is a chance to get a unique. So
absolutely, and it's a pretty high chance. I might get the odds wrong, but I believe it's something like 50% chance or something like that. Yeah.
Really? Oh my god.
They are loaded.
Wow. Yeah, that's super exciting. So yeah, that's the pricing for the event. I do believe we're going to have the next round starting very soon. I'll check to see. Oh, we're already in. Okay, there we go. Jumping straight into the action here.
Okay. So we get Trickster against Sigmar. Okay, so this is like maybe some of the more like, well, definitely some of the decks that have been talked about the most.
Yep.
In terms of what people are expecting for this event. Sigmar being, very stable, quite straightforward to play hero, and Trace having access to some very powerful kind of options.
For sure.
Slightly more complex deck, but definitely a lot of game to what the deck is trying to do. So to kind of give an idea what the game plans are going to be, Trace is going to be a slightly slower deck here. Your hero is a powerful card advantage ability, but it does take time to get set up. So first couple of days for Trace, usually you're just trying to play cards from your reserve, set your hero ability up, and you have a bit of a slower start, but you're really going to get going into the late game. And in the late game, you're probably going to want to have your Havens out, as you see there's a Haven in play right now for our Axiom player, and play many, many cheap characters, so like 1 or 2 costs from reserve, and just have them be really powerful with the boost from the Haven. Sigmar, well, most people already know what Sigmar is trying to do. Right, very stable, like mid-range tokens. Your cards are quite stable. You're not really sensitive to removal spells. But I would definitely say Sigmar, depending on the deck list, is going to be trying to be the aggressor in the matchup. Axiom, and especially Trace, has definitely a powerful kind of inevitability between the hero powers, the powerful landmarks are going to boost all the cards you're playing. So I think maybe this is slightly stereotypical, but it's slightly like an aggressor, a more control kind of role. And Sigmar's definitely more aggressive. Trace is definitely a little bit more control.
Makes sense. And yeah, what's actually very interesting here is if we actually look at the expedition progression so far, the Trace player is ahead. So one. Seems like, oh, we've got a unique coming out here. So this is it here for us.
Okay. So this is a paper Herald that says from hand, characters you control gain 1 boost.
That's pretty good.
Those are pretty good uniques.
Yeah.
Basically, Charge is one of the key cards for Sigmar decks, right? It's like your massive stats multiplicator. And being limited to 3 copies with the the common version, 3 copies and they're fleeting isn't that much. So having access to uniques that allow you to replicate that effect is definitely a very powerful option.
That unique seems very, very strong in my opinion, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So it looks like our Sigmar player has caught up in terms of expeditions, but our Axiom player did get the chance to set up a powerful landmark. I can't see the number on the dice, but I assume that he's progressed on the amount of counters he has on Trace. So he's definitely moving forward towards the more late game and card draw game plan that he is developing as well. I think I'm pretty happy actually if I'm the Trace player in this position. I've got powerful landmark. I'm not behind in terms of expeditions. There's still many times to the game. I'm feeling good if I'm our Axiom player right now.
For sure.
So just to get a full context on the unique, so it's a 2/2, 1/1/0. So the ability from hand, characters you control gain 1 boost. No other ability apart from a support ability, which creates a Orders Recruit token.
Yeah, which has just been triggered at the moment. Yep.
Yeah, so the card is usually pretty, well, it's interesting unique. It's pretty weak from reserve. So I imagine in most situations you're probably just going to discard it and use the support ability. So taking a quick look at the deck list.
Yeah, I do believe we've seen the... I cannot remember the name of this card in English.
So Foundry Mechanician, there we go.
That has been placed down into the companion.
So yeah, Foundry Mechanician, a pretty powerful 1-drop. The text, so it has a support ability that reduces the cost of landmarks. Doesn't look like the deck is playing that many landmarks, so I think here it's mainly played just for its stats, right? 1-drops are powerful and altered, and 1-drops with good stats are always a good place to be. There's a couple, if you want to have a look at the deck list, there's a couple interesting choices I think we can maybe discuss quickly. So our Orders player is playing Anubis, so rare versions of Anubis, which is definitely a powerful controlling tool in Sigmar, and hints at a more controlling approach, right? If you're going to play full-on aggressive, you're probably going to play less interaction. Anubis is more like a slightly grindier approach. I also saw 1 or 2 copies of the Kraken, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
So our display is playing 1 copy of the Kraken. The Kraken is a hell of a card.
Yep.
So massively expensive, very hard to set up, but a very kind of powerful late game. If you let the game go too long, you're going to be facing the Kraken, and things are not going to end well for you.
Yep.
However, we're talking about Trace on the side, which also has very powerful late game options. So
and a unique has been played down onto the board.
So this is an Axiom Scrambler, and from hand it's it's a 3/3, 3/4/3, no abilities from hand. And from reserve, you can put a card from your hand in reserve, and if you do, you sabotage. So I believe this was played from hand.
It was, correct, yep.
So at the moment, only 3-4-3-4-3.
Yep.
Pretty good deal, but I think the card's going to take a lot much more of its power when it goes to reserve, and let's see if our Axiom player gets to replay it during the next day.
I think the judge has just read. Oh, are they showing the...
They're trying to show the unique on stream.
It's like, it's okay, we have a... that's quite funny.
That's pretty cool.
Well, it does help for the viewers, I suppose, as well, because we have the card, but I suppose the viewers, they can't see it, right?
Absolutely,
So,
yes. And one thing I didn't mention, it has a support ability that says next character you play gains 1 boost, which is, sure, it could be useful, but I imagine that's probably not going to come up.
The play from the reserve ability is far stronger than the support ability.
Yes, absolutely. So I do wonder, I haven't been tracking how many counters we have in Traced, because that's actually quite like one of the most relevant things we should be looking at in this matchup. I imagine we're on 2 or 3 by this point in the game, but I definitely could be wrong about that.
And there we see the charge, right, boosting everything up.
Yeah, as I was saying, multiple copies of Charge. Charge is a powerful tool to win both expeditions, and the more copies you have, the more opportunities you have to do so. It wasn't actually that good in this situation, so it looks like the Orders player progressed on 1 expedition, while the Axiom player progressed on none. Usually that's a good thing to do, like you're happy to win 1 and your opponent 0. In this case, maybe not so much, right? As the Axiom player is going to have the inevitable, like, I can't pronounce that word, I keep getting it wrong. They're going to have a more powerful late game, let's just put it like that, right?
Sure.
I keep messing up the word, let's forget about it. So as it's got a more powerful late game, just having your opponent move forward of only 1 while you're not getting too far behind is probably something you're also okay with.
I think I saw, the unique card has been scanned so that the French stream can see what it is. I don't know if they have the same access to what we have in front of us here. But yeah, Traced being a very, very popular hero within Axiom at the moment, I think. Probably one of the most, I think, arguably the most popular, right?
I think so, yes. Some people are playing Sabash as well, as we saw in the first round. But Traced is probably a little bit above in terms of like what people are currently playing at the moment. We already have it.
We have. I will show you after. Yeah. We can see all of the deck list. Yeah, I will send you after. Yeah, no worries. We are well prepared.
So as we discussed, the Axiom Unique is being replayed from reserve, and so now our Trace player gets to put a card from his hand in reserve. So I believe that's what the Axiom Salvager was.
Yep.
And then gets the Sabotage. The Sabotage is away the Ozma. Ozma, a pretty powerful card. The card draw, both from hand and from reserve, is really useful. So I imagine as the Axiom player, you're pretty happy to try and grind out the Orders player here. And getting rid of that Ozma is definitely a good step forward in that direction.
Yeah, we've seen the other Foundry mechanic being played now from the reserve for the Orders player.
You'll notice Foundry mechanic is a 1-1-2, and which expedition are the players in? They're both in water.
Yep,
So our players lining up the stats in the right regions.
This is a Keylon burst.
Ah, interesting. Is this
Is
being played? It is, but is it being played in reserve or is it? Oh, okay. So, no, sorry. This is a resupply from our Axiom Salvager right now.
Yes.
So Keylon Burst, a pretty cool card. It always feels so good whenever you get a card that's fleeting that arrives in your reserve thanks to a resupply. And it's actually a question we get quite commonly. People are like, oh, like this spell has fleeting. Why does it have
a reserve cost?
Exactly.
Yep.
And
I've thought about that a lot. And it's also like, why do landmarks have a reserve cost? Because they will never go. But what if it gets resupplied into it? Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I do believe for the most part, and you can definitely correct me if I'm wrong, I imagine a lot of the landmarks, they have most of the time the same cost as the hand for the reserve, or is there any exceptions to that? Because
in Beyond the Gates, everything has the same cost.
Okay, yeah, for landmarks, yeah, cool. Which again, yeah, it kind of makes sense because I don't think you're going to be. There's no particular playstyle, at least for the moment, where you care about putting landmarks in the reserve and stuff like that, right?
Sure. So this is a Rare Orders Gatekeeper. This is a pretty cool card. So Rare Orders Gatekeeper is a 1/1/1 for 3, but you create 2 token soldiers, one in the Gatekeeper's expedition and one in the other expedition. It's actually one of the few cards that allows you to, in one single play, actually affect both sides.
Yeah.
And those are pretty key, right? Because usually, like, when you play one single card, I mean, you might gain the advantage in one expedition, but it's pretty rare to be able to do both. And some of the most powerful turns or most powerful sequences are when you're actually able to turn both your losing expeditions into winning expeditions in one single go. Especially if you do that once your opponent has tapped out of mana. That can definitely swing the game in your favor.
Yeah, pairing it up with a spell like Charge as well is like super good because like you said, you're really spreading out your power between both expeditions.
Absolutely. So here it looks like our oldest player has got the advantage. So he's at 2-3-3 in the companion side against the 2-2-2 for our action player. And on the hero side, there's 1 mana left for the oldest player, but ooh. Okay. I love this card.
This is the one that switches. Oh
exactly.
My god!
We were actually just talking about it on the Fence stream. So Hooked is one of my favorite cards. 1 mana, target character switches expeditions. There's so many things to love about this card. Like you can target your own characters, as we saw here. So the Axum Savager, he wasn't doing anything. He was losing the expedition, right? So what's the point of having him there if he's not going to win? 1 mana, switch expedition, and actually like then take the advantage in the region that's relevant. You can also use it on your opponent's characters. Maybe not so good against orders, since a lot of the tokens are quite small. But against a larger character, maybe you're moving like an anchored character or like an eternal character, that can be a massive blowout. And it's only 1 mana.
Yeah, super powerful card. Just when you think, okay, my opponent has 1 mana, there's not anything crazy they're going to suddenly card changes expedition.
Also, this card, a one-off in the deck. Hooked.
Oh, it's a one-off, yeah.
Hooked is my favorite one-off to play because it's very hard to play around. Like it's 1 mana, it's a weird ability that doesn't really, like, you really have to be thinking specifically about Hooked to actually play around it.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like you just can't really play around it a lot of the time. You can't always assume that they just have this card. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it looks like both players actually move forward from that day. And
I think the Axiom player is still in the water region, I think.
Yes, but I think he won. So he won hero
Oh,
side.
true. Yes.
So oldest player has still win the lead of 1 expedition. However, Trace is ramping up, and we're starting to see some of the powerful things. I think the massive breakpoint here is the second Haven Bastion. Because, so the first one, obviously great, +1/+1 to all your characters from reserve is fantastic. Once you get 2, wow.
Things get crazy. Yep.
Things get big very, very quickly. Up to the point where I think Trace will be able to actually beat the oldest player into the stats, even on turns where there's like tokens and
charges and stuff. Yeah, very interesting.
So that's, I think, how our Axiom player is going to try and win the late game, if it works out for him and if he's able to find those key cards in time.
Yeah, so I do believe this is an Athena in the reserve as well for the Trace player.
Yeah, interesting. So Athena basically is I believe it's a 3/4/4 for 3 from reserve, so pretty good stat line. So it loses fleeting if there's
two landmarks.
Exactly, 2 landmarks. Unfortunately, our Axiom player Paul only has 1 at the moment. So let's see if he's able to find a second one before deploying the Athena. So Izmir Stargazer. Okay, I love that Izmir Stargazer is a card that people are playing. So 1/1/1/2/1. How is that good? But actually, it's powerful. Like I love that. Like these kind of like niche, no ability cards. For some specific reason, like, okay, I need an extra 1-drop. Yeah, and then to fit in my curve.
They're making it in, even taking up a rare slot, but they're still making it into the deck. Yeah.
As a rare slot. Like, that is so cool to me. Like, there's so many rares to choose from, so many crazy abilities. I'm like, no, like, actually, the best one is a vanilla, no ability character. That is so interesting.
Yeah, there's a charge coming out again, really building up the board here for the oldest player.
So this is his third charge of the game.
Technically, because of the unique card, right?
Exactly. Let's see. I guess the maximum you can do is probably 6 if all 3 of your uniques are going to have charge abilities.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know if that's what he's got in his deck, but we'll see if we get up to that. Also interesting to note, charge is a fleeting card, right? And even the unique that he played, it didn't really give him much value from reserve. So even though charge gives you a big boost on power, if you play 2 or 3 during the game and you haven't won by that point, you're running low on resources. And Ordis isn't always the best at card draw, right? We saw the Ozma, who's a powerful card draw ability, but that got sabotaged. So I think Paul actually has a pretty good shot at outgrinding his opponent in this scenario.
Yeah, I think the breakpoint might be, like you were mentioning, if the second Haven comes out as a landmark, it'll be very, very good. Oh, is this a teamwork training?
Teamwork training. Teamwork training, a key removal spell for Sigma small decks. You're very good at enabling the claws and like having up to 3-4 characters. It's still slightly limited, right? It's not going to work against the most powerful characters, stuff like Kraken, Hydrokinea, but it's a powerful, flexible removal spell to have nonetheless. However, you will note, I think our oldest player has no cards in hand left, and that is going to be a big deal. No cards in hand, and no cards in reserve at the moment, and he has one card that isn't a token, it's a fleeting gatekeeper.
So there will literally be nothing. You're just solely relying on the 2 cards that will be drawn.
Yeah, exactly. So he might not be able to orb. He might not be able to put a mana down face down. He's probably going to have to keep both.
Yeah, and it's at this stage of the game where you really don't want to just see, just like your 1-drops drawn or something like that. So hoping for some big draws here.
Do you have a prediction on who's going to win the game from this point onwards? Who do you think is going to come through?
Well, we've seen 3 charges. I don't know how much gas is left in the tank for this Orders player right now.
Yeah.
I feel like Trace might be able to pull it, but I do believe they've 3 cards in hand right now. They do still have that Keylon Burst as well in the reserve, waiting to potentially strike.
Absolutely. Keylon Burst, critically though, sends to reserve, right?
Yep.
So let's say our oldest player plays a character from his hand. Paul could Keylon Burst it, but our oldest player might still be able to display it again from reserve. So that is the downside of the removals that don't discard. Sometimes not only they give more resources to your opponent, but they will actually re-allow them a play that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do. So it looks, has a card been put face down in mana?
For the Trace player, it has, yes.
Right. And Trace is finally online.
Yep.
Okay, this is when Trace gets cooking. So Trace has gone up to 5 counters, and so now every turn, he's going to be able to, every day, sorry, he's going to be able to exhaust his hero to draw a card and put a card from his hand in reserve. This ability is really strong for multiple reasons. First of all, card advantage, right? So even though you're drawing a card, you're putting 1 card in your reserve, so it's kind of like a resupply in terms of the card advantage you're giving. So you're getting half a card.
Yep.
Second of all, you choose which card you put in reserve.
Yep.
And, when you're playing Trace, you're going to have some cards that are really good from reserve.
Yeah.
Perfect example right here is Amelia Earhart. So from hand, it's a pretty bad character, right? 2/2 for 3, not a good deal. From reserve, 2/2 for 1. And when you have a Haven out, 3/3 for 1.
Yeah, for 1, it's very, very powerful.
That's a good rate.
Yep.
That's one of the best rates you can get in the game. Oh, so a Baba Yaga, a rare Baba Yaga for our oldest player. That is critical. That's exactly the kind of cards that our oldest player needed to get back in the game, right?
That's just simply draw a card, correct?
Exactly.
Yep.
3/2 draw a card from the hand. But decent stats, right?
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, he chose to play it not in the Forest Expedition. So it's a 3/2. So maybe it would have been more powerful in the... okay, no, sorry. I'm incorrect. So the card would have been better on the companion side, but there's already in the 3/3 Amelia, right? So in that case, you're like, well, I'm probably going to give up on that side, go fight on the other, and my Baba Yaga will only be like a 2/2, technically speaking. I guess the 3 is still relevant in terms... No, there's no forest on that side, sorry, I'm talking nonsense. So it's a 2/2. But drawing the cards was essential. He really needed that gas right now.
This is the Ordis Cadets, I believe, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So just a little token, a couple stats, and I believe...
Does that contest? I think it does.
So that should be 2/2.
Oh, it's not. No, it's not.
2/1 actually. So not enough right now.
Yeah, interesting to see that come down on the
companion
expedition. Yeah.
Yeah, that smells like a charge to me. You know?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, there is the 1 card left.
Left. Is that a charge?
Is it?
Oh wow!
Oh my god! The 4 charges.
That was the perfect combination.
Yeah.
So he drew 2 cards.
Yeah.
Amongst those had... the French stream is having a similar reaction to us. Among those cards, found the Baba Yaga that he needed for the card advantage to have enough cards to play. A card that benefits from charge, and then the final charge. I don't know in which order he drew them, but wow, that was the perfect sequence of top 3 cards he needed to have a chance in this game.
So yeah, on this companion side now, I do believe that they're actually going to be beating it out. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's probably
it's 4 versus 3.
Yeah, exactly. And so the cadets are weaker in water, but neither player in water, so that's not relevant. So we're looking at 4 stats. 4/4 for our Ordis player and 3/3 for our Axiom player at the moment. So our Axiom player, a little bit set back by his powerful turn. It's not the end of the world, though. He's got, with the Keylon Burst, he can probably use the removal to still win, maybe on the companion side. He's figuring out, I guess, what is the most optimal target. But wow.
So he can do it on the hero side. Yeah.
Interesting. I guess the decision here is probably not so much on which card do I choose, but where do I want my opponent's companion and hero to be on the next round?
Yep.
Because I think he can kind of choose which sides he wins and which side he loses.
Yeah.
So usually you make those decisions based on, well, I'd rather my opponents in a single region type because that's harder to get out of.
Sure.
Or maybe there's specific cards in my hand that are stronger in one type, so I'm going to favor like this kind of setup. Or maybe, for example, like, oh, the Ordis Cadet has less water, so I'm going to try and get my opponent stuck in a region with water.
Yep.
So those were probably all the considerations going through Paul's head at that moment in time.
Yeah, let's see if the Ordis player can be just as lucky again with their draws. That was very
crazy.
Yeah, it was insane.
And he's got 2 good cards in reserve right now.
Yeah.
However, no more charges, right? Unless some
Unless it's another unique.
Who knows? Let's take a look.
We can have a look at the uniques, but we will see.
That is another charge unique.
Is it really? Oh my god.
Yeah, it costs 3 mana though.
Okay.
And it requires you to control 3 or more characters, which is not very difficult in Sigmar. And let's have a look at the last unique. Okay, so that is not a charge unique. Our last one basically let us sacrifice a character to create some tokens. So
is it to create 2 tokens? Okay, cool.
1 token in each of your expeditions.
Oh, nice.
So it's okay, but nothing out of this world in terms of power level.
So yeah, so we see the Ordis player just play down the Baba Yaga.
Yep, that definitely makes sense. Clear away their reserve, play around the Tinkerbell. That Tinkerbell is huge. When your opponent is running low on resources and cards in hand, Sabotage becomes so much more powerful.
Yep. Yeah, and it's actually interesting the way the ordering was done there, because Ordis player opting to play the Baba Yaga to contest the hero expedition, but not take advantage of the Ordis cadets that could have created another token, right? So opting to play the Baba Yaga first.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe there's a reason to that. They're probably in the case he doesn't have a charge in his hand, or he doesn't have his final unit with the charge ability. Otherwise, that would probably have been the choice there.
So, Martingale? Yeah.
Another element to that is the Cadets do have a weakness in water, so maybe that was a consideration in this scenario as well. So I believe our Trace player hasn't actually activated his hero ability yet, which chooses to do right now. That's interesting to me. So Trace has you basically get to choose whenever, during which of your turns during the day you activate it. Often you're going to want to do it on the first day.
So you
more
can make
information.
decisions. Exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So most card games, it's draw your cards first and then make your decisions. Yeah.
Right. However, there's a couple exceptions to this. If you want to play around a specific Sabotage, for example, let's say you've got a key card in your hand that you want to play from reserve. Maybe you're going to want to slow roll that ability to put that card later, avoid any Sabotages, and then bring it out safely. So there's a little bit more depth to that than you may think.
Yeah. So both players have shook hands there, and. I'm assuming the Ordis player...
It looks like our Ordis player has run out of resources.
Oh, no, it looks like the Trace player was actually beating on the Hero Expedition, and with that 1 cost Izmir out of faction rare, manages to take the Companion Expedition as well.
So the 1 mana vanilla seals the deal.
Yeah, seals the deal, exactly, yeah. and that's the other unique, yeah. What, if you wouldn't mind reading out what this one does?
Yeah, so 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, this is a powerful unique actually. And so it says when I go to reserve from the expedition zone, the target opponent draws a card. So it's a downside. That's what most Daughters of Yggdrasil kind of do. They have a lot of your opponent draws a card abilities. Thing is, it's only when I go from reserve to the expedition zone. If you don't go from reserve, if you go to discard, for example, the ability doesn't trigger.
Yeah.
So in Trace, just cheat it into your reserve and you get a 3/4/4 for 2.
Yeah,
Good
very,
deal.
very impressive, yeah.
This was a cool match. I'm glad we saw Trace kind of outgrind the Ordis player.
Yeah.
We saw Ordis getting really close to the finish line. 3 charge effects. No, 4 charge effects, right? The unique plus the 3 copies of charge all throughout the game. It barely wasn't enough. Came down to the last expedition and the last turn finally bit him back that he played too many feasting cards, not enough resources. And the Trace player, by that time, you've turned on your landmarkers in play, you've turned on your hero ability, you have so many cards you can play, and the game is sealed from that point onwards.
The Tooth Fairy was huge as well in the end there, managing to sabotage and get rid of the last few resources that the Ordis player had. Yeah.
That definitely could have changed things. If the Ordis player was able to fully utilize his mana on that last day, could have been completely different. But I assume his draw steps on the last day, maybe not so strong. Maybe, you always want to play some removal, some of those cards, but he needed some powerful characters to kind of fill up, use his mana correctly and fill up his curve in that spot. And I don't think that's what he found, unfortunately, for him.
Yeah. It's a very interesting point that some people are mentioning in the chat, that the rare charge does not have fleeting, so can be used twice. That being said, I do think it's the conversation that we were having earlier, which is while that may be good, every single rare slot in decks is so crucial and so important.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And there's so many things to choose from. And what I'm actually enjoying seeing quite a lot in some of the deck lists we're seeing here. So you guys don't have them on the UIs right now, but when we were testing, we tend to focus on like, oh, we believe these are like the 5-6 optimal rares to play in this strategy, and so most of them we'd run in 2 or 3 copies. And in a lot of decks we're seeing here, there's a lot more like, oh, I'll just play 1 off of this one and 2 of this one, and we're seeing like a lot of depth actually in the choice of those rares. And it's not, like we're actually seeing things better than what we predicted in terms of playtest. In terms of there's way more interesting combinations and strategies to kind of assemble with all that. But yeah, really interesting rare choices for both these decks here.
For sure, definitely. Yeah, so I will maybe for the. We will see maybe if one of them would like to do an interview, but again, I know there's
maybe
a
a limitation.
There's a lot of French players, so we will see. I will run up and ask quickly.
Sure. Yeah, this was a cool match. So for all the Orders haters out there, I hope you enjoyed watching Orders be defeated. I think that is quite representative of how the matchup is supposed to go, right? And it very much came down to those key final 2 turns, and the whole thing of, was Orders able to find the last couple of resources it needed to get through the finish line? Okay, I believe our players are not remaining around for an interview.
Yes, French.
Right, so yeah, once again, I think there's very few non-French players with us right now. So we will try and get some people and have a chat, but unfortunately that might be a bit of a limitation.
yeah, we'll see. I think over the few rounds, I'm sure we must find somebody possibly with, that can speak some English. Does hooked card trigger when I leave Expedition Zone?
Okay, that's a fantastic question. So the Expedition Zone actually regroups both your Companion and your Hero Zone. So you're going from one Expedition Zone, well, you're still in the massive Expedition Zone. As a subcategory of its Hero or Companion, the hooked doesn't trigger those abilities.
Okay.
So if you Jeanne d'Arc are hooked, for example, that won't create the tokens.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. See, I should have come to play. That's my fiance in the chat. Didn't even know this was happening just before it got linked in the Dutch Discord. Well, this is a big thing for this event in particular. It was actually the same for the Lorcana event yesterday. A lot of people were like, "Oh, if I heard about this event, I would have come." So I feel honored, and I really want to kind of showcase more of these large scale events, especially for Altered, since the game is so new, to a wider audience. You know what I mean? I'm sure if there are some super fans of Altered in the UK or Ireland, like where I'm from, I'm sure people would love to travel for the events. It's one of my favorite things in card games. I've been able to travel to many countries I didn't think I would be able to travel to, mainly just for playing card games and meeting the community and stuff like that, which has been absolutely amazing. So, yeah.
No, we're really looking forward to all the activity around tournaments. Like, this is such a big first step for us.
Yeah,
I can't wait for the next one.
I've seen the roadmap and some of the ideas, especially moving into 2025. You've got some big things coming up, and I'm really excited to experience those for sure.
Absolutely.
Yep, definitely. Cool. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick break if you want.
Sure. Well, I have an offer if you're interested.
Yes. Yeah.
If people in the chat for a couple of minutes, if you're interested, if you guys want to tell us your favorite cards from Beyond the Gates, and for maybe not every card, but at least some of the cards you mentioned, I will try and give one anecdote or one explanation of the development of that card.
Oh, that's great.
And how we arrived up to that point. So
yeah, definitely.
Shoot ahead, give us the cards that you're interested to hear more about, and I'll see if I can think of anything interesting to say.
Definitely, yeah. Bravos Pathfinder.
Bravos Pathfinder. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, well, and lights off again. Who knows what's going on?
I have no idea, yeah.
Bravos Pathfinder. So Bravos Pathfinder is a no ability Bravos card. It's a 2/2 for a 0/3/3 card. I absolutely adore that card.
Yep.
I think I mentioned it earlier. I am in love with all kinds of all the villains in Altered are fantastic, I believe. I love playing with them. It's so much fun. Just this card doesn't have any text, but the way its stats are done really have this really cool agency.
Oh yeah.
We're looking at the rare version as well?
Yeah. I'm just curious to see the difference. And I always find it particularly interesting when you look at some of the out-of-faction rares, that they actually just tend to be, they're basically the common versions, but they're still out-of-faction rares. And I find that particularly interesting because I can tell that obviously it's done for a reason. The balance team is, they're not just going to transfer whatever rare version it is of this card just to put it into the out of faction rare. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, a couple of things to dig in terms of that. So, whenever we do when we're creating rares for sets, we're always going to figure out, okay, what's the best faction for this to go into? Do we put the common version? Do we put the rare version? Or do we need to even change another element to make it fit into the faction?
I think the best example is Ogun. So Ogun is the normal version. Again, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The normal version, it gives a boost to all of your robots. The rare version gives a boost, but then you can also pay a certain amount of cost to create a brass book token. But then in Muna, instead of robots, it's plants. Right?
Yeah, for sure. And so Bar Wars Pathfinder here, the reason we're talking about it is the rare version in Lyra is exactly the same as the common version. And some people were like, oh, why on earth would you do that? Like, it's a vanilla, we don't really want that. Well, there's a specific reason, which is Aurak. So Aurak is a hero that benefits greatly from having as many cheap cards with a 0 statistic in it. So whenever we're thinking about this, the question isn't so much, oh, is this card good? Or more, is there a home for this card? Is someone going to open the card in the boost and like, oh, wait, for this deck in that faction, I can do something with that I can't do in the faction it's originally in. And so Pathfinder, we realized there's no need to add any other text of the rare. There's no, like, seasoned in Lyra, there's not that many synergies, not that many boosts, so it wouldn't work that well. But, like, literally, the rare as is interesting, and people who are playing Aurak will probably be interested in this card and be listing this card as a rare, simply to have a powerful vanilla character that has a 0 in it and only costs 2.
Yeah, that's another card, like you mentioned. I feel like these spike cards with that hero in particular are quite strong because you really care about the 0 statistic. This is something I've also loved personally with, again, I was telling you yesterday, I still haven't gotten a chance to draft Altered, which I'm really excited to do. But when I was playing Sealed, that's actually the hero that I chose.
That's really cool.
Through playing Sealed, I think I had a lot of cards, you know, in Muna and Bravos that had that 0 statistic. And I'm like, this makes my deck building choices all of a sudden super interesting, right? You know what I mean? It's super, super cool. So, yeah, that's some great insight for sure.
For sure. A couple other cards. Oh, Tomei Gozen. Okay, there's some very interesting stories about that card. So
I will look it up here. Yeah.
So Tomei Gozen basically is a 2/5/5 for a 3/3, but has a downside, which is you can't play the card unless you have 7 mana orbs for the common and 6 mana orbs for the rare. The history behind the card, and there's quite a bit of a history, was that initially it was a card that cost 6 mana, but allowed you to untap mana orbs when you played it. So it kind of worked in the same way, where like, okay, when you've got 6 mana, I can play this card, and I still have 3 mana left, so it kind of works in the same way. But there was a bunch of slightly weird interactions you could do with that. Any ability that allowed you to like re-trigger like hand or arrow abilities would like basically like generate mana out of nowhere. And a couple playtest decks did some crazy things with that, and we pretty much decided, okay, like untapping mana is dangerous. Like the mana system is there for a reason. We don't want people to take like 50 game actions in one day. And the version you see here was like a way cleaner version, which is probably easier to understand, more easier to sequence, but worked in the same way and pretty much had the same constraint in the end.
Yeah. I think the one after that was Bazira met Charles the creator of that hero. Oh, okay, you're just saying Bazira. And so Charles actually made Bazira?
Right, yeah.
You've all worked and stuff together, of course. Yeah.
We've worked on a variety of the heroes. Some of them you can specifically say, oh, look, this person had that idea at that point.
Sure.
Some of them is a chaotic melting pot of 6 different ideas, and we've completely lost track of who has done what ability. Bazira's cool, actually. Pretty early on, we knew that the focus of Bar Wars was going to be powerful characters, right? And boosts is a massive element in that. And we figured out, like, okay, boosts are going to be important. We kind of knew pretty early on that we wanted Kojo and the whole like companion kind of thing. And even though we changed a little bit how that was going to work, the identity was pretty close. Well, was pretty close to the final version.
Yeah.
And after a couple of iterations, we did figure out, okay, boost is a key part of Bar Wars' identity, so we need one hero to do that. Once we knew that, it was not actually trivial finding, okay, what's the right implementation for this? And Bazira was pretty similar, but loads of different little tweaks. And like, okay, when does the timing actually function? Like, is it the first character who gains the boost? Do you have to do it? Do you boost a different character? Do you boost the same character? It had many little tweaks like that. But we knew pretty much from the start, okay, it's a character, it interacts well with boosts. And interestingly enough, the moment everything really started coming together for Bazira is when we came up with Seasons. And before that, the boost decks were like, this is a little bit strange. Like, I'm boosting lots of characters, but it's not really going anywhere. This isn't that satisfying to play with.
I think the difference between when you're boosting characters with, say, Anchored, for example, you can see the clear advantage. But then if there's no, if the season keyword didn't exist, then you're like, well, they get the advantage for this turn, and then it's kind of gone, right? You know what I mean?
Sure. And but then like seasons add it to the card file, like kind of out of nowhere. Like, okay, let's try this. Put it on 5 or 6 cards, and we're just like, oh wow, this just works like straight away. Like obviously some balancing issues. There were some very broken season cards. That were pretty quickly changed, but it all started kind of gelling from that point onwards.
I can imagine, yeah. I think the one we had after that was Ouroboros Trickster.
Okay, Ouroboros Trickster, that's the cool one. So Ouroboros Trickster, so there's one designer who else they did it, and that's Leia. And Leia, so she's been working like basically part-time on and off for a lot of the past like 2 years.
Oh, cool.
And she's now joined the team full-time.
Nice.
We're very glad to have on the team. She's great, brings a lot of different things. She's less of like a hardcore TCG player and brings a very different approach to this. And I think that's really interesting as a design team. You need varied profiles, right? You can't just have a bunch of like 10 competitive players who are like, I want to play the best deck and learn everything.
Sure.
You need people with all kind of profiles, different mindsets. You'll see different points of views. And she's been fantastic in bringing those kind of points of views to the team. And I remember like specifically one day we were struggling a lot with Lyra. Lyra was a difficult faction to design. And we're kind of like struggling with some of the random elements. We're like, oh, well, randomness is good, but we need something else. Like, it's not really sufficing. And there was a whole kind of like moment where everything magically gelled between like, okay, zeros could be a really cool identity for Lyra. And that's when we started coming up with all the spikes.
Yep.
So the idea for Aurak all kind of comes from them. And Ouroboros Trickster was like the perfect example of like combining the zeros. We had like a little bit of a joke design, which was like a 0/0 cost card that had 0/0/0.
Really?
And that was
like that's it. That's the whole card.
That was the whole card.
Interesting.
And with that didn't stay for multiple reasons. 0 cost cards is a complex and a dangerous rabbit hole to go down.
Any card that costs 0 in a card game is very dangerous. Yeah.
Exactly. But Ouroboros Trickster is kind of like the spiritual like successor of that design, and like the way it melds like the zeros and the randomness is something I really like. And I think it's cool that you're going to play that card in Nevenka for the randomness, but maybe you're also interested in Aurak or decks that are trying to have multiple zeros on the board as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one that we have is Shenlong. For some reason, specifically the Kickstarter art, which I do think I will have it because I've opened Kickstarter stuff the most.
Man, Shenlong is something else.
I'm assuming this is the Kickstarter art.
Absolutely, yes. So that's the one on there, the Kickstarter packaging. I can't comment specifically on the art. I do say when I saw that one, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
It is incredible. Sometimes in Equinox, like there's lots of debate and discussion, like, oh, like, what's the best way of doing this? What's the best way of doing that? I think when we got the Shenlong art and 1 or 2 people in the team were like, oh, we're going to use that for the Kickstarter art. Nobody questioned that at all. Everyone's like, yeah, that is the right decision. Go for it. No worries.
For sure. There's one thing I'd actually love to ask about this card, and it's the decision for certain cards like Shenlong, and I know exactly it's Hydrocana as well within Muna. The tough keyword, right? So tough 1, or there's a lot of stuff that says tough X. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the rare Kaibara is tough X, and it depends on how many spaces are between the expeditions, right? How did this kind of keyword come about, and like how do you feel it just fits into the meta? I think because I do think that removal cards are very important in many card games, and just like how did the tough kind of keyword come about? Yeah,
so pretty early on, we were quite concerned about cards that cost 1 and 2 mana and their power, and actually to the point where we had a whole mechanic called basically, I mean, I guess the English translation would be Go Again as an Flesh and Blood, where cards
it just gets to be played again. Okay.
Well, so a lot of cards that cost 1 mana for a while didn't pass the turn to your opponent. To avoid basic strategies of doing loads of 1-drops, loads of removals, and for a while that's what we had in our playtests. Also because the balancing hadn't been done properly, so there was lots of other issues that kind of added to that. And we were really struggling with our expensive cards. And we're like, okay, we've designed loads of really cool, fun 1 and 2 mana cards, but no one's playing our 3, 4, 5 mana cards. Like, how do we get those to be competitive and interesting for players? And Tough basically originated as a solution to that, right? We're like, okay, like, the big issue with expensive cards is you're paying 6 mana, you're only affecting 1 expedition, and you can get completely blown out by a 1-drop and a removal spell.
A single removal spell, yeah.
So Tough basically is a solution for that. It's something that casual players really like as well. Like, the comfort of, like, my character is Tough, I'm safe. I'm good. Like one of the really most appreciated cards is the Muna Bastion. So the Spindle, I believe, which gives +2 to your characters.
And is that the normal one, or I think it's the rare one?
So the common version gives +2, and the rare has an additional ability that your characters at noon gain 1 boost.
Oh, cool.
Which is like not as relevant to the Unfield the card in itself.
Sure.
But like, there's so many players who are just like, aha, like Izmir player, I put this on. There's nothing you can do. You're screwed. And just the comfort for that for many like more casual players is really something cool to see how much they appreciate it.
For sure. After Shenlong, we had another Ouroboros Trickster, Ratatosker, which I think is a kind of an iconic card as well. It's very funny. Around the venue, I've seen
the giant
cards and Ratatosker. There might be.
There might be
there
one.
actually. Yeah, do you wanna have a look?
Let me grab one.
Ah, yes. I'll go to the full screen here. There it is. These are so cool. I love the giant cards.
I don't even know where these came from.
Really?
I think this is the first time I've seen one of the giant ones.
Yeah.
I've heard of them, but I haven't actually had one in my hands yet. So this is really cool.
What's really cool is I think, I'm pretty sure today for the prize wall or whatever, if people get a few tickets, they're going to give them out as prizes, which are really cool. And that's funny as well. Another card
we're talking about Trickster. We should have shown it as well.
Ouroboros Trickster as well.
Let me get this right angle. There we go. That's the Trickster for you guys.
Yeah, and I think the other one we have is it's not here at the moment, but the other giant card is I can't even say Thoth. Yeah.
It's a mess to pronounce.
Yeah.
There's some funny stories around the name of that card, which I probably shouldn't get into on stream, but
sure.
maybe another day, mate. But to get back to Ratatosk, so
yes, I'll pull it up now.
Ratatosk is a old design. Like we've one of the first Bravos cards I think we came up with. I believe it's something I worked on quite a lot, which is the whole idea of Bravos get stronger when they come back. They, they learn from their experiences, they go stronger, they train, and that's where the whole idea of abilities from reserve and then getting boosts from reserves kind of came from. Ratatosk was basically, I guess the most basic design when you're going to do that is, okay, what's the cheap character, 1 drop or 2 drop, and give it 1 or 2 boosts from reserve, and it costs 1 or 2 mana more. And that's basically how I ended up with Ratatosk. And that design has changed very, very little. And what I love most about Ratatosk is his twin. Do you know who Ratatosk's twin is?
I have no idea.
It's the Ratatosk's evil twin. It's an Izmir card.
Okay.
And it's the Katagiran Alchemist.
This is some ultra lore right now. I'm just going to do Al. It's going to be a lot probably, and I'll just filter for
Izmir. So the Alchemist is... there we go. There he is.
Oh yes, the art on this card is absolutely phenomenal. Yeah.
So Alchemist is basically the opposite, right?
Oh right, yeah.
And I love that kind of little symmetrical I know sometimes players don't see it that much, but as a designer, there's a little pleasure to the little elegance in these things.
Sure.
And I'm so happy we managed to do that. And interestingly enough, so the whole pattern of Bravos being more powerful from reserve, not necessarily more powerful, but more expensive and stronger from reserve, originated a while ago. And so Ratatosk is definitely older design. And after a while, we started to realize Izmir works well with the whole opposite of a lot of Izmir characters have powerful hand abilities, more expensive from hand, and then from reserve, no abilities, but cheaper. And when we started kind of theorizing that, that's when basically we were we can just do the opposite of Ratatosk, and then Alchemist was invented, and then the card barely changed. It's just one of those designs, as soon as you have the idea, you're this is a slam dunk, it's perfect.
Yep.
It's a super simple card, easy to learn. It's a powerful card. People in Constructed are playing this card in Izmir decks because 3 mana, 3/3/3, pretty good in terms of stats. 1 mana, 1/1/1, great for after using Izmir. And I'm very happy with how the card turned out. It's a pretty iconic Izmir character, and the way it all kind of explains how we designed the feelings of the faction really fits well with
And
that.
the rares to get 3 boosts to be a 3/4/4/4 is
exactly.
very good.
Yeah. So Ratatosk rare has the exact same text line, and it's important to us to kind of pay respects to the symmetry, and we can do them in the same way. And I'm very glad that worked out from a balance standpoint, and we were able to push through with that.
For sure. I think the one we had after that was Keylon Elemental.
Keylon Elemental. So Keylon Elemental, I'm trying to think. So it's like a
Oh,
bit.
this is an interesting one to me as well. Yeah, the fact
Right.
that the rare adds a May to it, which is super interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so multiple things with Keylon Elemental. It took us a bit of time to like figure out the whole Axiom and reserve identity thing, because initially Axiom was very much like a permanence, and our first couple rotations on the faction just had everything, like every card the permanent bits on it, basically. And then we started figuring out a couple more of the reserve things and the whole like resupply, and things kind of snowballed and took more, and as the reserve took more and more space in that faction. And when we started doing that, it's basically when the design for Keylon Elemental appeared. And there's a couple cool things about it. First of all, so most Axiom cards are actually more powerful from reserve. So I was saying Bravos cards, not necessarily more powerful, they're just more expensive but more stats. Axiom, usually your cards from reserve are actually just straight up better from hand. Keylon Elemental is a good example of that, since at least the common version has a downside from the hand and no downside from reserve. But also, well, it's a downside, but is it really a downside?
Really a downside? Yeah.
And many Trace decks, for example, use this card.
Yeah, because it's good and traced. Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, Trace really wants to get his hero ability going as quick as possible. Keylon Elemental, turn 1, put a 1-drop into your reserve, play your 1-drop from reserve, getting a counter on Trace, and then on the next day, you've got Keylon Elemental, 3-1 for 2 from reserve, which is pretty good. You've really got 1 counter on Trace from the first day, which is pretty tough to do otherwise. Yeah, I like the card. Simple, elegant, small downside, but if you play well, you can turn it into an upside. Lots of cool things about that.
Yeah, for sure. We've got a lot. We've got a big list here.
I'm sorry. We were supposed to take a break at some point.
We'll go for a few more, and then we'll probably take a quick break. I think acapella training is the next one.
Acapella training. So acapella training, 1 mana, and gives target character fleeting.
Yes.
So Lyra was a tough faction to design. Many of the other factions had like a very clear identity of like, sure, orders, kind of tokens, like the bureaucrat kind of control approach. Lyra was much more thematic, I'll put it that way. In the same way like the color black in Magic is more thematic than purely mechanical. Lyra kind of had the same. Well, we had like the whole like more chaotic elements, like more artistic elements, and we knew we wanted those things. The thing is, those are pretty tough to translate in simple mechanics. Like, I remember quite a few discussions on like, okay, like, we're talking about all these crazy designs. Like, I mentioned the 0/0, like, all 3/0 card.
Yeah.
And like, well, those cards are fun and iconic, but at some point, you need a core of solid, easy to learn cards. You need a starter deck, right? We knew there's going to be a Lyra starter deck, and we can't. Like, you can't have players rolling 15 dice and playing 0 cards and crazy combos in a starter deck. That's just not how you're supposed to learn in TCG. And so one of the first couple things we pitched in trying to get like the more basic mechanics or basic set of mechanics for Lyra to work with was what we call statuses. So fleeting, anchored, and asleep. And we kind of decided, okay, like that's a cool kind of like mechanical thing for Lyra to all be about. And some, other factions have anchored. Like Moon is a lot more about anchored. All this is more about asleep with Huawei specifically, for example. Bravos can remove fleeting, but Lyra has the cool thing of like, okay, I actually have access to all 3, and I'm the strongest at like manipulating those things, giving them to other characters. And so giving fleeting kind of like all came together with all of that in acapella training, which is a personal favorite of mine. It's a pretty strong card.
Well, speaking about that, and it is actually mentioned a little bit further down the list, I think you know which card is going to come. We're going to be talking about Lyra Festival. I think people, and I am also very intrigued to hear more about this card and how it came about. And then also, it being a rare in Muna as well.
Right.
But it's a very, very interesting card, right? It's a card that I think once you design, you say, okay, a lot of people will build around this, right?
So I think Lyra Festival. I'm pretty sure I know who came up with the design, and yeah. So we had one designer who sadly doesn't work with us anymore, but he's made a couple like the most wacky, crazy designs in Beyond the Gates, and some of them like did not see light of day and are not here. But the ones that stick out the most to me are Lyra Festival, which he did, and another completely iconic card in a thematic sense, which is the Kraken.
Oh,
so
wow.
he was really good at like, okay, this card, like you're gonna read it, you're gonna be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Lyra Festival, actually, it changed a lot, unsurprisingly. But the first card he pitched, the first pitch of a card that he gave us, was actually a spell.
Okay.
So I'll take a bit of time on this because it's a pretty fun story.
Yeah, it is for sure. Yeah, yeah.
So and the spell said for 2 mana, from hand, target character gains a sleep, and from reserve, basically the line of text which the festival has right now. So if you've got all 3 types on 3 different characters, you win the game. So the card was really unique, cool, interesting.
It had to be played from reserve. Oh.
You're... No,
Oh.
yeah.
I'm like, what's going on? But that previous version, it had to be played from reserve to then win the game, right?
Yes.
If you have X, Y, and Z characters, then you win the game. Okay, interesting.
Exactly. There was multiple issues with that. First of all, like no other card in the set, no other spell in the set had a different ability for handle from reserve.
Yeah.
So like, well, we're not really doing this. Like,
Yeah.
this is a lot of text. And it was a long
good-
text box. Yeah, it was a chunky text box. And Kraken also had that in common. So he liked his long text boxes. But the designs that he made were very cool. So, sometimes you need to do something that's a bit worthy to convey strong emotions. So that card was pretty interesting. Our competitive playtesters were instantly divided in, I absolutely detest this, and oh my god, this is so much fun, I'm winning everything, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of iteration on it. We knew we wanted to change it. It couldn't remain the spell. It couldn't work in the same way that it did. And at some point, it got changed into the landmark. This was a pretty hard card to actually get the correct wording. So we wanted to be very clear that you needed 3 separate characters. Like you can't just have one character.
You can't
put all
stack
3.
everything on it. Yeah.
That would be strange. Probably way too good. Like that's not what we wanted. And there were so many discussions internally amongst game design, but also like other people in the team. And so many people like, oh, guys, are you sure it's a good idea? Like, oh, I lost the festival.
I can imagine, yeah, because it's like when you kind of introduce this alternate win condition in a specific deck, I mean, I imagine a lot of people who probably see this card for the first time go, oh my god, which is probably the reaction you do want to invoke, but then it's quite a bold decision to put a card like this, especially in the very first set as well,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the reasons we wanted to do it is, okay, like, we wanted this set to really be about introducing the factions and people to have a very clear idea of like the theme, the feeling, the philosophy of the factions. And one way of like really representing what Lyra was about is we want one alternative win con in Lyra. We want, Lyra is the crazy faction. Like in Lyra, you're going to see some wacky stuff, and like there's no better way of doing it than Lyra Festival One, like kind of saying, no, we're confident, we're doing this design. It's weird, but trust us, we know what we're doing. It's going to be out there. Give it a go.
Yeah. Super interesting. Yeah, and then I guess the decision for it being in Muna as well is because I suppose Muna has a lot of the anchored stuff and the asleep as well with Kodama, right?
For
stuff
example,
like that.
yeah. It's definitely a mechanic reason, and usually for the rares, when we decide which out of faction the card's going to be, sometimes we'll take stuff like theme and lore into account, but majoritarily it's like, okay, mechanically, in which faction, and also more specifically, for which hero does this actually work? And Muna is definitely the best one, since Arjun, for example, can give anchored, so it kind of works with that. Vin also has some interesting applications, like being able to dig your deck a little bit deeper to find your combo pieces. So
there's the
definitely the best one for that card.
Yeah, there's the one cost card as well. I can't remember the name, but it just gives the target character a sleep, right, in Muna?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Beauty sleep, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably most of it. Alice and Orders Attorney. I guess those are like the last 2, so we will just go over those if you want to. Yeah, cool.
So Alice. Alice is interesting. What can I say about Alice? So after you come dates back to Jacques, actually. So Jacques, the designer who did the Uniques.
Uniques, yeah.
I remember like one of the first, like we had a big moment of like, okay, this is when we're actually really going to start working on not just the identity of the factions, but now we're starting beyond the gates. Like we were starting work on the set. And one of the first things we did were just like, okay, as an exercise, let's get 4 game designers. Each one on their own is going to design Izmir. We chose Izmir kind of randomly. Each one is going to design Izmir on with quite specific briefs. So like, okay, there's going to be like a 2-cost character which is kind of going to do this, and a spell that's going to cost 3 is kind of going to do this. And let's have 4 designers do the exercise and compare what we come up with.
Interesting.
And this was a great exercise, super interesting. Loads of good ideas came out of it.
And did did you guys have an idea that Ysmir was going to be a kind of a control type, or not
No,
at all at that stage?
No, absolutely. So we already had we've done a lot of research into like the factions, how mechanically their philosophies would work, how the gameplay would work. So we were generally aligned. We knew about spells, about control, and had a general idea of like, okay, there's probably going to be like a certain amount of heroes. One hero might be about like cheap spells, one bigger spells, one might play this way. And so one of the heroes that Jacques did, well, this is often the case with design. So each of us gave 4 heroes. I think 3 of them were like weird designs, didn't really work, and one hero like basically became a Kesha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's crazy. Just like sometimes like you'll create so many cards, some of them is like it just doesn't work, and then if you have one gem, we're like, ooh, okay, this is good. This is promising. We're going to carry on this one. And so the first version of a Kesha had a bunch of other text. It's like if you're second player, you can like maybe spend mana to do something, or like you get to draw a card and then discard a card. Those are things, and basically as time went on, we were just cutting off text after text. And each iteration it lost like a line of text, and so it was just like, yeah, your first player after you. That's all we need.
Yeah.
And it took us a while to actually like, oh, this is actually after it was pretty cool. Why don't we make it a keywords? And then from there, kind of came up with a couple of other designs and ways of implementing it. Interestingly enough, after you doesn't really work on the spell or a character, right? Like a character can't say, oh, when I come and play after you. That's just not how the game works. So it works on landmarks. So you have it on Baba's Isba, which is one of the landmarks that let you do after you. And specifically, support abilities is one of the only other places where it gets to work.
Yeah, it's definitely super interesting. And even the stat distribution here, I'm a bit. I mean, yeah, for it to go up to a 3-3, 3-3-4 makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, and then this stat line, like we were discussing earlier, right? It's like, what were your thoughts on like this kind of stat line compared to what you were referring to as the flat? So this is just like, is there a specific reason per se why this is not just a 3-3-3? Is water, more represented for Ysmir, or
Right. So usually that's kind of tough to answer on one specific card, right?
Of course.
Usually it's going to be context. And so, well, a good reason why it's not a 3-3-3 is because Kaligir and Alchemist exists in the card file. And we knew, so usually when we create a card with boosts, we tend to have it with flat stats. Because it's way easier to give a boost to a 2-2-2 than to give a boost to like a 4-2-4, right?
Yeah. And players can track it easier and stuff like that, sure.
Absolutely. So it basically comes down to constraints, right? So you'll know, okay, this card has to be a 3-3-3 for X or Y reason. And so then, okay, well, we want our other 3 drops to not be 3-3-3s for variety. Yeah. And so this one specifically in water, I'm sure there's a very, very good reason. Charles, for example, so Charles, one of the game designers, he is definitely our expert in terms of like figuring out, okay, well, actually, like Axiom is struggling because they don't have a 2-drop which is good enough and constructed that has like enough water.
Oh, wow, really?
And, like, there's lots of intricacies that go into that. And we definitely spend a lot of time, usually towards the end of design, right, once all your designs are usually logged. It's like one of the last steps you're going to do. It usually doesn't affect the text whatsoever. It's just like fiddling around, making sure like that the basically the stats are well shared out. And another aspect which doesn't come into play here is the art. If there's a character who's clearly in a green field or in the forest, we're going to put more in forest if possible, right?
Yeah.
So those are usually going to be the constraints. And then some cards have less constraints. Alice is probably one of them. 2-2-4 is a interesting stat line for a 3-drop, so it gives a bit more variety to the starter deck because it's a card on starter deck. So that's how we arrived there.
Yeah. I will do one more. I know we've talked a lot because I could just see it, and I am actually interested as well.
Sure.
Hydrocana.
Oh right. So I talked about that card on the Fence stream when I was on
really?
earlier.
Really interesting.
So Hydrocana. Are we starting the next match again? Have we talked through the whole break? I'm so sorry.
No, it's completely fine. No, it's completely fine.
We'll take a break after the match, I guess.
Yeah. We'll probably have time to briefly talk about this, and then we'll go to the match. And yes, please excuse us if we go to the BRB screen, because we will probably need to do that after this. Yeah.
So Hydrocana has the Eternal keywords. And Eternal, I'm pretty sure it's something that I pitched kind of out of nowhere. As a couple of times I just like put something in the card file, so let's throw this out there, see what happens. Yeah. And like my colleague's like, what's Eternal? Like, what are you doing? Like, this is a terrible idea.
This is insane. Yeah.
And so it wasn't on all discard. Like, it was on all discard originally. Actually, we tried a couple of things with Eternal.
Of course.
There was even a point in time where I tried to put an Eternal card in every single faction. That didn't go too well. That idea got scrapped pretty quickly. Actually, one of the first designs of Sakavaru had Eternal. That was way too good. The Sakurabu, your opponent's expedition moves backward one step. With Eternal, it was completely busted. It was ridiculous. That lasted like one playtest.
And I can imagine as well, like, for future designs and stuff, obviously we have no idea what's coming, but if there ever is a spell card that just says, give a card Eternal, I better hope it costs a lot of mana. Yeah.
It definitely would.
We will see, yeah.
It definitely would, yeah. So Hydra Arcana was kind of like the conclusion of all these like works and different Eternal designs we worked on. It made sense in Muna because Muna is a faction about anchoring and like having seeing the same play for multiple days. So just like thematically, I thought it made the most sense there in terms of like, what the faction is trying to do. I do have one regret on this card, and if I could do it again, I would have it gain less boosts. Because I think the issue with it is it really quickly spirals out of control to a point where it's not even worth tracking. Like, oh, I'm at 2020, like I'm just going to stop changing it. Right?
I've had a situation where the first time I played this against my fiance, she had it, I think it was on 24, and basically we started using dice to represent, and I was like, yeah, that thing is just going to win. I don't even need to track it anymore. Yeah.
So the issue is then you kind of just give up on that expedition, and then you lose some of the interest of like, well, there's two sides to play on. You're just like, okay, you're winning that side, just play on the other.
It literally turns into, right, that side is just yours. I have to just start winning this side,
So some small regrets on that, but then we still ended up with a really flashy card that's iconic, that makes people play removal to actually have game against it, which is always a pretty healthy thing as well. So.
Cool. We will probably jump into the game.
Awesome. Okay. Ooh, Waru against Tasia. So Waru is interesting. What are your thoughts about Waru?
Waru, yeah. So Waru is one of the decks that. I can link you. I will send. Yeah. So, you need the name. Okay.
We don't have the name.
We don't have the name either. I will ask.
Yeah. We'll try and get the names of the players and have the deck list so we know what the uniques are up, and maybe we can show you some of the deck lists as well if we get the chance to do so. So, Waru and Tasia. This is an interesting matchup. Well, tell me your thoughts first, and I'll give you a little bit of insight.
I know the reason why you're asking me this is because these are the two decks that I brought. Yeah. So I think I've briefly played this matchup a little bit, and it's super interesting because, like we were discussing earlier, Waru is not. I will actually just get rid of our. Actually, you know what? I was doing this yesterday where the camera was blocking some stuff, but I think in this situation it's actually fine, so I will leave it. Like Waru, like we were discussing, it's not the easiest hero to play because it's a really important decision to actually figure out, okay, when do you want to make your characters gain that asleep, or do they actually have to stay on the board and actually contest the regions, right?
Right.
So, honestly, it's really tricky because I feel like both players are kind of weirdly doing a similar thing. Like Waru might be giving up that agency that Tasia will get from the first card that you play is going to take advantage of that boost. Maybe some of that's going to be anchored. They're going to stick around. But then the next turn, Waru can kind of come back even stronger and then kind of outvalue the Tasia player. So I feel like in general this might be a little bit kind of back and forth a little bit at the start, and then I don't know, maybe Waru might come out on top here as well. I've also seen that Robin Hood in this deck in particular can, if the opponent doesn't expect it on the particular turn, it can be really such a disruptive tool for the Waru player because the Muna player is going to have a certain amount of resources there. He's going to kind of have a game plan of what they want to establish. As soon as Robin Hood hits the board, oh, okay, I need to obviously depending, most likely probably going to be the rare Robin Hood, so all of the cards going up by that one cost. It's definitely going to be the opponent's going to have to switch their game plan, right? Going to have to say, okay, suddenly I can't play this card that I wanted to play. You know what I mean? But of course, you've played these two decks a lot, so let me know your opinion. Your opinion is way more valuable than my opinion right now.
No, absolutely not. Yeah. One cool thing about this matchup is both players are usually actually going to be playing not only for the current day, but for the next day.
Yes.
So anchored for Muna, asleep for Waru.
Yeah.
So this is going to be like pretty technical. Both players have to kind of plan ahead and lots of key decisions. So a Draker Enia for the Muna player, which is a pretty good start. It's going to gain lots of boosts. It's probably going to secure some advances. Probably this day, maybe even the next day for the Muna player. It's a good start. A couple key points for the matchup. Some key cards to look out for are going to be the powerful haymakers in the late game. So for all this, it's going to be Isitok. Oh, and we have a unique from turn 1.
And unfortunately, we don't have the uniques in front of us right now, but...
So it's an Ordis Cadet, so it's going to have some ability to do with...
creating tokens.
Okay, so when another non-token That's in English.
Joins your expeditions, create a 1/1 soldier token amount. Okay.
And then the next bureaucrat you play this afternoon costs 1 less. Okay, so interesting. So I imagine warrior player's going to play this, have another 2-cost character, hopefully, to then be able to get a token straight away. Maybe a bureaucrat you'll be able to make a sleep, and that's the perfect start. Or this attorney, 2 mana. I imagine that's going to be a sleep, and that's indeed the case. This is a great start for him. So the attorney's going to go to sleep, not going to move forwards. Well, not going to move forwards since there's nothing else in the expedition. Draw him a card, and he's also going to be able to create a token with his unique, which is a token whenever you play a non-token. And let's see if those stats are enough to move forwards. We'll see what the players resolve.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the resolve's going to be here.
I don't want to give you any wrong information.
But there's definitely a reason why the token was not played on the companion expedition, because then you want to take advantage of the sleep card. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. You don't want to move forward, and that's one of the things that makes Warriors so complicated. Is in some situations it's better for you not to move forward. So it's really technical in terms of like, okay, which character is going to be asleep or awake, or which timing, when am I going to move forward or not? It's really interactive. It's a cool, interesting, unique deck. Okay, so it looks like both players actually move forward. I think the Dracania has 1 stats where it has a 0, so it would have been a 1 with Tage's boost. So I think with the 2 from the token and the unique, our Warrior player was able to take 1 expedition. So that's a good start for the Warrior player right there, I would say.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Very interesting unique as well. That being like a one cost unique, that's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, and so from reserve, I imagine the main use case isn't necessarily going to be to replay it, because it costs 2 same ability.
But the support ability, right?
The support ability, your bureaucrats cost 1 less, which is actually a really interesting ability, because it does not exist on the commons and rares.
Okay, interesting, right.
So only actually the uniques have that line of text and the support ability.
Yeah, so potential early Robin Hood, perhaps. Like, you know, there's a lot of stuff that could happen.
Yeah, well, one key card to watch out for, I was going to mention earlier, in the matchup is Isitok. Isitok is a really powerful haymaker, which basically says, well, you know the other side of the expedition? You know that little faraway place? Forget about it. We're playing here right now. And so it costs 6 as a common, 5 as a rare. Warrior decks tend to run the... Oh, it depends on the versions, right? Some players will run both.
I've seen some run 2 of the rares and 1 of the commons.
Right.
Yeah.
But then having that be able to come out for 1 cheaper, especially if you can like play a couple of cheap cards maybe after you a little bit, that can be a massive difference in how powerful that card is. So it's definitely pretty impactful. So unfortunately, I don't think we've got any news on the deck list just yet.
Not unfortunately.
But we'll let you know if anything comes through on that
I think
front.
luckily for us right now, this is well, for me at least, this is the 2 decks that I'm the most familiar with, so I should know most of the cards, right?
Yeah, we'll see. So what's interesting for me here is I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of Tasia deck our Muno player has. Since there's actually quite a few different like subsets of Tasia. You can play like more ramp versions, more aggressive versions, decks based around like the plant synergies.
Sneezer Shroom coming down here.
Yeah.
These are my 2 favorite cards, I think, to just work with Tasia. Because they're so straightforward and they're so simple, but then you combine these with another one of my favorite cards in Tasia is the rare version of Pravarti, where you can give target character anchored. And I think that's particularly interesting because like usually sure you want to give it to your characters that were previously anchored, that are continuing their boosts, but you can also just give herself anchored as well, which is particularly cool, you know?
Right. Yeah, that card, pretty interesting. You can just anchor herself, or if you've like set up a powerful character from the turn before, anchor it again. Quite a bit of depth.
Yeah.
Ooh, and a teamwork training on the Sneezer Shroom. Okay, that's pretty big. That Sneezer Shroom was like going to be there for 2 turns.
Yep.
Pretty good
It's
chance.
going to grow quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah. So now our Munia player could actually choose to replay the Sneezer Shroom. Which is possible, however, it wouldn't be boosted by Tasia, because that's where ability has already been used. And it's only a 1/1/1. And since Waru creates a token at noon if you control bureaucrats, the oldest player has a pretty like ready answer in terms of that token. So maybe not the most powerful move. But if there's nothing better to do, sure, why not?
Sure, exactly.
Set us something for the next turn.
Yeah, kind of keeping the opponent guessing as to what other cards may be in the hand, right?
This is a very good start for our Warrior player, I will be honest. So his first attorney drew a card on the first turn, then was able to move forward on the second turn when it was awake, which is exactly what you want to do with it. And he was also able to play another attorney, which also drew a card, while not moving forward. So he's got the exact moments of like, okay, I'm asleep, I won't move forward, I'll draw, I'll wake up, my stats are here, this time I'll move forward. That's exactly the kind of patterns you want with all those bureaucrats that basically reward you for not moving forward.
Yep. Yeah, so lots of card advantage here for the Orders player.
Absolutely. He is pretty well set up on card advantage for a long time.
You can definitely see at least one charge in the hand there as well.
Yep. So seeing a couple interesting cards in the Wario player's hand, they're pretty cheap. So there's a, I'm forgetting the name, but the Audis 1/1/1 for 1. So I think that's not the cadets, it's the recruit. No, that's the token.
Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, it's I forget the name of it as well, but it's literally just a 1/1/1. It's not in this deck. Is it the Trooper?
Yeah, Trooper. Audis Trooper.
That's the one.
So
Yeah.
I think I saw a rare Audis Trooper. So 2/2/1 or 1/2/3 for 1/1. So very powerful stat line for a 1-drop. Charge basically looks like a Wario deck, which is pretty low in terms of curve. So maybe we're going to see less of the Issy Talks, the big powerful haymakers, and he's more trying to get value of like the cheaper bureaucrats. Typically, like playing the attorneys as 2 costs as the rares instead of choosing the commons, which is also a pretty good choice sometimes. So it looks like a more like low to the ground. I'm going to draw a bunch of cards, play a bunch of cheap characters, and kind of outgrind and out-tempo from there.
Sure. What are your thoughts on the Council in this deck as well? Because the Council, I've seen it being played in a couple of different versions of Wario, yeah.
Right. So interesting breakpoint of like, do you want the common, which is a 4 cost, or the rare, which is a 3 cost? The rare slots are very competitive in Wario
Yes,
decks,
I
right?
agree.
There's so many good rares to choose
I
from.
think I've seen the common be quite common in the Warriors. I do believe this is it's the same unique. It's the same unique being played from reserve this time.
Okay, interesting. So he is so no expensive bureaucrats in hand from what I saw. So it looks like he's going for more of a low to the ground, play a bunch of characters. So he's got 3 mana remaining. So actually, a very powerful sequence could just be play the Audis Trooper, and then play a charge, try and win both sides. Since none of his characters are asleep, that could be a good timing to really get ahead in the expeditions.
It's an Ogun come out, yeah.
Ogun for the Moon, the player.
It's obviously the rare one, yep.
So all his plants are going to gain 1 boost. So it looks like we have a Tasia deck which is more based around the plant synergies. So expect cards like Rare Ogun. There's also... I don't want to get his name wrong. His name has changed multiple times. I'm going to give. I'm going to say some name which I'm not supposed to. Basically, it's a Moon 3-drop that gains boosts for each plant you have in play. Or if you have like 2 plants, he gains 1 or 2 boosts.
Does it begin with Y? I think I know exactly which card you're talking about. I will pull it up quickly.
He's a gardener. He likes it when you.
Yep, I know.
Yeah.
I know exactly which one it is.
So I'd probably expect a couple of those in the deck, be it rare or common versions.
Yeah, there's also I'm not too sure if it's in this current player's deck list, but the Bountiful Meadows.
Sure,
very very good for playing some plants for a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
This is still oh, it's not the rares. I thought it was. As soon as I see the art, I will know exactly what it is.
Yeah, next page, but we'll find it in a second. Yongsu.
That's the one.
There
yes,
we go.
Yes. I knew it was Y. Yeah.
I had a name in my head which was definitely an old like
a very old.
Yeah. They've changed a couple of times. Sometimes like some cards I still call by the wrong name. Like the old name, like what on earth are you talking about? Like oh that thing. How do you not know that thing? I'm like oh yeah. Oh, interesting. So no charge. Our Audis player Sebastian did not go for the line that I was mentioning, but has instead gone for the Sandman. So rare Sandman, very cool and unique Audis card.
Yep.
So it allows you to make a character asleep, but also you can choose to give it 2 boosts or not.
2 boosts, yeah.
And this is actually what Sebastian has opted for here. He's made his Audis Eternity go back to sleep again and given it 2 boosts. So that's pretty huge. It means you're basically drawing an extra card off the fading to advance, and you have a 4/4/4 for the next turn. That's massive stats. That is the end of our unique, though. And Benjamin, our Mina player, still has a pretty powerful Dracania setup. Things are looking a little bit rough, though. I'd say Waru, to beat Waru, you usually want to be ahead, and I think is he behind one expedition?
No, I think it's actually tied right now. It's 3 in between each, yeah?
Okay, so tied is a decent place to be, but...
Yeah, the thing with Waru is they can really just take 2 at once and, kind of out of nowhere, yeah.
Yes, well, usually you'd expect Waru to be 1 or 2 expeditions behind, but to kind of have that sleep characters to catch up on that. The good news for Benjamin is that he's not that far behind on board, thanks to all the anchors, but he'd probably be more comfortable with an additional expedition in advance right now. So one thing to note is, although Sebastian has drawn a lot of cards, he's actually been playing quite a few more cards each day than Benjamin has. Benjamin has been replaying cards from his reserve, anchoring things, and actually has quite a few cards in hand, not from any card draw abilities, but just from being quite efficient in terms of like spending his mana on more expensive cards.
Yeah, being quite reserved by playing cards from the reserve. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there's a Robin Hood come down, a rare Robin Hood.
Ooh, here we go. On the play, as you want to play it. So on the play, put it asleep. 2 full days of more expensive cards for your opponent. That is exactly how you want to be playing that card right now. So right now, I think we have 6. Is that 6 mana for both players?
I do believe so. Yes, 6 mana.
So 2 more mana still for our Waru player, which would be enough to maybe replay the Ordis Attorney or the Sandman, which is a 0/3 from reserve. So both of those could be decent plays moving ahead. And I guess let's see what Benjamin manages to piece together from the Waru attacks, well, the Robin Hood attacks. If he can still have a pretty efficient turn and maybe get 1 or 2 expeditions off it.
Like Robin Hood is while he's asleep is particularly tough to deal with because Spindle Harvester's coming down. It's particularly tough to deal with because even if you have some removal for it, sure you remove it, but like it's asleep, so it's not. It's making you pay the tax, but it's not threatening the region at the moment. At the moment, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
But I suppose if you remove it, it still does have to come back into play, right? So.
And unfortunately, only a 1-drop for Benjamin. The thing is, when you're playing against Robin Hood, you want to be playing expensive cards. And that's why Robin Hood is particularly good against decks like Trace or Thanos. You're trying to like play multiple cheap cards in one single day. The best way to beat a Robin Hood is to simply say, you know what, you Robin Hood, okay, I'll play a 5-mana card, go.
Yeah.
So you're mentioning answers for Robin Hood. So Muna doesn't have that much removal, but it has 1 card that is specifically very appropriate to deal with Robin Hood.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea what I'm talking about?
It's probably not the one that I'm thinking about, but the only removal card I can think in my mind right now is I believe it's the one that it puts the card into the opponent's mana zone.
Yeah, so that's Mana Reaping.
Yep.
So Mana Reaping is one option. It's a decent answer, but it's a pretty powerful, pretty significant drawback, right?
Yeah.
Especially against Waru, which can have pretty strong expensive cards. You really don't want to be given the mana. But there's one other card, a little rare that comes from Lyra. Do you know about the Cloth Cocoon?
Oh yes, yeah.
So
that's an out of faction in Muna, right? Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
Sure.
But that card specifically works against Asleep, Fleeting, and Anchored characters. Asleep being the relevant line of text here. But basically, it's the best solution to any Asleep bureaucrat, be it Isitok or a Robin Hood in that matchup. So if you're a Muna player and you're worried about Warus, maybe worth having 1 or 2 slots for that removal spell. Give it a go. It's really it's a powerful like silver bullet for those specific matchups.
Yeah, that's really interesting to have that kind of tech card in for the Warrior matchup for sure. Yeah, it's another attorney, right?
Attorney, yep. Play your cards from reserve, you know. Otherwise, well, one of the big elements of starting to level up when you're playing Altered is managing your reserve. And what we call reserve overflow is whenever you kind of mess it up and end up with like 3 cards in reserve and you have to discard 1 at night.
Yep.
You want to avoid doing that as much as possible. And we kind of saw that a little bit like the Fen matchup from earlier today, where like, so Fen's going to have like support abilities to make sure you can use those cards, even if you can't play them, you still get some value from the support ability. But in general, it's really important to manage that. And it's especially difficult sometimes when you're playing decks like Taja or Waru, because of Anchored and Asleep, that can kind of mess up the rhythm of which cards arrive in your reserve.
Yep.
And because of that, it can happen that you have like 2 or 3 cards arriving at once, and you're not able to kind of manage all of those at the same time, end up discarding 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, especially if you've got like multiple anchored characters and they lose, they're all going to come back to the reserve at the same time or whatever, you know what I mean, after they lose the anchored.
Right.
It can be difficult to manage. Yeah, so right now, obviously the Warrior player giving up on the Companion Expedition. We're going to get a big advantage out of it here with the Robin Hood remaining.
And the Attorney.
And the Attorney, drawing a card as well.
And the Attorney from the previous turn, the 4/4/4, basically holding the ground down. So our Warrior player is trading expeditions while getting a stronger... Every single day, I feel like his Asleep characters have been getting stronger and stronger, right? Well, here, our Muna player, he's only got a quite small Spindle Harvester. And let's see where the token goes at noon, but I imagine it's probably going to be played opposite that Spindle Harvester to basically neutralize that threat. And at the start of this next day, basically, Sebastian has 2 very powerful abilities, all his mana to play with, and he is looking pretty good in this game right now. So, however, it looks like we're getting up to we're getting up to 7 mana, which usually for Tasia would be a very key breakpoint for a specific card, which is Hydrocania. And that is a very powerful tool to basically completely like go over the top of what Wario decks are trying to do. The issue is, it's a Robin Hood.
Yeah, you cannot play it if you've got 7.
Yeah. Oh.
Is this the mana reaping or
this
no?
is different. This is Mana Eruption.
Okay.
So Mana Eruption is actually a Bravos card originally, and the Runa version out of faction costs 2. So 2 mana, you sacrifice a mana orb to discard
yes, it's like the
a
opposite.
character.
Yeah. You give up one of your mana rather than putting it in your opponent's mana. Yeah.
Exactly.
Very interesting. And I believe that's in the reserve from, is it the Spindle Harvester's resupply, right?
Okay, that is a great hit. That's specifically, well, I think I mentioned it earlier, but having a feasting card in reserve, that's
quite good, yeah.
Always so amazing. Ooh, and that's a unique Esmeralda. So Esmeralda is a resupply character, so there's going to be some variant of resupply going on here. We'll see. Maybe I mentioned the plants. That could be interesting.
Oh, that could be very interesting.
It looks like we've got a plant tribal deck from Benjamin, so let's see what the camera says. So if you control 2 boosted characters or more, you resupply, and when they gain 1 or more boosts, target character of hand cost 2 or less
gets anchored.
Yes, so or target character that's not me will get anchored. That is really good.
Yeah.
So the double boost kind of like requirements, pretty easy to meet in Tasia if you've got an anchored character. And because now it's going to gain an anchor, because he gains a boost from Tasia, he's also going to resolve the second ability to anchor another character, so he gets to anchor the Spindle Harvester again. That's fantastic. So
very, very
3
good.
mana, resupply, anchor something else. If he has another way to boost that Esmeralda, he could anchor another character again.
Oh, it's not once per turn. It's any.
Whenever I gain a boost.
Yeah. Whew. Very, very impressive.
So let's say he had like a out of faction like Kawa, for example, which allows you to boost a character.
There's is physical training in Muna as well?
Yes, I believe.
Yeah.
So there's a couple cards, not that many, but there's a couple cards that would allow him to do that. I guess the only like negative to all this is the card is anchoring is a slightly small Spindle Harvester.
Yeah, sure.
You wish you were like anchoring like a 3-drop instead. If you're anchoring like a Yongsu, which was like a 5/5/5 because you had 2 plants when you played it, like then things would be looking much better. But still, that's interesting and powerful, unique.
For sure. Yeah, one of my favorite cards in my version of my Tasia deck that I run is the rare version of Alavira.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's the one that I believe you pay 1 extra to give it anchored, I think. Yeah, quite good indeed.
I think I can take credit for that line of text on the
really? Nice,
maybe
nice.
I think so. Maybe I'll say that one day, and like someone on the team will like, hey, "What are you doing? That's me." Like, so I'm always like, "Oh, I'm not entirely sure." Like, honestly, we were coming up with so many things at that time. Like, my memory is never 100%.
Of course, yeah.
Accurate on all those things. But it's a pretty cool line of text, which basically means the card doesn't actually need any anchor synergies to work. It works by itself.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that's just when it comes into play from anywhere, right? Even if it goes to reserve, right?
Yep. It's a arrow ability, so it works from anywhere. Absolutely. So, do you have to remember that Benjamin is under Robin Hood right now? Okay, and so he's going to use the mana option, discard mana orb, to discard an Order's Attorney. So I like this choice. When you're using removal against Wario, it's very important to be targeting the asleep characters. Right? So he could have used it against the Robin Hood this turn, maybe as his first play. The thing is, the Robin Hood has already done half of its potency. Like, it's already been there for one turn. Well, if you discard a card when it's just been played and it's asleep, you're getting rid of basically 2 turns worth of value in terms of the abilities that card's giving you. But yeah, look at the number of cards in hands for Sebastian. Those Order's Attorneys have been doing work.
Yep.
Yeah. And Mana Eruption, powerful card, but losing a Mana Orb.
Our team are training on the Spindle Harvesters here.
Okay, so there is a powerful solution to the Anchored right now.
And the middle player is tapped out right now.
Yeah, so I don't remember the stats of that unique off the top of my head. I imagine it's probably beating that token at the moment, but we'll see. If
I think it was a 3-2 something. But
Okay.
right now, with it being on water, you hope that it has some water stats. Yeah.
Is that 0-1 I can see? It may be something like 0-1. We'll figure out. So this could be an interesting situation where Sebastian could be encouraged to play a cheap bureaucrat and not actually have it gain a sleep.
Yeah.
He might just decide to go ahead and move forward, but chooses not to. Okay, interesting. So this is one of my favorite cards, Monolith Legate.
Yes.
Ooh.
That's a trooper as well, I do believe.
Okay.
Is it a rare
Yeah.
rare trooper? Yeah.
Rare trooper.
What's the difference with a rare trooper?
So common trooper 1/1/1, rare trooper is 1/2/2, I believe.
Okay, cool.
So way more stats. It's a powerful card.
And that's the reason why they decided to make the card asleep, because
Sure. So basically here, Sebastian played it not as a way of sabotaging right now, because he decided, no, I want to move forward on both sides. I want to take the lead in
the
this
character
game.
just already being on the board the next turn.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. So the more typical use case of asleep, rather than the Waru's like kind of nastiness of like, no, I'm going to get my ability twice. He's like, no, I'll just have it once. But you know what? 2/1/2, either it helps me move forward, either it has a sabotage. You know, this card is useful. Just so I'll like invest a little bit for the future day.
This has been a really interesting matchup so far, though. Yeah.
Absolutely. So our minion player behind on expeditions, but he's weathered a little bit of the storm, right? Like there's less cards in reserve for his opponent. Bad news is, however, there's still a Robin Hood in reserve for his opponent. And the way Robin Hood works is in Waru, you play it when your first player gains asleep. When your second player, it's still in play. And then when it comes to your reserve, or you actually first player again, so you can start your turn
just do it again.
with Robin Hood again. And there's no window to actually sabotage through all of that. So our Sebastian looks like, just deciding on which card to get rid of in reserve. So I mentioned reserve overflow earlier. So it's never great to lose cards in reserve. However, Sebastian has drawn so many cards that I imagine he's not too upset about discarding the Salmon, which is a decent card, but, you know, nothing too incredible at this stage in the game either.
Yeah, I think that's a Baba Yaga in the hand of the Orders player here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Baba Yaga is a strong card that I personally like a lot in my Sigmar and Goldwing decks.
But maybe not so much in Waru?
Well, it's good, but I tend to say Waru has other card advantage engines. And using a rare slot on Baba Yaga, I'll be curious to see the deck list to kind of see what are the other rares that kind of work around that Baba Yaga. But as we were saying, there's a lot of competition in the bureaucrats.
Yeah, very, very much so.
I guess this once again kind of pushes in the direction of the more lower to the ground Waru decks. Where, no, actually, you know what? I'm not going to have him run another powerful bureaucrat. I'm more interested in the ones that cost 2 mana. And the top of my curve are going to be Robin Hoods. And otherwise, I want cheaper cards, couple after use, couple removals that we've seen, like Teamwork Training, for example. You know what? I think I'm liking this Waru build. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I imagine it's not a completely typical deck list, but this is interesting. This is a cool approach.
I think it definitely does help that it's also doing exactly what Waru wants to do right now. It's
for
really
sure.
showcasing the power of Waru. Yeah.
For sure. Those attorneys that have drawn double cards have been really strong.
Yeah, this Robin Hood is extremely persistent. I'd be interested to see if there is a possible unique Robin Hood in here. But we'll probably try to grab the deck lists afterwards.
Oh, Mana Reaping.
Mana Reaping,
Okay.
yeah. This is the example that we discussed, right?
Absolutely. So this is important. Benjamin needed to do that, I think, to have a spot of, not only, doing things this turn, but also doing things next turn. It's 2 big downsides, though. First of all, short term, you have to not lose this day. And right now, you have no ball states. There's 2 characters. If Benjamin has to stabilize on one side, otherwise the game could just be over right now. Second of all, well, you're down 1 mana and your opponent is up 1 mana, so there's a 2 mana difference between both players. So, Benjamin, tough hill to climb up of.
It's a Frog Prince, I do believe, right?
Frog Prince, but bureaucrat, and chooses to have it asleep. Interesting. So Sebastian here looks like is playing it a bit more conservatively, saying, you know what, I'm far enough ahead, I'm not going to take any risks. I'm not going to try and gamble this turn. I'll just play slowly, set up something for next turn. After you, Benjamin right now in a bit of a dilemma, right? He can play one character, but he's leaving himself pretty weak on the other side.
Yeah, is
So-
the warrior player tapped out here? I do believe there's actually still some resources available. Yep. Just checking the discard of the of Benjamin here.
Interesting. This looks to me like the game should be over for Benjamin, unfortunately. He's got 1 mana left. I'm not sure how he can manage to solve the issue of the legates and any other card that Sebastian could play right here to close things out.
The only thing would be an asleep on if a card was played into the companion expedition.
Yeah, sure. The thing is, are you really...
Yeah, it's not really going to help you per se, right?
No, I'm not sure. We'll see. But Order Spy, Sabotage the Unique. Sure, yeah,
the game, yep.
extends a hand. That's a good game. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is Warby in action. That is why you've been hearing so much about this deck, about Robin Hood. When you're able to sequence your cards correctly, have the Asleeps at the right critical turns, play the Robin Hoods when you were first rather than second. Yeah, masterclass from Sebastian of timing your cards correctly, choosing the right Asleeps at the right moment, placing your characters in the right position to kind of match what the opponent's doing, keep board presence to the next day. Very well executed from his end.
Very well done, yeah. I think for Benjamin in that game, it was put up a good fight, but was maybe not seeing the correct... Not only just not really seeing the correct cards that they needed, but I mean, once Robin Hood comes down, it can really just mess up your overall game plan, right? It's really tricky to navigate through that.
If you're unprepared or if your draws don't line up in the way where you're allowed to...
the one-cost cards, like the Spindle Harvesters and there's Robin Hood, like you said, if you can answer by just playing a 4-cost that's now turned into a 5-cost, it's okay, maybe you can manage. But when you have all these cheap cards and the Robin Hood comes down, it's detrimental. So
Yeah, for sure.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, cool match.
Very good game.
You just saw on screen 2 of my colleagues from the game design team on the commenting events as well. So it's cool to have all of us here talking about Warby, I imagine, as well.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, that was a great game. So that was round 5, I believe.
Yes, round 5. This is moving on. We're a
we're
little concerned, but we're definitely things are speeding up because we're getting more fluid.
Yeah, so we'll have 5 more rounds, and then we will have the top 16 cut as well. But for the moment, we will have to take a break. Get some food, get some drink. I'm going to pop the BRB up. I will leave this screen on in case I'm popping back around the chat. But yeah, stay tuned for the next game coming very, very soon.
See you in a bit.
Does it sound okay? You can hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the stream.
Hello.
If you want, you can introduce yourself and maybe say what you do on Altered and at Equinox. Yeah.
Yeah. So my name is François. I'm one of the game designers for Altered. I work with my colleagues to create new sets, but I can't say anything about that right now.
Of course.
But that's my job day to day. I'm working. I've been leading one of those, and yeah. That's what I do.
Yeah,
Mostly
awesome.
creative stuff. I'm more like trying to create new cards, new effects, fun stuff, more than tweaking the numbers to make everything right. That's not my area.
So you're not really focused on balance, more so on the creative side and fun abilities and stuff like that.
That's balance is not my strong suit.
Sure.
I'm more like of a creative type of game designer.
Awesome. Yeah. So the game we just watched was Waru versus Teja.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, which was it was funny because it's the two decks that I know the most. What I expected to see a lot of.
Yes.
This weekend, and it was a really good showing. We really saw the power of Robin Hood.
Yeah. I think in this game, it's not even Robin Hood that won the game. It's the I don't know her name in English, but this one that makes you draw.
Oh, that makes you draw the attorney.
Yes, exactly. I think that's the card that make the WoW win, because if you look at the game, I think the Muna didn't have his best draws, but what made WoW go so far is the draw. He had so much cards in hand and so many options. And Robin Hood is a good card, and obviously it slowed down the Muna a lot and was very impactful because it's Robin Hood. But I really think the fact that he could draw 2 to 4 cards during the three first turns made the difference.
Yes, I agree for sure. Definitely, yeah. And I think it didn't help that on the Muna player side, when a Robin Hood comes down, as Marcus was saying, usually if you happen to have like a 4 cost that is now a 5 cost and you can play it, that's okay. But if you have multiple low cost cards, it's particularly tough to deal with. You know what I mean?
And we had the list, and we saw that the Muna player didn't have any ramp, and he was playing really small stuff. That was almost like he was playing a Arjun list, but with Teja, and so it couldn't really express itself because of Robin Hood. But even before Robin Hood was played, I think it was already behind because all these players had drawn so much.
Yes, yeah, I agree, for sure. But yeah, excited to jump into the next round. It's been starting. It started off a little bit slow, but I think the pace is going good. We're getting into the rounds. So yeah, I have a question for you.
Yes.
If you obviously, I know as a game designer, you probably won't be able to play that much, but if you were to bring a deck to the very first big Alter tournament, what hero would you bring, do you think?
I would absolutely bring Kojo.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I wouldn't intend to win, so it's okay. I think Kojo is a really good deck, strong deck against everything, but that it's not powerful enough at the moment to maybe win against the top decks and the better units. And I'm a Bravos player, so I have to bring a Bravos hero.
Bravos hero, yeah.
And I think Atsadi is, for now, a bit too slow, and I'm just not feeling it with Bazira. So I think if I wanted to win and play Bravos, I would play Bazira. I think it's the one that has the most chance to cut the opponent off guard. But to the tournament, I would have brought Kojo.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Kojo earlier, and it was pretty good.
Yeah,
very impressive.
Great match. And I think my list is more rampish and big stuff. In the end, this player was more mid-rangey, and it seemed to work very well and fine. But it's not the Kojo I like to play.
Sure. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. If it was me, if I was to play, I would have brought either Waru or Teja. Yeah, that's the two decks I've practiced the most and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm really excited to. There's so many heroes I'm still yet to play a lot and test, and I think through BGA Board Game Arena, I will be able to do so much testing and so much experimentation and stuff. So I'm really excited to jump into that.
I've played a lot on BGA. This last week I was on vacation, and man, I've played so much game on BGA. I started the week with one deck. I have now 5 or 6 decks that I've tried out. The thing is, I don't have a lot of uniques, and most of them are not that good. So when you face off against opponents that have really strong meta decks and you are trying to do what you can with what you have, most of the time it doesn't end well, but sometimes it does. And in all cases, it was a lot of fun. I've seen some crazy stuff like Acacia that played every turn off you go off because he could bounce it back in his hand. And I was like, wow, damn, that's so strong. Or the a cappella trainings and stuff.
Yeah.
So much. I've seen so much stuff. It was things that we saw when we did the play testing, but since we moved on from the core set, I kind of forgot.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
And when you come back to it, you're like, oh yeah, it's true. I have to play against that.
Yeah. For me, I'm kind of the same in terms of there are some uniques I got that I think are really good, and then some that maybe aren't that good. But I guess while we're here, I can show the chat and the viewers maybe some of my uniques, and we can discuss them and stuff like that.
Great idea.
So let me just make sure I'll change the scene over. We have this. Perfect. So for some reason, these are my two most recently scanned uniques, but it's a bug, I think, so I cannot see them, but that's fine. Most of these, I opened 4 Kickstarter booster boxes.
That's a great one, the Foundry Armor.
You think this is good? Yeah?
It has the effect, the one you are looking for.
So, control 2 or more boosted characters. Target character gains 3 boosts. When a character you control gains 1 more boost, create a brass. Yeah, so this is the one that in round 1, we were watching a player where he did an infinite loop.
Yeah, exactly.
With this, but it was another one. So it's this one. When a character you control gains 1 or more boosts, you create brass book token, and then when
the character joins the expedition,
it gives a boost, and then you do like the infinite loop, which I didn't realize I had this. I went by it, but this is good. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
I don't know if you're a Bravos player, but I think there is some Bazira in the event that would love to. Yeah. Obviously, great card.
Even that from hand ability seems quite strong as well. Yeah.
And it's easy with Bazira, and you give even more boost. No, it's a good card. The only thing is
the stats are a bit strange.
She costs a lot for Bazira, but I think you can play it. Yeah, it's really, really good.
Awesome. Yeah. I think where is the one? I think this Athena is okay, and the big reason is because most of the time for Athena it's usually 2 or more landmarks. But this being 1 is like okay because you don't have to have the condition of the 2. You know what I mean?
It's a good card. The only thing that bothers me is that it's 4/4. So when you replay it, you don't have that many stats. So you're just like in some way creating card value because you have an infinite card, but it's not that great. So it's a good thing that it's not that great, but 4 mana is kind of a lot.
Correct.
But for me, the good way to play it, you play it from hand, you do an Ordis token, she goes into your reserve, and you create an Ordis token with her support ability.
Yeah. And that's probably the best way to play it. Yeah.
The support ability makes the card.
Yeah. Let me see what other ones I have.
The red is okay.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, it's okay.
With the season?
It's not the best I've seen, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean to be able to get a lot of card draw is good, and if you do the combination, it's a bit weird because obviously this is out of faction in Izmir, but in traditional Bravos, I mean like one of my first games I play on Board Game Arena, my friend he plays Bazira against me. He has a red and he does red physical training, and suddenly he's got a 2-cost like 8/8/8. You know, and I'm just like, how do I deal with this?
Sabotage.
You know? Yeah, sabotage. That's exactly what I need to do. Yeah, for sure.
Because Bazira it's like really easy to play against Bazira, I think, because it puts all its eggs in the same basket. So if you have a removal, whether it's sabotage or any kind of removal, it's over.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I guess you're probably most interested in all of the Bravo songs.
That's good. That's a good card.
You like it?
Yeah, I think that's a good card. A bit tricky to set up, but it's a really good card. Yet again, in Bazira, I think it can shine.
Yeah, for sure. What is this one? If you do, you may discard target permanent. Yeah.
It saddens me that she has 4 from reserve because 5 from reserve for those stats discarding a permanent can be really strong, and I think the more the game will live on, the better this effect will be, because as we go on, there will be new
More
permanents,
permanents
new
and stuff, yep.
strategies, and permanents are really strong cards by nature since they won't move from the board. So I think that's a line that will get stronger and stronger. But the 3-4 right now feels a bit harsh.
Yeah. Sure.
That one's cute. I think this one is.
Yeah, because it's a forecast and then
from hand, it's really strong.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah,
strong.
you can just boost. You can boost it up as well.
And the thing is, from reserve, it's almost like the normal one, but you resupply, and that's really important. Like having cards in Bravos is really hard. You don't have that many draws. You don't have that many resupply. So this kind of unique can be really strong.
Yeah, for sure. This one as well. This gives the tokens.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Have you seen? Yeah.
This one's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, she's not gigantic by herself.
No.
Yeah, okay.
No, it's
I was
only
re-
I know. If this was gigantic as well.
I was like, that's card.
Busted.
It's so busted. But
Yeah.
no, she's not gigantic. Okay, it's
yeah.
okay. I was so I was scared. Like I said, if this is gigantic, there's something busted. No, okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's fine, right? You know what I mean?
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. With this, when you do, you play this, you have loads of tokens. You do charge,
Yeah.
and then the charge gets like double because it's across. With the gigantic, it's pretty cool.
But requires a lot of mana to pull it off.
Of course, definitely.
Oh, so what do we have here? I have tough one. All right, 4/4 is already in terms of stuff. It's okay. That one against fleeting. Interesting. For me, she's kind of weird because I don't think she fits in any of the 3 archetypes right now.
But maybe in the future, it could,
maybe. Yeah.
It could get better for sure.
It's interesting. I don't know what to really think of it. I couldn't really rate that card. Like, is it good? I think for now it's not awesome, but it could someday be really strong.
Yeah.
The up to 1 target character against fleeting, it's some form of removal, as a Capella training has proved. So that's in and out of itself really okay. And the at dusk is weird. I don't know.
Yeah. This one, in my opinion, is I'm a big fan of any cards that. So Marcus was explaining to me any cards the team refers to if you have like a 2/2 stat line is like a flat, or if you have a 0/3/3 is a spike.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the spike cards, but I particularly like this because of you use the support for this in Bravos when you want to be boosting things. I think the support of Anchored is quite good. Yeah.
Honestly, this one's really strong. Like really strong.
Especially you pair. I would probably the landmark you want to play is probably just
the Haven.
The Haven, exactly. Yeah.
For me, this one is really good, and it has Basira all over it because you want to anchor something that's big, but that costs 3 or less, and that's the Basira territory. And she has spikes. Like, even if you play it just for its stats, she's really good. Like 5/6 for 4, it's awesome. And you have your Haven. Next card costs 1 more. So essentially, it's a 5/6 for free. Really strong card.
Really good.
Really good one.
Let me see what this one is.
I don't like you may sacrifice a permanent. Oh, she's in Axiom. All right, sorry. Actually, this one is not that bad. I think right now you may discard a permanent is a bit too expensive, but because when you want to play a permanent, you commit to play a permanent. That's really a commit in your game. You slow down your play, you slow down your tempo. You know you're going to lose at least 1 expedition most of the time when you play a permanent. So it's too expensive to play to then sacrifice. But who knows? Maybe in the future it could be something that's really strong.
For sure, yeah. Here's another Bravos one for you.
It's okay.
It's like you play it and it just becomes a big, like a very, very big strong for 1 turn, you know?
It's big muscles.
Yeah, it's just like play it, it gets big, and that's it. Yeah.
But I think if it's that, I'd rather play like a Shenlong, like 999 for 6 with tough one. I think it's like more stable than this one, but
it's my opinion. I can't be sure.
Yeah, we actually have Justin in
Yeah.
the chat from the Equinox team. He says, "Good morning from
Hi.
America."
Hi, Justin.
Yeah. Hi, Justin. What's up? I've spoken to Justin a lot about the idea of events like this, like tournaments and future competitive play, and especially moving into next year, 2025.
Yes.
There's a lot of things that are planned and stuff like that. So very, very excited, and I think so far this event has been extremely, extremely good.
Yeah,
very fun. Yeah.
I think it's so weird to see so much people. Like we've been out for like a month, and there's already so many people with already so amazing decks. One of my colleagues just like, I was walking by the hall and he stopped me like, look at this deck, and it was a weird trace deck where he played Ouroboros, the action version, to resupply a lot and go and seek his free Unix that work together to create infinite combos. And the thing is, he has an Haven Bastion that he plays only to get removed, and so that his Ouroboros won't get removed because the people see Haven Bastion with Trickster, say, oh, that's my target, so destroy it, and it kind of, it's not really the good target.
Does he want it to be
Yes,
target?
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a scapegoat.
Yeah.
And he wants to resupply a ton to get to its combo, and because he has a combo with his unique, when he can send one back in his hand, when he does, he can put it back in play.
And cycle. Yeah.
And it creates a bug every time. It's sort of the when you create the one we saw with your armor, like you create a boost, it creates a brass bug. When a character joins, you create a boost and infinite loop. So I thought it was really fun. So people really have already taken the game and try hard so much. It's really weird to see like people talking to me about strategies that we never really thought.
It must be quite surreal for you. Like, you guys have worked on this game for so long, right? And every day in the office, play testing and trying stuff and all the creative stuff. And then you come to a big event like this and you see people, and not even a few, like so many people playing and trying different heroes and different decks and stuff. It must feel really, really good.
Yeah. The thing is, like, what I'm most proud of is like, since there's so many Unix, we can like play test them all. There's too many, so we have to like playtest in batch, in like some sort of way, pattern, things like that. And so obviously there's so many Unix that we haven't seen, and so many combos and stuff to do that we haven't thought of. And like the one I was just talking about, so we discover a lot as the players come to us and describe what they did. And what I feel like I'm mostly really proud of is that most of the time it's not breaking the game. It's great, it's a good combo, but it's not like, oh, we didn't see that.
Of course, yeah.
Like, it's really dangerous.
It was interesting to me that when I saw the loop of the brass bug thing, I was like, oh my god, that seems insane. But Marcus was like, oh yeah, like we knew that this could happen, and it's in. I'm like, wow, like the fact that you guys are prepared and you know that something like this makes me feel reassured that the balancing is good. You know what I mean? Because you play test and you realize that these things are possible. Because they said that there's like the rule where there's the cap on how many times you can do it. It's not infinite. It's 100 times. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Yeah.
To be honest, 100 times doesn't change. If you have the infinite brass bug combo, you have the infinite brass bug combo. Good for you. You win both expedition. It doesn't mean you win. We are not like, since everything goes away, you restart in some way every turn, and you have a new chance every turn. So infinite combos are way less dangerous than in other games. So we know there is some, and it's honestly, as long as you have to work for it, if you made it, it's okay. Like, great work, good for you. You won this round. So when you see this, you just, okay, I lay back, I don't play, I keep my hand, I have more value than you, I have my chance next turn.
This is one of my favorites. I've used a lot in Muna. I think it is quite good. Because usually the Spindle Harvesters is...
oh, damn!
Yeah, it's pretty good, yeah?
Oh, damn.
In Tasia,
it's awesome in Tasia. Like.
Yeah.
Okay, 2, 3, 1.
Yeah, and usually because this one doesn't come into anchored on play. It's only from reserve. So you play this, you give a boost, it leaves you draw a card. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
The only thing missing would be the support ability that gives anchor to a free, and that would be the most awesome unique of all time.
Definitely. Let me see if I have any other good ones. So this is one that, in my opinion, I think is I will say is not great. and it is Dracana, because it is very, very, very similar to Sneezer Shroom.
Yeah.
To rare Sneezer Shroom, except
You have to pay one.
You have to pay.
No, this one's not good.
But the difference is obviously it's target characters, so you don't have to choose this. You get to choose.
I didn't read that. Oh,
but I still don't think it's good.
no.
To pay the one is I feel like paying one for a boost is kind of a lot for this at this stage. You know what I mean? So, but
Thing is, it's at noon,
yeah.
so it's like way less punitive than if you had to pay when you play. I think at noon it's like Subash, like you know you're going to pay one, and sometimes this can make the difference with some characters that may do some things when they get a boost or when they reach some certain amount of boost. Like if you want your Spindle Harvesters to get their next boost, something like that. I think it's okay. It's not the best.
Yeah, it's in a certain situation it could be okay. Or as I said to Marcus, I'm like, maybe if you want to kind of have a fourth Sneezer Shroom, maybe. But it's also a unique slot, so you know, like
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. I think this one was what I talked about. Leave the expedition though. You may put a card from your hand in reserve if you do draw. So I know this ability in general is actually quite good because it's like it's not quite draw a card. It's kind of like you draw half a card, kind of. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Half a card. But the thing is, sometimes you put half a card in your reserve, but the second half is the one you want.
Yes.
Like especially Muna Caregiver. If you can put it already in your reserve instantaneously, you already have the effect that you want, that she can anchor something. So if you can cheat it out and get a card in return, that's awesome. So really, really strong card. For me, this one is really good. And she has a good body, like for free.
And a good support ability.
Yeah,
as well. Yeah.
Really good, really strong card.
This one is just kind of like
it's
charge for the brass bugs, you know?
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Although, actually,
the thing is,
this is something I needed to talk to Marcus about because the wording on this is weird. Because it says, if you control a token, robots you control other than me.
Oh, yeah.
But this is a deity. This is not a robot.
So the thing is, the way we create the Unix, you'll see many cards that have other than me. And it's... how do I say? We don't make them like one by one. It's like there's
it's
a pool of
batch.
it.
Yeah.
It's to avoid having any confusion if she was a robot.
Okay, interesting.
So like, let's say Coppelia has this effect. It would be confusing to say robots to control.
And if it doesn't say other than me, then she also gets a boost.
Yes, exactly.
So
the thing to make it easier and so that it just works, we had to make a choice and have this kind of weird wording that doesn't really fit this card, but sometimes do, and sometimes makes all the difference. So we had to choose, and we say, okay, when it's a problem, it's a problem. When it's not, it's not. So let's make it. It's a bit weird, okay, but it's safer.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Is there anything else? Oh, actually, I will show you. I have a unique Robin Hood.
Oh.
That Marcus tells me he thinks is pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's not the double tax. It's not the Peitsu. But
already, it has good stats.
Yep.
Okay. That's for now, it's a Robin Hood. When another non-token character
So you kind of go wide, and in Waru, when this is going to sit on the board, suddenly you have a lot of characters.
Yeah.
And
honestly, you have a lot of board in WoW since you put everything asleep. So no, I think it's a good one. It's a really good one.
Yeah.
Maybe not like the 500 euros or dollars.
Marcus told me he think maybe €200. I was
maybe.
I don't know. Maybe if someone wants to buy.
You're on the market. Yeah. No, I think it's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe 150 for me.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I don't know how to feel about this one.
I think I don't know how strong it is, but I like it. One thing that I like, I have my type of Unix, and when there is not too many text and there is not too many condition. So I like the ones that are the most simple. And I think this one is kind of interesting because it's I have a great body on both sides, so already pretty good. And you can exchange a card in your reserve that you don't want for
Another card.
another one. And sometimes it's interesting. Like since Bravos has expensive more cards that are more expensive from reserve, sometimes some of them are too expensive. You won't be able to play them. So maybe you can try to get something that you need more that you will be able to play. So I think it's interesting. It's a good one if you're in a game plan when you want to play big bodies. And it can fit if you don't have something better.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
agree.
like a tier 1 OP, but I think it's good enough to be played. And sometimes it can win you the game between its stat and maybe you resupply the card that you need.
Yeah, for sure.
And sometimes you resupply your Alice and you want to die.
I can't even remember what this one does. I'm remembering one of these cards as well. Put a card from your hand into reserve. If you do, each player sacrifice a character. You may discard a card from reserve. If you do, you may discard target character.
Oh damn!
Yeah, it's a double. Like that's double. So as long as you have like one small thing, you kill the small thing, kill something, and then you discard. You kill something else. Both from when it's in reserve and hand.
I think this one's really good.
Yeah.
Like, yes, it's expensive, but come on, like you have Alice for 5 that only does you may discard a card from. So essentially, they say discard a card, each player sacrifice a character, and you discard target character. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Fine by me. Every day doing it. Yeah. No,
It's quite good.
and you have a decent body that comes after removing
two
2 cards. No,
yeah,
I think it's. I think this one can go in many decks. You can play it in Lindy Way because you do sacrifice and you wow. Even in Akesha, it's a good card.
Yeah.
I think this one's really good. I would seek it out. So this target attack.
So it's each player. So each player ramp. It's like
That's the thing. I saw the text. I knew it was ramping, and I checked already. Is it each?
is it only
or,
me?
or is it only?
I think if it's only
me.
insane.
Okay,
Yeah,
you play
yeah.
it every day. It's
yeah.
awesome. The each is kind of tough, really. Like you really don't want to make
Because
your opponent ramp.
besides that and besides the support, it's just like the rare version, right? I think.
Yeah.
It's the same as the rare. Yeah.
So if you need it, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
In a deck that I guess you want to naturally ramp anyways, it's okay, right?
It's okay.
You know?
It's okay. Thing is, when you want to ramp, you don't want
your opponent to
ramp.
ramp, of course. Yeah. So this is
Most of the time, if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
I gain anchored. All right, that's awesome. Good stats for this effect. When I leave the explosion, you may return the spell. Oh.
Yeah. So you play this in the
Afanas.
Afanas. Yeah. It's okay.
No, it's even pretty good, I think. Yeah. Maybe the only thing is when I look at the card, I see the second effect. I feel like, well, anchored is slowing it down. So is it really good?
Yeah.
I think it's still valuable because you play a card, you play a spell, you play another spell. It's big. You wait. Turn after, you play one of them. The other one comes back in your head at the end of the turn. So there is some stuff to do with it.
Do you think this would be better if it was like this one where it's only anchored from reserve first? So you play this and then I think it might be better because then
I think it would,
Yeah,
I think it would. Honestly, I think it would. And like 1-2 instead of 2-1.
Instead of 2,
and that's really, really strong. Yeah, I really like this one. I think
I know this has been my favorite card. I know.
I think of all the uniques you showed me, even if we saw some really good, like the Anubis one is really strong. This one, there's something for me. Like at some point, it could have been a card that we will
you
make.
think so?
I think there's something really, really like neat about it.
Yeah.
Maybe like if I would have said if I have one or more boost. No, I think that's a card. For me, it's a card. Yeah, for me, it's a card. Yeah, and that's awesome. Like when we look at unique, sometimes you're like,
wow, I
need a card in my card file. Like I'm working this, and you look at it. This one would be fine. How do I do it a bit different? And so, in some sort of way, the uniques can be a really good source of inspiration when you want a good good staple, make it a little bit less strong, and it's sometimes it can help.
Yeah.
And this one, it
Well,
inspires me.
Yeah, I hope I see you know in a few sets.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe you make a similar similar card. Who knows, right? Yeah.
I've seen some of your cards that may look some future
Oh,
cards.
really? Interesting.
I
Interesting.
won't
Yeah.
I already said too much, so
Yeah,
I won't
yeah,
say
yeah.
more.
Yeah.
You may put a card from your hand in reserve if you do up to one target character against fleeting. Oh, it's okay. Each player draws a card. And she has big stats.
Yeah, the stats
Yeah.
are good.
Yeah,
It's frog print stats, right? Yeah, yeah.
What's honestly, it's same thing. Like you have a frog print, so already good.
Already good. Yeah, yeah.
Right. And you may choose to lose half a card to get and gain fitting to something. You don't have to, so it's a good choice. Sometimes you will want to do it because sometimes the upside of cheating a card out in your reserve, like the Munakar giver, can really, in some sort of way, it can be upside. And sometimes it's drawback upside, but I think most of the time you can make it out so it's upside. So you put the Munakar giver, you give fleeting, next turn you anchor it. Let's go. 3 for 3 anchored, or something else that needs more anchoring.
It's pretty good for sure, yeah. Their axiom, when you play a permanent, you may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, create a Brassbook token. I don't know.
You may discard a card from your reserve doesn't seem necessary because when you play a permanent, it's already way too hard as a condition in and out of itself. And it costs 5 or 4, so you play this, it's not likely that you have too many cards or many mana left to play something. So no, I think this one, I'm sorry, but I think it's one of the bads.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's probably nearly everything. We had
the Ganesh.
Yeah.
When you may put a card from your hand in reserve. Fun fact, I was yesterday I was talking with a guy we work with that do the balancing, and he was playing an Axiom deck, and he was only looking for units that said you may put a card from your hand in reserve.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Only this, because he was playing Traced. If you do, for each permanent you control, you may activate its G trigger. All right. The thing is the GG. The Harrow trigger, so it's the way we write it.
Yep.
It's fine, but most of the time you won't have enough good permanents that have a good arrow trigger to make it out so it really works. But I think we left. I don't. At some point there was an infinite combo with Ganesha and this effect.
Really?
Yeah. And someone theory crafted, and it worked. Really hard to do. It involved putting every card you had in your mana, but I think it doesn't exist anymore because the card that worked with it has been changed. But maybe not. I don't remember. It's too long ago. I really don't remember. So I don't know if we changed the card for some other reason because we were fine with this infinite combo, or if it made it out into the live game. Maybe sometime we'll find it out. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I knew there is something to do.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there was just one more here, yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's...
The thing is, it's you may sacrifice.
Yeah.
If you don't have anything else to play, no better units,
the body is
2/5/2 for free.
Is okay.
It's really good. Yeah. Honestly, you
play this once, and then even the support is like, okay, you know.
Like I have a Tanuki, like it's 2/4, 4/4/0, and you may pay 1 to sabotage. Like you may pay 1 to
two from hand.
2 from hand, 4/4/0. And from reserve, you may pay 1 to sabotage. So essentially, you have for 5, a 4/4/0, that's sabotage. That's really expensive for bad stats. So most of the time, I play like, okay, it's 4/4 fleeting.
Yeah. That's pretty good, yeah.
It's okay. If it had a support ability that could be played,
this
one would be really good, but
yeah.
she doesn't have it. So it's kind of meh.
Yeah. I wish I could show you these, but I only scanned these on like a few days ago, and I don't know why sometimes. There.
I don't know. I think they launched the game. I'm not sure.
No? Okay.
No, I think no, they haven't started yet.
Cool.
I think they took some. They're a bit late.
Yeah, no worries. Cool.
Maybe if you want like to add me, we
Oh,
can
yeah?
look at
I
my
can look at-
units.
Oh, yeah. Sure. I will change just so not
Yeah.
everyone, the flood of people who want to want to add you.
So,
But I'm very happy I got I should show the chat. I talked to Talia a lot from the
Yeah.
marketing team, and she told me that Frog Prince is her favorite card, so
Yes.
she got me to sign it. Short King.
Nice.
So, yeah. So I'll show I finally got the card signed.
So, this.
Brilliant. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
I have so I'm from Ireland, but my laptop is a German
Oh.
keyboard. So I'm like, whenever I type, I always type the wrong thing, you know.
I understand. Sometimes my keyboard goes in American and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
lost.
yeah.
I'm going to accept.
Yep.
There's one I think we won't be able to see, but I'm going to add it to my exchange.
Cool.
It's good, and I'm going to add it. So if you scout for trade,
I will just refresh just in case. Yeah.
I'm going to. Okay, do you have the? Can you filter on?
Maybe.
Doesn't seem to work.
No, it's not working.
Oh, damn.
No, you have a lot for. Oh, there's one there.
Yeah.
It won't let me
Ah.
click for some reason, which is strange.
How could we do this? Maybe I can. It's going to be weird, but I have an idea. I'm going to show them to the camera.
Yeah, sure.
So, I have one. Same thing, same as you.
Yeah.
I scanned it yesterday, and so.
Do you know what it is? It's probably this weekend. Everyone here.
Maybe.
I think the servers are like. "Ah!"
Maybe,
I think
yeah.
so. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I have this one. It's Axiom. Wait, what's the English name?
Scrambler.
Yes, thank you, Scrambler for
From Muna.
42333 from Muna, and I think it's bad. Like,
You think it's bad?
oh no, it's okay. From hand up to one target character gains a sleep. You may have it gain 2 boosts.
Okay, so that's like Sandman, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. When one of your expedition moves forward due to green, if you control a landmark, sabotage.
I think it's okay. Yeah.
It's-
and 4-3-3-3 is
Like,
okay.
When you play it from the reserve, it's good body, but actually I've tried to play that. It's not the greatest.
Yeah.
This one's more complex. It's Dr. Frankenstein,
Yeah.
from Lyra, 3-4-4-2-2, and when it enters, you can put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, activate the G triggers,
Of a
the arrow
permanent,
trigger
yeah.
of a permanent you control, and from hand, you can put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, one target character gains 1 boost. So it's
Yeah.
doing stuff. This one's
So
really
you
bad.
have a Ganesh is really bad, yeah.
Yeah, this one's not really good. Like, the thing is, it's really expensive. So it's
7. Yeah.
7.5, 7.65.
Yeah, kind of like mine was 6.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
Yeah.
What I like about this one is the supportability that can allow you to draw a card.
Oh,
So-
nice. Yeah. I feel like that supportability is very strong.
Yes,
yeah,
but
yeah.
the thing is, because 5 for a big body, so sometimes you want to play the big body.
Sure.
But it says you can put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, every character you control can activate its arrow trigger. So if you have anchored a lot of things in the previous turn, sorry. Sorry.
Signing.
All right. Sorry about that. So if you have been able to put a lot of anchored cards from the last turn, you can anchor them again. So that's kind of fun. It's a big dream, but doesn't happen too often.
Sure.
This one I play, and this one I like. It's a Ratatosk.
Oh, the art as well on the unique
Yes.
Ratatasker is beautiful.
So
1/4.
1/4.
220.
Yeah, and there's a lot of text.
Okay.
And it's only from reserve. So
Both from reserve, yeah.
Yeah, both
Okay.
from reserve. The first one is you can put a card from your hand in reserve if you do up to one target character that costs 4 or less. Where does it? I can discard it. You can discard a character that costs 4 or less.
Oh, wait, whoa. So you put a card from your hand in
Reserve.
any of your opponent's things discard?
Yes.
That's very good, okay.
Yeah. And same from reserve, you can have one target character other than me, lose fleeting, and gain 1 boost.
Okay, so you basically, and 4 from reserve is a bit expensive, right? But in that, you get a body which is small, but you remove something and you boost something.
Yeah. So in my Kojo, you want to play the turn like to create some tempo. 2-2-0 for 1. It's an awesome body.
Yeah.
So you put that out. You create tempo. You wait. It goes in reserve. Next turn you have Buddha on field. He plays something. You play it back. Remove
Get
the
rid of something. Give Buddha a boost. Yeah.
So there's
really
a lot
good.
of things to do. But it was I like it a lot because since I ramp, I have enough mana to play it and stuff behind it. But if you have it early on.
Oh, really? The celebration day. Oh, thank you. Oh, amazing. So we have been given a gift to give away to the community. Apparently, this is the celebration day.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And these are they are numbered as well.
Yeah. I have the 60 out of 64.
I have the 4.
Oh my God.
The 4 is pretty good. Yeah. So I will figure out a way to give these away to the community, which is, oh my God, it is absolutely beautiful.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I will do some type of competition for this, and we will be able to give it away. Absolutely.
It's awesome.
It's beautiful, yeah.
And I love that there is Kojo on
Kojo, of course.
on other discard.
Yeah.
Do you know his sister is Gulong?
No, I didn't know. No.
Yeah.
Do you know, funny thing, you were talking about Ratatasker.
Yeah.
Marcus was telling me about the twin in Izmir.
The twin?
Yeah, the twin. Do you know the twin?
No, I don't know the twin.
I will show you. I didn't know either. But when he says twin, I will show you now. I'll go back to the scene. You will understand in a minute. Let me type it in. I will do the giveaway at a different time. I will find a way to bring it home. Was it there? No. Ah. You understand now? Is a twin? It is the reverse. Because it is 3
Oh,
1.
you mean twin for... Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't know either. Yeah.
Twin in this set. Since I was talking like Kojo is
Actual twin.
brother to
sibling.
I was,
Yeah.
Okay, so
And you're like, Ratatasker as a twin?
No, didn't have it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I really like the idea of this. It's a really, really cool card.
Yeah, it's a cool one.
Yeah.
I think this one is the more like shows really the way we try to design all this, like stronger from hand with a big effect that.
No, you mean Izmir, yeah? Not
sorry, yeah.
Izmir, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How we design Izmir, like stronger from hand with a good hand effect, and then it's cheap. It doesn't have a lot of stats. But the thing is, in Izmir, it's as good at a good effect because you're trying to create a lot of tempos so that you can see what your opponent plays and remove what you can. Try to win an expedition with the least amount of guards, and you want to see the game plan of your opponent before you do the least amount of move and spend the least amount of mana.
Makes sense, yeah.
Really, the way we designed it, in opposition to Bravos, that's more like, ha! Can you try to beat this?
Yeah. I guess if we're still waiting, if you want to, if you have more uniques, we will. It's a very good.
I do. Since we're waiting, so that was my Ratatosk. I like it. I'm going to show you one that I got yesterday.
I can see the art already. It is a very special one. This
one. It's
let
like
me, I'll change. You know what it is? It is,
I'm trying to do the focus. Come on.
I will see.
Yeah.
Shenlong, there it is. Yeah, yeah. So it is 77799. Is this tough too?
It is.
It's tough. Woo! Tough too. Yeah.
It's tough too. And from reserve, you can discard a card from your reserve. If you do, discard target character.
Wow. It's very good.
Yeah.
And what's the support? And draw a card?
Draw a card.
Wow. So the versatility. So it's like, okay, if my opponent has a powerful thing, I can get rid of it. If not, I just draw a card.
The thing is, from reserve for 7, it's rare that there is a really good card to discard. But let's say, like, you're playing against a Hydra Canary, and like my girlfriend plays Hydra Canary all the time.
This is my girlfriend plays Hydra Canary all the time. What is it?
So
all the time.
maybe a good target for this removal is Hydra Canary, since you're already on the board, because most of the time there is maybe some card that costs 1 or 2 mana or nothing, so you can really play it. And if you can't, you choose. Do you rather have another card with drawing, or do you want to play a 7/9/9 that has tough 2, so probably won't go away?
The pure stats of this seem really strong.
Like
7/7/9.
It's a bit less than the rare, because it's 6/6/9/9/9.
Yeah.
So it's worst, but the thing is, it has tough 2 instead of tough 1, so that's really good. And you have way more versatility on the card. So when I saw it, I was like, this one I want.
Yeah.
This one I want. I had to trade 2.
Oh, you traded to get this?
4 rares to get this.
Really?
One. Yeah, and not.
And
small,
not cheap rares.
Yeah. 2 Bravos Haven Bastion went into the trade.
Yeah.
This one I like a lot. Someone tried to took it away from me yesterday, but I said no, this one I keep. So it's the Lyra Scald, 13202. And from reserve, you can discard a card from your reserve. If you do, target character other than me gains fleeting, anchored, or asleep.
Oh wow, I can see where this card is going.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And for 1202 is already
good,
it's a really good body, and it's like a rare frog print, so really good. And 3 with the effect, I'm fine by it. And I can the support abilities, you can have target character lose fleeting.
Okay, that's a good support.
Yeah.
I think the more I've been...
The thing is, between the support ability or the fact that you can anchor or asleep anything...
It's so versatile.
You really want to anchor something, I think.
Yeah. I think the more I've been speaking to like Marcus and watching the games and stuff, I'm really starting to appreciate how powerful like 1-cost cards in Altered are.
Yeah,
very strong.
Really,
Yeah.
Because it's not just like sometimes they have a good body, the tempo is really all of it. This one, I think it's not my strongest one, but the one I like more. It's Axiom Lyra Chronicler. So 4/3,
good stats,
5/4/0. So good body. 1 target character gains 1 boost when it enters play. So essentially for 4, sorry.
You can target herself, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a potentially
4, 6, 5, 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
4, so you
Very
like
good.
it.
Yeah.
And you have the resupply as support ability. So
really
I think
strong.
Overall,
the more I think about it, this is really, and then 3 from reserve if you want to
and it's a 6/5/1 for 3 from reserve. Like it's good.
Wow.
It's not the shiniest. It's not like you can do crazy stuff with it, but it's just a good staple unique. Like, and that's the some things that I really like about Unique. Not like trying to do shiny and weird stuff, weird combos. That's fine. I love that kind of stuff. But for me, I want to play simple uniques that do awesome stuff, like really easy stuff. But when you see that, oh, that's going to be a problem. Which other uniques I have that are fun? This one.
Oh, you have a Kraken. I have to see the Kraken.
You have to see the Kraken. It's not one of the strongest. So it's a 6/6/0/0/7. Sorry. Every region is water and lose the other type. If you and from hand only, if you control a landmark or more, each player sacrifices a character.
Okay, yeah. So it's okay, yeah.
It's. I think it can be played in some Lindy-way list because it's kind of strong, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not Izmir player, and I think this one is okay, but like there is better ones out there.
Marcus was telling us earlier about the person who designed the Kraken also designed the Lyra Festival.
Really?
Yeah. And he said that he was telling us that Lyra Festival before used to be a spell.
Yes.
Before, and we were all like, "What?" Yeah. It's a very interesting story about that.
And
Yeah.
for those who wish it was a spell, I'm sorry. It's because of me. It's
Oh,
not,
really? Did you change? Yeah.
I was like,
You said no.
no. And when I went back for it, I was like, I made it 5-5 for the Lyra's Festival.
really?
It was a permanent that cost 5-5 because, to be honest, I was like, at this point we didn't have the uniques ready, so we had to try and guess what sort of effect they could do, and I was like, if we miss something when we are going to be able to play with the uniques and play test it out, and obviously we tried the deck with the Lyra Festival, but if we miss something, it would be really bad for the game.
If this card is broken, it will be very bad for the game. I agree.
We tried it out, and so we're like, okay, we can put it at 4, but not less, because we don't want the best deck of the meta to be the one.
The one with the alternate win condition, right? Yeah.
If it's that we went wrong somewhere, and so we don't really want that. We want it to be playable, but not like the top tier deck.
Yeah.
So I think it can win, but most of the time is if you don't play, like is not going to play the festival. Oh, surprise! I'm playing the festival and you lost.
Yeah.
So like just this morning, there was someone I overheard talking. He said, "I won on turn 3."
I heard this as well. Yeah, I heard the Lyra Festival won on turn 2 apparently.
Yeah, technically it's turn 3 because I think it's the same one.
Okay, probably is the same one.
But it's he had 5 mana, so it's turn 3.
Yeah.
Second turn after they draw, and he had the perfect pieces of the puzzle, like a Hatter in reserve, Mortengain in reserve. Already Aloe Vera that stayed from the previous turn that was already there, and Pepper Herald in its reserve. That was his reserve. So one, he puts the Ordis Recruit, he anchors the Aloe Vera, and he puts the Martingale.
Yeah.
He has 4 mana left. Festival, asleep on the Martingale. I have one on the Ordis Recruit, so he has Martingale that's fleeting, the Ordis Recruit that's sleeping, and the Aloe Vera that's anchored. Win.
GG, yeah. Crazy.
And really, when I heard that, I like, okay, I know that type of player. That's a kind of player that didn't read the card, and he thinks that he has to have the free, no matter what, and it can be on the same character. Because as we were seeing the game release, we saw a lot of people
saying, were trying to do it on the same character.
They were like, oh, it's so easy win con. I made it on turn 2, and you see the free tokens on the same card.
It has to be on a different character.
Oh, poor thing. You're going to learn something, and you're going to be so sad. But and so I went to him and said, "You're sure you won with that?" He said, "Oh yeah, I'm sure." He explained it to me. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, it's very good.
The perfect combo.
Perfect,
that's every piece of the puzzle, but he made it. So great for him.
Super cool. Yeah.
And I think when you see that, you're as an opponent, you're like, oh, come on.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah. I just want. It's better that to lose slowly and painfully against I don't know, some sort of WoW deck that has two the Robins.
Yeah.
So what do I have? This one I like. It's a Hathor.
Hathor, yeah.
3/3/0/3/4, and when she enters, you can pay one. You can pay one, to draw a card.
Oh yeah, good card. Yeah.
Yep. So it's okay, not the strongest one, and has the same support abilities, so that you can send a card from your reserve back in your hand.
Okay, that's really good. Yeah.
What do we have? This one is
Lyra Navigator. Yeah.
2/3, 2/4, and from reserve, you can put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, target character other than me lose fleeting.
It's okay, yeah.
Well, it's like not really shiny.
But this, I think this like I don't know, like I throughout the Altered community, I see a lot of people saying, oh, like some uniques are so good, but it also shows that like not every unique is insane. You know what I mean?
No.
It's very niche ones, and I remember I do a Altered podcast in English. It's where this is being streamed to at the moment.
Yes.
And last week we were discussing with one of my co-hosts. They're saying in Ordis there's certain uniques that if they really care about specific landmarks, but the deck doesn't usually play landmarks, it will make me will make me play a few, and that really changes the deck building decisions. You know.
For me, Unix will have also some sort of like weird usefulness. Is when your faction doesn't have is not really strong to do something particular, having some oofs from that are in Unix that have the type of like draw a card for Bravos. I know in Bravos I'm looking for draw. I don't have any enough in my usual cards, so I'm trying to find Unix that does that or that remove. When I see a Shenlong that does both, I'm happy. I want it.
Yes,
and stuff like that. And like discarding a permanent for some faction as time goes on, it's going to be an effect that you want, but you don't really have good access to. So having good Unix that does that will be something that you want to seek. And that's the other way Unix can be played, either in your strategy or to how do I say, to help on the weakness of your faction.
Definitely, yeah.
I have another one. I don't even remember what it does, but she's so cute.
Yeah.
So it's a 3/2 4/4/2, and that gains a sleep only from reserve.
Only from reserve.
So already when you play it
pretty good from hand. Yeah.
You have a great body. When I go into reserve from the expedition zone, if I have one or more boost, you can send a card from your reserve back in your hand. Another card.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
The art is very cute.
Yeah, I love the art. Like this one, I think I will keep, not to play, but just to have it
in the collection. Yeah.
I think it's so cute.
Yeah. There's someone is asking, and of course, anything that can't be said, please do not say stuff.
I won't.
But it's an interesting idea that I think could be really, really cool because, you know, many other TCGs, as you have events like this, competitive events, have like prize cards, right? So let's pretend, right, this is the altered World Championship, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, top 32 get a certain promo card, top 16, top 8. So they're saying, with events coming up, will we see alt art promos? I don't know, but I would very much assume if we've already seen from, you know, I was joking with Marcus saying, because I've opened mainly Kickstarter boxes, I have the alt arts for Kickstarter, but because I play with those cards so much, when I see the normal ones, I say, what is this card? I don't know. And then I'm like, oh, it's the same card because I'm so used to seeing the alt one.
Yeah, I had that in the other way. Since we played with the regular version of the card, the illustration, when I saw the altar, so
what is this card?
Which one is that already?
It's
like the
Kodama
Axiom.
Is one, right?
Yes, Kodama is one, but I think Kodama is so specific in the art that you recognize it instantaneously. I was the Axiom Foundrer. I don't remember the Axiom one.
Yeah.
And I think this one. Which one is it already? So and after I opened my KS displays, I had the other way around, like, oh yes, that's the regular art.
That's what I was like as well.
The Shenlong, oh yes, that's the regular art. So I can't really respond to that.
Of course.
For one, because I don't really know. Since I'm in game design, I'm not
part of that team.
That's marketing and communication stuff. I don't work on that. I know there are some stuff that are planned, but I don't know how it's going to work, how it's going to be managed, released, stuff like that. So there is some things that are planned. We want to do something around OP in general, as in shops, but also like big tournaments.
I've seen the OP roadmap so far.
Yes.
So for any of you guys who have played other card games, so my main card game at the moment is Lorcana. I play Lorcana most. So for the local competitive scene, you have store championships. So that is the most competitive within the local retail shops. And from what I know from the roadmap and stuff, there is a similar thing that maybe will be happening with Altered. And then you have the Confluence events, which will be, again, comparison to Lorcana is like the Lorcana Challenge events. So they are a bigger event in, maybe different countries and stuff like that. That will be a celebration of. There will be like there could be a tournament, but there can also be side events and different things to do, cosplay and all this type of thing. And then I think we have all seen the little thing that there may be, you know, a world championship potentially next year. We will see, but
we hope so. We want to make it happen, but it's really complicated.
It's a lot of stuff, right? You have to work with different tournament organizers, and so much goes into competitive. You know, will there be a point system, qualification, everything, and it's a big process. Yeah.
As far as we know, the only thing we don't really have to worry about is will there be players?
Oh, I think I
think that's okay. We know there will be players, but after this, there's so much stuff and so much work that goes into organizing and producing those type of events. I don't know how it will work out. I hope it will work out, and we will be able to have a world championship. What I can say is that in the game design team, we have prepared for it. Like we really tried to work on the first year of Altered as a whole.
To be very, I would say, approachable and interesting to both new players and also people who have played other card games. But it is very interesting because I feel like this weekend I have experienced so much. I spoke to Marcus about this earlier. Something I love about Altered that, again, is unique from other card games is this how similar it can feel to a board game as well, right? Because in other TCGs and card games, it is like, you know, this card challenges this or attacks this, and this is not really about, like, there's conflict and there's removal cards and stuff, but it's more about, you know, going on the journey, and the first person to complete that journey wins the game, you know?
Exactly.
And I think that's very special for Altered.
Yeah, I think that's one of the way it shows it's different from the other games.
Yes.
It's not, and really it's like there are cards on in the middle of the area of play. It's still cards, so it's a bit board gamey because you have this interaction in the middle of the
tokens are moving and stuff.
But if you really look, it's still cards. So for me, it's like in between. It's not really a board game, and I love board games. I started game designing for role-playing games, then board games.
Oh, really? Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Do you need to be like a writer for role-playing games?
I created my own.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing. That's what my job now is. I'm a community manager for a role-playing company.
Okay.
I don't know if you know, they're called Cubicle 7 Games. We do Warhammer. So it's like Dungeons & Dragons, but it's Warhammer, Doctor Who, and stuff like that. So
I don't know the company, but I do know Warhammer.
Sure, of course. Yeah.
I haven't played the role-playing game, but because it feels really like there's a lot of meat in Warhammer. I've read the rule book, and I was, oh my god. Already Pathfinder 2, I was like, oh, there's a lot. And I started Warhammer, oh my god, Pathfinder seems so easy in comparison.
Warhammer is definitely a lot.
I think when you create your character, you can change. How do you say it? How classes work in Warhammer? Like, you start really quick. You can change. It seems so weird. I don't like the D100. I'm not a D100 player. I'm a D20 player. I can't. My brain can't process the math for D100.
Sure.
So,
cool. I think we have players walking in. So
awesome.
As soon as what we will do is, if we watch when that changes, I can change to this, and we will get going. Yeah. So maybe 5 minutes, and then the players will be set up, which is good.
I hope so. But I started with the role-playing games, but just for me. Then board games, and then I found Altered, and I've been playing. I started with Yu-Gi-Oh when I was really young, like I was doing championships. I was like 10 or 12, and after that I played some Magic.
Oh, nice.
And Hearthstone when it came out.
Me too.
I was in alpha. I registered like the first day they announced the game. I was already ready to sign up for the alpha. Had to wait like 2 or 3 months before they released the sign up. I did, and I got in.
You got in, nice.
I spent so much money on Hearthstone. Yeah. The game wasn't out that I already had lost so much money. But I played a lot of Hearthstone. I went back to Magic. Never went back to Yu-Gi-Oh.
Have you played Marvel Snap?
I played some Marvel Snap. I think it's just has started.
Yep, we will go into it now.
What do we have?
I guess we'll see. The players are still putting out their stuff.
We're on time. We're on time.
We're good.
So I played a bit of Marvel Snap, mostly for like research to see how does it work, how to play.
Game design and stuff.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
I hadn't any intentions to put myself into the game, and I didn't. I liked it, to be honest. I thought it was fun. Oh, so we
Is
have
it
Lindy Way against
Waru.
Wow. Kind of interesting.
We should be able to get decklist. I will ask and see.
Yes. That would be awesome.
Awesome, cool. We will get them up. They were just setting up their board state, so it should be fun for them. But yeah, I used
It's
to.
round 7. Just so
Oh, round
you know.
7. Sorry, thank you.
No, it's for you. So yeah, they are trying to determine which player is going to go first,
Yes.
and it's the WoW player.
Cool.
So, but who will win according to you?
I have more experience playing Waru, so I don't know as much. I mean, you said you are not really a Ysmir player, so.
I don't play a lot of Izmir, but I know how they play.
Of course, sure. It'll be interesting because from what I know of Waru, it's very much about, if you make these powerful bureaucrats asleep and stuff, depending on the removal that's available for the Ysmir player, might be able to deal with it. But if the removal is not there at the appropriate time, I think Waru might be able to take control. So it'll be an interesting matchup.
Honestly, I think they both have their chance.
Yeah.
I know that Lindy Way can be a great counter because she has some way, she can tempo a lot, tempo really, really hard with her Isbas Baba, and see what the WoW does. He puts everything asleep or not asleep. And so the WoW doesn't really know, do I have to put stats? Will there be something to sabotage? Will I keep this card to draw? And then it's the Ysmir that makes the choice. What do I let you? Do I let you draw? Do I let you sabotage me? Or none of them. Sometimes it can happen. So I think Lindy Way is actually a good counter. You can try and take your opponent off guard with some Anubis and stuff like that. The only thing that can be tricky is that if the Lindy Way player wants to play Anubis, most of the time there will be an Nordis recruit on the side of the WoW that can tank that Anubis, and that can be tough to deal with for the Ysmir player because you would really want to try and sack the Robin
character, right.
or the asleep character,
Yeah.
and there's always that little one that
Little token, yeah.
So that's really bad because one of your better removals is going to be nullified by this little token. So,
But that's also going to depend on how often the asleep is going to trigger, because the token will only come after the character is asleep, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
obviously.
maybe one turn if the asleep
no,
character is just there.
there is a way he can, but he has to play around it, and he won't be able to get the target he wants at 100%. Sometimes he might have to take the second target he would have wanted, not the prime one, because he knows that in the second turn, since one is asleep, he won't get the token. But the thing is, if he can get the one that is asleep and no other cards are asleep behind it, there is not the token. So he can try and work it out this way. But it's not easy to do when you have a WoW that gets your card to cost more, that gets more draws than you. Maybe not from Ysmir draws a lot, but WoW is a tricky matchup. But I think it can be done. And on the side, all this...
Ysmir.
The Ysmir, yeah, sorry.
It's so close.
I'm sorry, I haven't had a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
So,
I'm the same, don't worry. Yeah.
I think it's all about trying to read what your opponent is going to want to do. Like, the thing is, Lindy Way is going to put his Mo on each side, and I think it's paramount that all these players guess or forces the Mo to go where he wants it to go. Because that's the key. If you want to deal with Lindy Way, you have to make it so that the Mo is answering to you and not you're not answering to it.
Yes, for sure.
So it has started. It's Quetzat Coat with an asleep, so it's an open field for the Ysmir player that I guess would want to try and make the best of it. But does it have I see he has a Kadiguran Alchemist in hand, and he's going to
Seems
play
like
it.
he's going to play it, yep.
It's actually, you want if you can, to try and contest with your Caligurian Alchemist because it's.
Baba Yaga.
Oh yeah, Baba Yaga.
Yeah.
That's a way better play. So I'm not sure why he put the.
The token must be for the next.
For the next turn, yeah, okay.
And Baba Yaga, correct me if I'm wrong, is you play and you can just draw a card.
Yes,
right? Yep.
exactly. It's a really good card because it's an easy draw. And it's the rare version, so it has pretty decent stats.
Good stats, yeah.
I'm not sure why he put it in its...
It should be the... it's because his deck is there, so this will be reserve. It's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, usually...
Okay,
you know,
okay.
so some people have deck on left or deck on
Yeah,
right, you know, yeah.
It confused
I
me.
was like, discard, no!
That would be really bad.
Yeah.
So next turn, it's Lindy Way that starts, so we'll probably see the Mo at some point. And the Ordis player are already 2-body on the field. And the Quetzalcoatl, he's got harms, like he's a big boy. So it's going to be tricky to match it. It can be done, but I think there is a magical training in the Izmir player's hand. I didn't see anything in the Ordis ones. So I can't really say. There's the Caligurian Alchemist that can match the Quetzalcoatl. On the other side, since he draw on the start of his turn, there is another Ordis recruit that came in board. And he's playing back the...
Yeah, replay the Baba Yaga.
Yeah. I think he's going to be on the hero side to match the tokens. I think...
Justin says the recruit came from the Quez after the Baba Yaga draw.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes sense, right?
Yeah. I forgot.
Yeah.
Good catch. Good catch. So it's a tricky situation.
So Baba Yaga stats, remind me again, is the rare one is...
3-2-2.
3-2-2, cool. Yeah, good stats, yeah.
I think it's that. I'm pretty sure it's that. At some point,
probably different stats. Yeah, you, as a game designer, you're like, I can't remember. Yeah.
At some point, and it was way too strong, she drew on both sides when you play it from hand and reserve. That was the rare.
Wow.
And that was really, really way too strong. So we have a magical training, so he's trying to tempo. It's a good play, but the thing is, there's even more tokens. Oh, that's the Robin. I think we have a Robin. We have a Robin.
Yeah.
And it starts strong.
Yeah, and the thing about this Robin is it's going to be interesting. Like I was saying, against Izmir, if they have a lot of cheap cards in hand, that Robin is going to be very difficult to deal with. If there is maybe one card that they can just kind of play out and it's not affected by the Robin too much, it might be okay. Do you think there is enough effective removal in this Izmir deck to deal with the Robin Hood?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen the deck list.
I don't know the deck list either. Yeah, I'm still waiting, but we'll see.
I'm not sure. The thing is, this is a really hard board to control for the Izmir. You can go and try to break it easy. So I think it's mostly going to draw again and lose both expedition, which is okay, but not the best. I wish he had a removal, but the only removal that can deal with Robin Hood at this point, it doesn't have enough mana to do it. So I'm not sure what he's going to do. I see a Studious Disciple, another magical training. He doesn't seem to have the right cards in hand. I don't think he can sacrifice, so even if he creates its mode to contest on the hero side, which he could do, because it's free, so it doesn't have the penalty from Hobbit Hood. Okay, second magical training. He draws a card. He's looking for something. I think he's looking for ways to sacrifice, probably Baba Isba.
And all of these recruits from all the tokens from Quez, yeah.
Yeah.
The draw, yeah.
So he dropped. All these players going to move on each side, which pretty good for him, but we'll see. The thing is, Robin unanswered might be dangerous.
Yep.
We have 5 mana. Maybe take top decks. Oh no, because there's going to be the token. So no, it's going to. He won't be able to sacrifice it. So you have to get another answer. I see a Flamel in hand. I I see. I think it's a giant leap, but I'm not sure. I think if it is, yes, he has a giant leap, and I think he should have put it in its mana orbs because he won't have the chance to use it for a while, and even if it's against Robin, it's not good. So I'm not sure why he'd rather put the Flamel back.
We have a unique card, so because we don't have the deck list, the judge will probably show to the screen, and we will be able to see it in a minute.
Otherwise, I will come and I will go and read it. So
Most of the time, they have been showing the screen, so it should be okay.
Oh.
No, sorry.
No worries. I think we have
I
someone.
think he will tell them to
yeah.
say, show for the viewers as well, you know, for the.
I think we should see it soon enough. So that's a big start for the Ordis player. Like Quetzalcoatl into Robin Hood into Quetzalcoatl unique. I don't know what it does, but I think it's going to be something good. So I don't know if we are going to have the chance to see it.
Yeah.
Let's say we know what it does.
Based on the board state, let's have a guess.
So right now so probably the same effect that the normal one, which is a pain for the Ordis player, the Izmir player, sorry. But I don't think that he really wants to draw right now. I think he wants to try and he doesn't have the first player token, so he can even put its Mo down.
Yeah.
And that's a really tricky game and a bad start for the Izmir player. I think the Ordis player has had a really good hand to begin with. So he puts the Caligurian Alchemist. It's the rare version, so it's 4/4/4. The Ordis has 1 mana left. I think it just passed, so 1/1.
So that just yeah. At least to contest the Robin, yeah.
There is something to play right now. Like you have the first player token. There is the Robin Hood in reserve. He's vulnerable. You need to sabotage it right now. If you don't, it's going to come back, and you'll have to deal once again for 2 turns with it, and you don't want to. So if you have something to destroy it right now, it's the moment. I think he has a Gift of Self, won't cut it, still the Giant Leap, I don't see the rest of the cards. He's going to have his Mo. The Ordis player is leaving a side empty, so he has planned for it, I think. He's going to try and contest. Or he's going to say, I'm in advance. I'm winning like way.
Yeah.
So maybe I just want to keep on one side, make sure I move forward on each side, each turn, and I will win because you'll have to force me to lose, and you can't. So there's another token. Oh, right. That's really hard. Poor Izmir.
There's a lot. There's been so many tokens this game.
Yeah,
from the Quez.
So many draws from the Izmir, and yet he still have. He doesn't
Still
have the answer.
No removals. Yeah.
I think he's trying to. He didn't dig enough. He could try and put his Mo on board, sack it with Gift of Self to try and find yet another answer, but it's yet new recruits that come into play. You kind of don't want more recruits. So it's a tricky play. I think he has 2 Gift of Self. That's not what you want. The thing is, he's late, and he would want to create the tempo, and right now he has to create the advantage. It's not a good situation for him. He would want to slow roll, but he knows what's coming back and going to destroy its tempo.
The Baba Yaga.
Why did it play? He pay 3.
Oh yeah, because there's no Robin, right? Yeah, it should be.
It should have been 2.
Yeah. I will go. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. So while there is going to correct the mistake, we're going to keep on. So the Robin has been played. He has been put asleep, as per usual, and it's back to the Izmir player that will untap probably 1 mana as the correction has been made, will be made, sorry, and the most come into play. What's next? He's already moving forward on this side, so I'm not sure why he's putting more right on this side. Maybe to sacrifice it and draw. It's always a good play if you want to look for answers. No way! So, all right, it wasn't a misplay. The thing is, the unique, the Quetzalcoatl unique, has a Robin Hood effect. So, yeah.
Crazy, yeah. Oh.
There's each of his cards costs 2 more.
Yeah.
That's sick.
It's just unbeatable now, I think. Yeah, it's crazy.
He's going to move on one side, but man.
Okay, here we go.
I think you don't really have a choice to. Maybe I would have sacked the Mo to try and draw 2 cards and find answers to deal with those painful effects.
I will have the deck list for you now in a minute.
Nice, thank you.
So this is the
Quetzalcoatl, so it's a 4/4, 3/3/4. Cards played by my opponent cost your opponent costs 1 more, and the Quetzalcoatl effect. When your opponent draws or resupplies, you create an order record. So this is a beast.
Yeah, insane card. Yeah,
insane, and it has the support ability to create an order record. So this one is overall perfect. Man.
Yeah, crazy.
I don't know if he had it or bought it, but this one's good. Oh,
we see.
So the Izmir player, he has 3 uniques, and 3 of them are the same. It's the
Moonlight Jellyfish. Yeah,
Moonlight Jellyfish, and I'm probably thinking it's one of those that's trying to put itself back in your hand and trying to cycling itself. But we haven't seen one of those, and right now it costs 3. And all these players put legate, so he will be able to sabotage something. So it's the Studio's Disciple that just got sabotaged, and it's going to be harder and harder. So right now we have 4 expeditions to win for the Izmir player and 2 for the Ordis one. It's going to be tough. I see a Moonlight Jellyfish in the Izmir's player side.
Yeah, okay. But this the Robin Hood is still going to be here, so it's at least going to cost 2.
Yeah, and the Quetzalcoatl.
And the quest is going first, right? Yeah, it goes first. Yeah.
Oh man,
this is so funny that we were casting saying, "Oh, at the whole time we didn't know that this is the Robin Hood effect." Crazy, right? Yeah.
That's sick.
I want to know what Shadow's like, what the
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
It can happen.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it can happen. So that's pretty mean.
Yeah, some very good cards from the Waru player. I'm interested to see what the other uniques are as well. So it's an attorney as well, yeah.
So 2/3, 2/1/2. From reserve, if you control a token, you can discard a permanent that costs 4 or more. So good removal for permanent. And the same effect when my expedition fails to move forward during dusk, draw a card. And we have a Frog Prince. Do you want to read it?
I did not read French, unfortunately.
Yes,
I wish I could.
So it's a 2/2, 3/2/2. You can pay 1. If you do, up to 1 target character gains fleeting.
Okay.
This one, I think, is kind of unique. I haven't got a third one, so I'm going to put this one in.
Yeah, I think the players, I think the match is just Izmir player concede. Well, I think is what has happened, yeah. So
yes, concede.
I think so, yeah. So I don't blame him, to be
no,
honest.
Really, 2 Robin Hoods to deal with is tough, and I think he didn't have anything. He had, he wished he had us. So he's showing his Moonlight Jellyfish to the player, probably saying, I wish I would have stopped them, but he didn't. So to be honest, the Ordis player had such a strong start, like really strong start. Putting out the Robin Hood on the second turn and the Quetzalcoatl on the third. Okay, good game. You you had it. It didn't even draw that much. It didn't even draw a single card other than its normal draw, I think. So, just good normal draw.
Yeah. Question: since I've been seeing a lot of the English-speaking community and everyone on BGA, a lot of people obviously have been talking about Waru. Is ever a really strong deck and stuff like that, and I think I expected to see a lot of it at this, but I'm glad also to see many other decks. Do you think there's a very good hero or deck that counters Waru very strong?
I'm not sure. I think there's many heroes that can have a good matchup against it. I don't think he has a hero and a strat
that just beats it. Yeah.
I think Arjun is a really good counter to WoW, really, because nothing goes into your reserve as Arjun, or when you make it, sometimes it's at noon or stuff like that, so out of the tempo of WoW. So I think my best bet, if you want to beat WoW, play Arjun, get strong uniques, and make sure that you always have something, you anchor your stuff and they won't go away. And I think it's the best way to beat WoW. Teja is strong. I think WoW can be beaten by a strong Kojo, really aggro, and a Festival.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Festival, if you don't care, but let them do what they do. Sure, Robin might be able to disrupt you, but if you win a Festival, there's nothing they can do, Yeah.
So I think Festival can beat it. When the WoW is not there, the Robin Hood is not there, you can try and sing your Festival in, but it's mostly if you want to play Festival. But yeah, I think his worst matchups are probably the Muna ones, because when he puts something asleep, Muna puts something anchored. And so it moves forward. Next turn, they're still facing. They have the same amount of mana in some way, same amount of stats, and you have gained an XP. So technically, the Muna has this kind of advantage. So I think Muna is a strong way to beat WoW, and mostly with Arjun, because with Arjun, you can make sure nothing ever leaves your board. So it's really strong. With the good uniques, you can really have we had some playtesting where there's a card that is played turn one, never leaves.
Really? Eternal?
No. It's not eternal. Just you make it anchored and anchored and anchored.
Okay,
and anchored.
sure.
And I've seen some decks with some units that could maybe make two cards sort of eternal. Like at some point one of them goes out, but it's for after 5 or 6 turns. So and for 5 turns he managed to keep 2 cards in play. And so I really think Arjun is a great way to deal with WoW. I think it's if I had to, I think I would go with Arjun.
Brilliant, awesome. Yeah, I think that's a fair
or
point.
Kojo, because it's my baby.
Of course, cool. All right, with that, we will probably take a quick break between the rounds. So thank you so much for watching, guys. Stay tuned. We will have round, I think it was round 7, yeah? So we will have round 8 very, very soon. Yeah. If you're asking whether deck lists will be posted after the event, I'm actually not too sure. I will try and find that information out for you guys. And if it's not on this announced on the stream, then I will try to make like a community post or something like that. But we're just waiting for round 8 to start now. So round 8, 9, and 10, and then we'll go into a top cut. So it will definitely be a long day, but I'm very, very excited for it. I think I might be solo casting this one, as a lot of the Alter team are upstairs signing a lot of stuff currently. So we will see what is going to happen. 10 rounds, best of 1 Swiss is a long day. Yeah, it's a very, very, very long day. And that's not even the one day, Geeky. Like, today we are also doing the top 16 Cup best of 3. On top of that. So it will be a lot for sure. I should probably see if there's more water. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some water really quickly. Sorry, guys. I know I literally just came back, but the game will start very, very soon. All right, I'm back. Thank you, everybody, for sticking by. Like I said, I think the some of the Equinox people are just signing some cards and stuff like that. So, I will show you some giant cards in the meantime. Congrats, crazy event so early too. Yeah. It's very impressive for altered events for sure. There's a lot of if there's not a lot of downtime, you should be able to push the events. Yeah, I was dehydrated at Essen when I finished. Does anyone know if you can play multiple cards with the same QR code in a deck? You can't. Since then, you would need. Yeah, they need to have different QR codes. You can buy the same card, but every card has a different QR code, you know. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen, you have some giant cards which are very, very cool. I know Kim will probably want me to try and bring one home, but we have the Ouroboros Trickster, a very, very, very cool card. We have another Ouroboros Trickster. We have another Ouroboros Trickster. We have a Ratatasker, which is a fantastic, fantastic card. I love these giant cards. Oh my God, Raven, if you're still here, you know who I feel like? I feel like Ryan Miller for the Disney Lorcana card reveals of the new seasons. So this card, this is what it does. We've got the big, and they have like the writing of what the card does back here. That's what I feel like. I feel like I'm on the reveal streams, but this is super, super cool. Yeah. They're good. Yeah. Do you have the blue one? No. Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah. I will show everyone as well. So guys, if you haven't seen again, we have the Celebration Day print right here. This is 60 out of 64. Look at this. This is a serialized print. 60 out of 64. I truly like the art of this is absolutely phenomenal. Seen it before, but still amazed. Yeah, the art is so good. Wait, Raven, is this the card that you revealed? I feel like Celebration Day is the one. Wait, I'll have to pull it up. Any surprising decks so far? We've seen a lot of Waru, but is it actually your card, Raven? There's no way. Let's go. Yeah, so I have a 60 print here. Let me change the scene really quickly, and we can have a look at the cards together. But yeah, this is 60 out of 64, and I have number 4 out of 64 as well. Tell them I need a print. I may have received a print as a gift, and since it is your card, Raven, I may have to gift that to you. As long as I see it in a frame and you know, hung above your bed as you praise it every morning. I also finally got a coffee, so that's gonna help me a lot. I've been trying to keep my energy up off of eating like fucking just sugar foods, and I just rather would have a coffee with some sugar in it, to be honest. It will keep me going much longer and hopefully warm me up a little bit as well. But we're going to be waiting. We're going to be round 8 very, very, very soon. Can a dev talk about Daughter of Yggdrasil? So if a dev comes back on, I'm sure they will. But right now, I've had a game designer on with me for most of the games, but I think they are very, very busy upstairs signing cards. I went up, and the queue was crazy. I had people coming up to me because I have the Altered T-shirt on, saying, "Oh, will you sign my card?" And I have to, I have to tell them I have nothing to do with this game, unfortunately. And I've had so many French people asking me questions, thinking I'm a judge, all of this type of stuff. It's been a very, very fun experience. I've been like, I'm just a noob. I'm just a noob caster. Say yes, bro. I just. Just make them happy. Oh man, yeah. It's been a bit crazy. This is like my second time streaming. My first time ever streaming on YouTube was yesterday on Podcana, and today streaming on this as well. Switching between everything has been a bit crazy, but it's been a very fun experience for sure. I'm having an absolute blast this weekend. I'm making really good connections with the organizers of the event, and also of course Equinox, and I think this is going to be really, really good moving forward. This is such an impressive event so soon within the altered scene that I'm really excited to continue and to see how things will go. So I think I heard an announcement that the round will be starting soon. But yeah, when it does, of course, we'll have a game designer back and we'll play some games. And if any of you guys are tuning into this on YouTube and you've missed the stream, hello, thank you for being here. I hope to do more events like this in the future for sure. It's a very, very rare opportunity to get to do this, and I'm very, very grateful. What about the OOF Daughter? Rare Daughter has been an all-star in my Muna deck. Yeah, we'll see if we can get someone to talk about that soon. Again, unfortunately, guys, I am not a dev. I may wear the T-shirt, but I do not have the knowledge. I wish I had the knowledge, and I spelled daughter wrong. Ludotrotter. Did I still spell it wrong? Did I still spell it wrong? Hello? Oh, it's because it says Izmir, that's why. There we go. So you're saying the rare, each player draws a card. Yeah, each player draws a card, that's pretty good. It's been really interesting listening to the team's the team talking about how certain cards are designed and why certain rares have this effect and that effect. So yeah, the games will be starting very, very soon. But I've showed off all of my uniques I have so far. I might have to pick up a unique or two, to be honest. But I don't know what rares I can trade and all of that type of stuff. It's really weird to me because until the marketplace is here so far, how people are buying stuff and trading stuff, like I don't know if it's just going to be based on like I don't know, when I trade something I feel like I should have a card to like give them, but because it's all digital I don't have to have the card, right? It doesn't matter. But then in order for me to have the card I have to digitally own it, so I can pick up the card here at least, but then if I get it from somewhere else I have to then get the print thing, you know. The game looks interesting, and I hope it's successful. Me too. I really hope it grows into more English-speaking regions, because in France right now, clearly, as you can tell, it's kind of popping off. I hope to get the marketplace up and running soon as print on demand. Yeah, I agree too. I think that will really, really help take off allow the game to take off. But I'm excited to try and start playing in some of my local game stores, even though they are a little bit far to travel. But I'm hoping it will be worth it. I really want to get some altered product as well, but it's so crazy this weekend that they're nearly sold out, honestly. Uniques should have a lot of value since 1 of 1. Yeah, but not every unique gathering cards. I mean, I just went through my uniques, and I mean, I went through my uniques literally with the game designers, and they were telling me ones they think are really good, ones they think are like, maybe not that good. Let me have a look. Now that I've seen that infinite loop, I want a second unique to pair with this. I really want a second unique to pair with this. So this is if you control 2 or more boosted characters, target character gains 3 boost, which this is like fine. But when a character you control gains 1 or more boosts, create a brass book token in each target exposition. And then there's another unique that I'm sure there's multiple of these uniques that say when a token character joins the expedition, give something a boost, and you loop, and you win. But the thing is, it's not like you do that and you just ultimately win the game. Well, it kind of is, depending on what removal exists, right? Because then they will both go to the reserve, and then you will play them from the reserve, and it will happen again. The brass book spam, yeah. I haven't seen this yet in. I actually am very curious to see what this looks like in Board Game Arena. It's probably really glitchy and buggy in Board Game Arena because like I don't know if they will make you resolve all of the triggers of that, and it will just kind of loop, and you kind of get held hostage or not. But yeah, this unique is absolutely insane for sure. What we do at our locals is each pair their own faction, and once print on demand comes, we'll focus on ordering a certain faction for each other. Oh, nice. That's really nice. Geeky, where are you from? Are you from the States? Are you from Europe? I'm very curious about where people are playing Altered at the moment. There's a guy who showed it, and yes, you will have to do all the triggers on... You have to do all the triggers on BGA? Really, Gav? Wow. It's a bit annoying, but like I don't know how... The thing is, I don't know how easily that will be resolved in terms of, okay, if they see it's the infinite loop, will they just concede? You know what I mean? Excuse me. The armor has been really good uniques for Bazira, I agree. And then my other one, if you guys haven't seen, it's on the Alter Discord. Oh, I will have to take a look for sure. The other one they said was quite good. Was I mean, it's still my favorite one. My favorite one I've played that I know is good. I've played a bunch of is this, and the art, of course, is absolutely phenomenal. So I'm a big fan of this card. I'm curious to see. We should do a segment on the podcast where you guys send us some of your favorite uniques. I think that would be a really, really cool thing to do, and we get to discuss them. I'm gonna go on mute for a second and take a drink. I will actually probably drink all of my drinks, so just bear with me. You should ask them about mine. You got one Raven, right? I can. If you want to send the picture, I can definitely ask them about your unique. But honestly, mate, like I don't know. This has been a very eye-opening experience for casting. Like casting card games in general. Like we've discussed this, Raven, right? Like if you know all of the cards and the meta and stuff, it's like I would love to cast like so many card games and stuff. But casting this card game in particular has been challenging, but it's been very rewarding and very fun. I think there are so many different heroes and so many different decks that people can play, and every time uniques come down, it does genuinely make the games super, super exciting because it's a brand new card that might have this effect that can drastically change the game. And I saw some people in the chat complaining about this earlier, saying, "Oh, it just makes it so pay to win and so broken." And I'm like, I'll be honest. I can see the argument for it. I can. That, decks are going to be predicated on this and blah, 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 blah. But I also think there will be some decks with maybe not all 3 uniques that can still win events and stuff like that. It depends. Like, you know what I mean? It's just going to be interesting to see how the scene will develop. This is also the very, very first tournament, and I'm interested to see what the feedback will be like and stuff like that, It will definitely be interesting for sure. Maybe I should give this unique another chance now I run more season stuff like Blade Dancer and Pathfinder Rare. Oh, Raven knows all about season, let me tell you. I have not got to do too much season, but Raven knows all about season. Did you think I was the game on? No. No. Were you just laughing at me? Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, I always do the same. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Raven knows all about. So Raven, what do you think about this card? I think you would like this card, Raven. But the problem is, this is an out of faction unique. So usually this is in Bravos, but this is in Izmir, and this seems pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. But the issue why I don't think the value is there compared to Bravos, and I could be wrong because again I don't know all the cards in Izmir, is because the beauty of what you were doing when you were playing against me was you would play this, it would go to the reserve, you would boost this up, play this again. Does Izmir boost a lot? Well, there's a hero that does some boosting, but the issue is you need to be able to have with cards that remove fleeting. Yeah, is there many? I need to see in Izmir if there's many cards that remove fleeting, because if so, then that's possible. But I will show you the hero for the moment that will probably work the best with this. So I believe it's not a Kesha, it's a Farnus, right? A Farnus. So Farnus is when you play a spell, target character you control gains 1 boost. You should see the unique frog prints that I own. It's mental. I will try and do a thing, Geeky, where maybe, I've done this for my other podcasts. I will try and see if I can set up an Altered Insights Discord, and I would love to see people send stuff in. That is a very good Izmir unique, Red. Yo, Pavel, what's up, buddy? How's it going, mate? Jeez, Pavel, I love that you're just everywhere, buddy. I see you everywhere. I see you Lorcana, I see you in Altered. This event has been absolutely phenomenal to cast. Meeting the Equinox team and everything has been so much fun. Man, I love when I stream. It is so nice to see. I do Lorcana stuff. I've done I like so many other card games. I've done Altered stuff, and people will always just come and support no matter what. You know what I mean? It's really, really nice, honestly. It's been fun listening to the designer explain their process. Yeah, I think that would be really good. The people who've been in the chat a lot, and by the way, people who've been staying in this chat and have been watching this for most of the day, Huge shout out to you guys. I'm going to give a massive shout out to Gav, to Geeky, to Thorium as well. You guys have been in this chat most of the day from what I've seen. Akos as well. I know Justin popped in as well. Huge shout out to you guys because, I mean, I'm just seeing you interact in the chat most of the time. It's really, really great to see. And yeah, I would say feel free. We will probably do it, but if you guys, you know, if you guys want to kind of get that segment of when the designers are discussing stuff and you can post it somewhere in the Discord, maybe I will talk to Equinox about it as well. But it's a great segment that I think a lot of people would love to hear more about. I should actually be asleep because I got a night shift soon. You sound like my fiance, Geeky. She's probably literally just gone to sleep because she's a baker, so she works night shifts. That was Kim, who was in the chat for most of the day as well. Thanks for doing this, Kawa. Thanks for being here, Gav. Sounds like you had a great time at Spiel, Gav, as well. I'm really jealous I couldn't go to that, but at the same time, you know, I'm very, very happy to be here. Okay, it looks like... Hi all, I even got the faction tattoo. That's how much I enjoy the game. Great work from Equinox. I think I saw your tattoos in the Discord, Mahalo. Yeah, I think I saw your tattoos. Maybe you were somebody else that posted tattoos, but yeah, people have walked in and they're going to start. People have walked in and they're going to start playing their game very, very soon. So I'm going to finish my drink and we'll jump straight into it. Reminds me from Tim from the Lorcana dev team who has each color tattooed. Yeah, I know Tim. I know Tim. Sorry, my microphone was gone. Yeah, Tim is a lot of dedication. Tim, I have such respect for Tim. I'm really sad I didn't get to meet Tim this weekend in Spiel, but maybe next time, eh? Maybe next time. Okay, the players are inside now, so let's make sure that they get set up and everything. I'm gonna make sure that everything is good. 1 second. Yeah, yeah, we'll be starting now very, very soon. Do we have a... Oh, we've got some spicy decks right now. We've got Fen. We've got Lyra versus Muna. I'm going to see if I can get these deck lists up right now. I actually just might ask the names of the players, and then that way I'll be able to get the deck list up. There's a lot of the Equinox team here. Yeah, 1 second there, chat. All right, chat, I just got their names so I can find their deck lists and pull up for reference for myself. So bear with me. If they start, I will catch up on the gameplay very, very quickly. So this is the first one. And the second one is this. Okay, so we've got Rin versus Fen happening right now. Fen is the starting player right now. And let's get straight into it. I do believe I'm on the correct scene. I am on the correct scene. Good to go. Any purple deck doing good? We've seen a few Ysmirs so far. Yoki Swan. But I'm very, very, very excited to get into it. I have the deck lists. All good. Yeah, thank you. So Rin and Orchid, just so you guys know if you're unfamiliar with it. Is the Rin player playing Festival? That's a good question. Let me check that out for you. Is the Rin player playing Festivals? There are 3 Festivals in the deck, Gav. 3 Festivals in the deck. So we got some Kodamas, we got Yggdrasil, Daughter of Yggdrasil, Capella, Aloe Vera, Mowgli, Cernus, Nari, Druid Muna, we have Spindle Harvesters. So lots of cards. I will be trying to reference them in English because the deck list I have right now is in French, but this should be absolutely fine. Let's see what they start off with. I believe this is a Hathor coming out from the Fen player. I do believe so. And Sonaris coming down in response. Yeah, sure.
How we doing?
Good, good, good. Very, very good.
Good to be back. So we have Rin and Fen.
Yeah.
This is going to be exciting. Rin is a pretty unusual hero, and we see the live player reading the text.
Yeah, I had to. I also had to double read the text just to be sure. Even though it's funny, this is the hero that my fiance played against me when we played Sealed.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I have just played against it, but yeah, the first thing that somebody asked in the chat is asking me, is the Rin player playing Lyra Festival? And I quickly looked. I was like, there's 3 of them in the deck.
Yes.
So yeah.
This is going to be sweet. We haven't seen any festival action yet so far, and so both these players are 6-1 currently.
Oh wow!
So
very impressive.
They are definitely in the running for like top
Top
cut,
yep.
And definitely some kind of prizes. Top 64, top 128.
Very impressive to see a Rin doing this well so far, right?
Absolutely,
yeah.
yes. That's why when I saw that, I was like, I heard there was one Rin player doing so on. Thomas was like, okay, we need to get them on the
stream. Yeah.
So very exciting to see. So. What is going on? So we have a anchored Aloe Vera.
Aloe Vera, yeah.
We were discussing the card. Yeah, we were talking about the card earlier.
Yeah. And this is the rare version, right? It is. Yeah.
Absolutely. So it looks like our Rin player decided to pay 4 for it, so it will be anchored and save for the next day.
And on the Fen player side, plenty of cards in the reserve there.
As usual.
As usual, yeah, exactly. So lots of options to choose from here.
Absolutely. I guess like one good play could just be like play a Martingale on the hero side, kind of like show up for like like an advance on that side. Maybe
Mighty
like
Jin, right? Yeah, Mighty Jin coming down.
Ooh, I like that play.
Yep.
Okay. Interestingly though, that is going to create some kind of reserve overflow for our Fen player. Maybe he'll choose to use Hathor's support ability to grab back the Martingale or the Acapella training. Either of those is probably pretty good.
Seems like that is being done.
Exactly what he goes for.
Yep.
And he takes the Acapella training. That makes sense. Pretty good card to play multiple times. And both players actually get to move forward. Interesting. Nobody actually committed anything on the hero side.
Yeah.
So there's a couple triggers happening right now. So the Mighty Jin is going to go into mana, and interesting. So Rin's ability basically triggers when you move forward thanks to Forest, right? And so Stefan here, our Rin player on the left, did move forward from a Forest region, but not thanks to Forest, because the Mighty Jin has 4 in Forest, so beats Aloe Vera's 2.
Yeah, so couldn't trigger the Rin ability.
Unfortunately, yeah. Okay, so a little resupply action at noon from the Aloe Vera, unless I'm mistaken. Yep, that sounds right.
Yep.
And a little resupply action from the Fen. So loads of resupplies in this matchup.
And this is the card in the reserve.
Spying.
Spying, also espionage. Yeah,
Espionage.
spying. Yeah.
Yeah, spying. Maybe not so good against Rin, who similarly to Fen, is pretty good at having loads of cards in reserve. So the card advantage war, not necessarily the best way to fight against Rin in this specific example. But we'll see where things goes. So just to give a bit of context to this matchup, do you have any ideas as to what are you kind of expecting to see maybe from the festival deck, from the Fen deck?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very interesting that this Rin player has done so well. So I'm curious to see.
For sure.
I would love to ask them after, like, have your wins been festival wins? Have they been just doing what the Munaduck deck does, which is anchoring your characters and kind of keeping board presence and stuff like that? So I would be very curious to see, and I'm very curious to see if we do see a possible festival win here, or if it's going to be like I said, the pure kind of character board presence here.
Yeah, I think that's what's so interesting about the kind of Rin Festival decks, is that they basically get to play on two fronts.
Exactly, yeah.
And sometimes you'll just go for a more mid-range plan, and maybe you won't find your festivals, or maybe you deem it's not the right matchup, your opponent's got too much interaction, so you just completely forget about that whole game plan. Or maybe you're going to go for a much more combo plan, where you even kind of completely forget about trying to move forward, set up a really big festival turn, or a couple after you, cheap characters, the specific anchor, the sleep, or fleeting that you need at the right time, and try and go from there. So we have a unique in play. So unique Parvati, what is this going to do? So you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, another target character gains anchored. So that's a pretty powerful anchor ability for 3, especially no restriction of cost, right? And from the reserve, if you have 2 boosted characters, it resupplies, which I'm guessing is not particularly relevant in this Rin deck.
Yeah, with this hero in particular, yeah.
Who doesn't? Well, I imagine there's going to be very few boost cards going on in there.
Yeah, the ability for this Parvati to just target, like you said, any character, and it's not restricted by the cost, is absolutely huge.
Yeah,
for
sure.
In this case, going to double down on giving the Alavira the anchored again, which is then going to allow the player to do the resupply at noon.
Yeah, this is looking great. Also pretty relevant. So Stefan, to do the unique ability, had to put a card from hand in his reserve. Here he's put a rare Moogly. Rare Moogly is not something we see too often, but it has the pretty big benefit of having the support ability, target character of hand cost for less gains, anchored. Which is definitely one of the most powerful support abilities in the game. Just in terms of the amount of stats it's going to bring to you. And here, it's probably not so much play for the stats, but just, festival, one more tool to kind of set up your combo. And so another Mighty Djinn from our Fen player. Interesting. So Stefan is really winning the aggro war in this matchup, isn't he? This is really interesting. He's this isn't what we would expect
I don't know
at
if this
all.
is the traditional game plan, right? You know what I mean? Very, very interesting indeed. And even, this lone spindle harvester is putting in some work at the moment, at least.
Absolutely. This is really interesting. I imagine so the Fen player is probably kind of thinking, well, you know what, I'm not so worried about Fen's mid-range plan. Come the late game, I'll be able to overpower it. I've just got slightly more powerful cards I can play from reserve. And if I spend my early game ramping up, that gives me more mana, and the more mana I have, the more I can be reactive against the massive festival combo turn. So to give a bit more context for people who may not be so familiar with how festivals actually going to work in practice, basically, there's quite a few different elements you're going to have to try to set up. You need, your anchors has to be anchored there you play it, same for asleep, and you need a fleeting as well. Best way to do that usually is to set up characters from the previous turn. So for example, if you play a Spindle Harvester from reserve, or if you play it the turn before, if it's fleeting, that means you already have your fleeting character in play. And it's actually pretty rare to have all 3 characters played in the same turn, and instead usually you're going to kind of set things up a little bit, have an anchored support ability in your reserve, and kind of build it up through all these different elements, some of which you prepared from earlier.
Yeah, would you agree that, obviously depending on what cards are available and stuff, that the a sleep element is probably one of the harder conditions to meet, because you definitely need specific cards. So there it is on the board, the Lyra Festival.
Ooh. Is this going to be the terms? Okay, this is really interesting. So first of all, Lyra Festival in Muna has the... Does it have the variability? Let me just double check.
To draw a card, is it?
Yeah, okay, so it's simply a draw card.
Yep.
Right, so draw card, pretty good with win anyway. You want a bit of card advantage. But the big question is, can Stefan set up the combo turn right now? Okay, another interesting card choice in Stefan's deck list. is the card in the top left on his companion expedition, which is Copelia. Copelia is a card that's basically very specific to Rin. So you get to play it for free when you put it from your hand into your reserve. So basically, whenever you use Rin's ability, putting Copelia into your reserve is basically like a free, like 3/3/0, which is going to be asleep and only relevant for the next turn, right? But that's definitely a more mid-range. Like, it doesn't help you set up Festival particularly. It's very much an aggressive card in the matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm really curious to see, you know, as more tournaments like this start to occur over time and stuff like that, if people, like, I don't know how popular Festival is going to be overall, you know, as the meta is going to develop, but if people are going to start trying to slot in, like, a possible tech card or two to say, oh, if a possible Festival comes down, I want to have a card that will be able to remove, you know, this permanent. So obviously that will take a lot of time, and we're going to have to see a lot of meta development and different type of decks form. But I'm always very interested when, you know, players start to slot in like specific tech cards for specific matchups, you know.
Absolutely. I think for the time being, most players who are slightly aware of Festival will just say, oh, I'll play a couple of removals. Like some of my removals can target landmarks. That'll be fine, right?
Yep.
That's not always the case. You know, like your Festival players can do some pretty long turns, a bunch of like after use, a lot of different sequencing, and a really alert player can kind of circumvent those tech cards. And we'll see how the better develops, but it's definitely possible that people will need to start playing a couple more interaction cards to deal with those, those kind of combos.
To answer your question in the chat, yes, this is best of one.
Yes. Does Stefan have a unique which for 1 mana gains a sleep from hand right now?
Well, for a sleep from hand, would that not be the beauty sleep?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Does he have a beauty sleep? If he has a beauty sleep, this game could be over.
This is the game if he has a beauty sleep. I'm pretty sure, right? Because it's at dusk, I believe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The question is, does this opponent have a removal spell?
Removal spell, exactly.
For the Festival, so potentially a Cloth Cocoon would do the trick, for example. What's really difficult is Stefan has a massive board, so removal that deals with a character, like targets like a fleeting character, something like that, is not enough. There's 2 anchor characters.
There's 2 anchor characters
and 2
as well.
fleetings.
Yeah.
So, God, yeah, the fact he has specifically 2 anchors and 2 fleetings, even if you remove 1,
it's not really going to matter, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's still 1/3 character left to be the target for a sleep. So he's got perfect redundancy. Does it have the beauty sleep? Maybe, like, he's had a bunch of card draw off Rin. There's been the draw off the Festival as well.
Do you think in this situation, if
oh, is that a? Has he passed?
I have no idea. Yeah.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen. Sorry, you're about to say something.
No. Yeah, I was going to say. So if it gets past the point, and let's say he doesn't have the beauty sleep, do you think the setup for the next turn? Because we have a few fleeting characters here. We do still have some anchored characters. Do you think it's going to be a little bit harder to set up if this turn passes to try and win with the Lyra Festival then?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
This is definitely the right moment for the combo to go off.
This is the turn where you really want to do it. Yeah.
For sure.
Sandman.
Oh.
Wait, is Sandman... I know they would never do this, right? But is Sandman... you can target any character, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That would be very funny.
He has decided not to
not
make...
to give the opponent the free win.
Yeah, absolutely. Took a long...
That was quite funny, yeah.
Took a good thing. Don't lose the game. Oh, okay, and no beauty sleep.
Okay.
Interesting. So the gamble kind of playing the Sandman, setting up board for the next turn has really paid off here, right? And so I wasn't actually paying that much attention to the statistics, so I'm not too sure who moves forward and who doesn't. Lots of stuff being cleared.
They will probably move it forward after. I don't think it's been... Oh, maybe it has been moved.
I've lost track, but there's a judge in there, so...
Yeah, they'll be monitoring it, yeah, for sure. So there's the 2 fleeting characters on the board right now. So if we want this Lyra Festival to pop off, we'll still need 2 conditions met. And yeah, like you said, I do think it's... this combo works probably particularly well, especially when you have cards within the reserve that have that support ability to just gift something anchored, you know?
Absolutely, yeah. So one thing that's specific to this matchup, because we've been talking a lot about Stefan and his win deck, but Fen also here probably has a bit of a rough matchup against Festival. The reason being that the most important cards in the matchup are going to be your removal spells, your interaction for Festival or for the characters. And, well, Fen has a lot less card selection, more card quantity, sure, but less selection. So it's a deck in which it's going to be much harder to kind of like slow roll your removal spells. Yeah, when there's a festival in play and you don't have an
It's
answer,
very scary, yeah.
you are constantly sweating.
Yeah, trying to
constantly
get a
sweating.
sneak peek as to what is in the hand of the Muna player here.
Is that a daughter of Yggdrasil, what I'm seeing right
It
here?
looks very much like one. I will double check if there's one on the list. I believe there is. Could be a Sonaris as well. Oh, there's a daughter of Yggdrasil. Yeah, yeah.
Right, and that's very much an aggressive card.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
Stefan's deck is fascinating.
It's two kind of play lines, two play patterns, right? You can go for the aggressive one, or you can go to try
Yeah.
and win off the festival.
And those kind of decks have historically been so good in TCGs, right? A deck like combines a combo plan with a more fair kind of like aggressive or controlling, like aggro combo or control combo have always been like very powerful, flexible decks in many metagames.
Yeah.
So if this Vin deck can really like, you know, renew a little bit of the metagame, everyone's talking about, well, we're small. This is a completely new way of playing.
Yeah,
And
for
yet
sure.
Cernunos, once again, 4/4 for 3, right? Vanilla.
Another aggressively stabbed card. Yeah.
But critically, a card that costs 3 mana, and so that's going to work with all the support abilities that give anchor to stuff that costs 3 or less.
Yeah. Very, very strong.
So once again,
Unique.
ooh, so unique
Coppelia
Coppelia.
unique.
Yeah, Coppelias are quite, usually a little bit strange. They're quite interesting cards.
What a cheap one. Okay, one cost.
Ooh, interesting. So it has the same Coppelia ability, in which you can play it from reserve for free when you put it
Into the reserve from hand.
reserve. But also this one, when it's played from reserve, you can pay 1 to draw a card.
Okay. Oh,
So-
that's quite good. Yeah.
So in Vin, let's say you're already winning in Forest on one side, you know you're going to get your trigger. Just keep that card in hand, keep 1 mana to draw an extra card, and that's pretty potent card advantage right there.
The brilliant autofocus on the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I really have to agree with you in terms of. I also love these decks that kind of have 2 directions that I can go. For me personally, in other TCGs that I play, you know, there's always a deck that can be like a very aggressive deck or a very tempo deck and a very control deck. I'm
Sure.
a big fan of decks that can be. They're quite tempo orientated in most matchups, but then they have the some tools in the deck to kind of turn aggressive and want to end the game quite quickly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of decks that have these 2 play lines. Daughter of Yggdrasil played.
So interesting. So it looks like Stefan found the beauty sleep throughout this turn sequence, but doesn't have any sources of anchored, and even won't have access to any in his hand because his 2 anchored characters are both fleeting already. So they won't even go to reserve and give him a future option next turn. So he's definitely playing this on the fair game plan. And both players are playing haymakers in regards to this, right?
Yeah.
So 2 Cernunos facing down each other, cancelling each other out.
Yeah.
It looks like our Fen player has got the advantage on the hero side at the moment.
Yep. Indeed.
I think he's actually winning on both sides, right? So that Anansi is 3/3. There's a Martingale with 3 boosts, so that's about 6 stats.
With this Sandman, though, we do have to remember that the 1 extra forest from this Coppelia does mean... Oh, no, because there's water. Yes. I'm blind to the regions.
It takes a bit of getting used to.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially on the stream, like we're seeing it a bit from far. There's lots of
yeah.
elements to take into account.
But yeah, so just a quick question for the Lyra Festival, right? Because it says at dusk, you can obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but if the regions are moving, so for dusk, do the regions move at dusk or after dusk?
After dusk. So
After dusk,
we just
okay.
move forward at night.
Okay, cool.
So it doesn't matter if your opponent could win the game that turn.
If they can win that game that turn, but you do the combo, then you'll win the game.
Absolutely.
Got you.
So our Fen player has another sleep ability. Did he? Ooh.
Oh, was this the
So he-
Anansi, that one? I think it was.
No,
right?
so he's paid. I think he paid a Twinkle Twinkle to make the daughter of Yggdrasil fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
To basically secure like advances on both sides, which obviously is something you want to move forward. Like it's pretty good to move forward, but it does mean that Stefan has a strong character in play, right?
Yep.
And daughter of Yggdrasil has 5 in Mountain, so our Fem player is basically saying, you know what, I'm giving up completely on the companion side for next turn.
I think they're really going to have to focus on the hero side here, yeah.
Absolutely, but they also have to focus on not dying to festival,
Exactly,
and that
yeah,
is where
yeah.
things could get dicey.
Yeah.
Oh.
It'll be very, very interesting as well to see. I'm sure there are some matches where the all of the pieces of the festival are on the board, and then there can be a specific card that the festival just gets removed, and then suddenly I'm sure in your playtesting, right? There's got to be interesting situations where all the pieces are there, but then the opponent finds the perfect card to disrupt it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Stefan going on the aggro panel.
Yep.
Kind of, but that's feeding, right?
Yeah.
One of the 2 pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Ooh, and a Lyra Navigator for 2 from the reserve. That's 4 stats.
Yep.
So this is a rare version, so it's 2/2 instead of 2/3 in terms of costs. This is a massive deal, right? So, Stefan.
Oh yeah, it's the 4 on the wall. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the card you were telling me about.
Exactly,
It's
yeah.
very, very powerful.
So Stefan, 4 in stats for 3 mana, but his opponent 4 in stats for 2 mana.
Yep.
This is such a gamble for our fan player. If he loses on, or if he's not able to win in water on the hero side, he's straight up lost the game from this point. Unless he
Yeah.
also has a solution
And
to
what's
water.
interesting is if you actually just look at a lot of the cards within this Lyra deck, there's like the aloe vera, there are a few cards, but there's also a lot of cards that are not maybe that strong in water either, you know what I mean? So you really have to hope that they've drawn the correct cards here.
In the right sequence,
Yeah.
absolutely. So,
I think this is an aloe vera as well.
yeah, so that's 4 more.
It's a lot to deal with. And they decide to throw down their own Sonaris as well, yep.
I think this might be over for our Ridden player. That Twinkle Twinkle gives us sleep.
Yep.
Oh, wait. No, this works.
Yeah.
So I was a little bit scared because Asleep was like, is that going to help Festival? But if you sleep the anchored character, Festival requires
because it has to
all
be
3
both. Right, yeah.
each separate one. So a character being both Asleep and anchored.
So as long as the sleep isn't put on the daughter of Yggdrasil. Yeah, and
Double check the card. Double check the card. You don't want to mess that up.
Yeah.
Okay, quick think. Are we sure we're okay? Are we doing this?
This is
It
very
looks like the
impressive,
line has been
yeah.
identified,
I think that's
yeah.
going to be it.
Oh, wow.
What a game.
Oh.
What a game. Very well done.
That
Absolutely
was
amazing.
a big gamble from
Yeah.
our fan player, and it paid off big time.
And had the perfect cards to make sure they got that hero side, the
Yeah.
hero expedition. Yeah.
What a crazy, interesting game. That was so much fun.
That was wild, yeah. Really got to see Rin showcased as well. I'm really impressed by that deck.
Yeah,
Yeah, very much
that was
so.
a great showing. Absolutely.
Wow, yeah. If we will see, maybe one of the players might be interested to come and we will have
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
potential interview. But yeah, amazing.
The fan player looked very relieved by the end of that game.
I would be sweating as well.
Yeah.
I would definitely be sweating.
Festival, you're constantly like, oh, is
Yeah.
it going to
Are
have
they
it?
gonna do it?
Is it going to
Yeah.
have it? Is it going to have it?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I'm the fan player and I see that one resource, I'm like, if they have the beauty sleep, this could be it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Like that. This game definitely, if the card draw, like, sequenced a little bit differently, Stefan could have easily won with the Festival,
Yeah.
right? Like, the fan player had no solutions to Festival in itself. That was a really interesting, cool game.
Absolutely crazy for sure. Yeah, one beauty sleep short of a win. It happens sometimes. It happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well played.
Oh, I'm so happy we got to see that on, we get to see
that
on
was
stream.
such a great showcase. Yeah.
Vin is a really cool hero.
Yeah, so that was round 8. We're going to have 2 more rounds, and then we'll be moving into the top 16 cut. We will be sure to do our best to highlight fun and exciting decks like that as well
Absolutely,
going forward,
yeah.
for sure. And not only that, like it's always an interesting balance. Like we want to highlight other. I mean, like we've seen a little bit of Waru so far, so we do want to highlight these other decks. But it's not that we're just highlighting these heroes that maybe haven't performed well. These are players who are still performing extremely well in this tournament right now. You know, yeah. So
Absolutely, yeah. Like 6-1. Like these,
6-1 is crazy. Yeah.
Like, the matches here is pretty high stakes. Commiserations to Stefan of his win deck. He's
Yeah.
probably not going to make the top cut at this point.
Yeah.
Unless breakers land particularly well and he wins out next 2 matches.
Do you know how the breakers are like usually for altered in general? Like, is it just a opponent win percentage for? Do you know what the first breakers are?
I am not sure off the top of my head. I know somebody has that information in
Of
on
course,
somewhere,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I.
That's not our job.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
If I ask the judge, they probably have it all
Yeah.
figured out.
Yeah, for sure.
But I heard from some of the players that if you do 9-1, you're going to be locked into top cut, and
And A2, maybe some will make it.
exactly, yeah,
Sure. So I guess technically the Rin player is not completely out of it, but it will probably rely on tiebreakers. Yeah.
for sure. We'll try and keep you informed a bit more on like
Of course.
what the top cut's looking at, what kind of decks have been played at the top of the table. We'll try and keep you informed on all that. I can't wait to get the list, like the list of names from Top Cut. See what decks are being played, see what's made it, see which variety of heroes we'll get.
I will see if we can do. I might be able to whip up a quick graphic of the breakdown of maybe the faction representation or something like that for the top 16. Because I know throughout the entire stream, people have been asking me like, "Oh, what's the breakdown and stuff?" I'm sure all of that will be posted after the event. But there's so much information that unfortunately we cannot give you all of it on the fly. But
for sure. Like, we're definitely collecting as much data as possible. Since this is all so new, we're still kind of struggling to like get everything like processed in time, but we're definitely working on it. And like the information is here, we just have to kind of figure out how to present it and how to extract everything.
Sure. Is it okay if I leave you for 1 minute? I will see if the person would like
absolutely go for it. Yeah.
Cool.
So I'm trying to be a little bit on the lookout in the high tables. I keep hearing rumors of like, oh, like this crazy deck is at like X and 1 or X and 2. So I'll keep an ear out in between the rounds. Hopefully we get some a couple of other heroes that we haven't seen yet on the top tables. But I'm very happy that we got to saw in. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. That was a fantastic match between two great players, two great decks. This has been really fun. Shout out to Gavkin in the chat. So we're just going to see if we can maybe get a quick interview, but once again, English is a little bit of a constraint. I have met one player so far who is not French, who lives in Barcelona, made the trip all the way, so there's definitely a couple of international players, but I think the immense majority here is going to be French at the moment. What a crazy game, though. What a crazy game. Those, like, the win deck, its ability to play on two different game plans at the same time, it's just, yeah, that's so much fun to watch. I really hope we get to see more of it. I hope there's like more creative solutions. I'm sure maybe the deck building can go further. Because those decks are not easy to build, right? You're constantly having to juggle between like the quantity of fair cards, the quantity of more unfair cards, finding like bridges between those two, which this deck did a really good job of. So like all the 3-mana cards that you're able to anchor, which are really good for festival turns, but also interesting for like the more like straightforward like kind of value, just beat you on terms of stats. I'm really excited to see the further iterations of all that and kind of see where it goes from there. Are the game designers going to look at helping the slightly weaker heroes on the next couple of sets? What am I allowed to say? I mean, yes, for sure. Like, we want every hero to shine. Obviously, like, we know not all heroes are going to be the same level, see the same amount of competitive play. In Beyond the Gates metagame, that's definitely something we play tested for and we're aware of. But yeah, we're definitely working on having each hero have its time to shine, new cards that kind of support it, and especially the lesser played ones or the lesser popular ones. We definitely want to make sure there's some cards that bring the archetype a new breath of life and maybe even new approaches and new ways of being played.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what Justin said there, I didn't realize the turn 2 Alavera was in the game the entire time. Absolutely wild. Absolutely crazy.
Anchored asleep, anchored asleep. That was a fantastic game.
But yeah, again, I mean, yourself and Justin will know what you can and can't say. But moving forward for the next expansion, which will be coming out in January of 2025, I think a lot of people have been curious as to, obviously with Beyond the Gates, it's the first expansion. There's a lot of cards, there's a lot of heroes. From my understanding, from what I believe Justin outlined in a comment in one of our recent podcasts, this expansion in January will be smaller. Well, I imagine it will naturally be smaller than the initial set, and then maybe the next one will be a little bit bigger. But in terms of if there will be new heroes or not, do you know what cadence there will be per set? And again, if you're not allowed to say, that's completely fine.
So the only thing I can say, and what we have already announced, is so there's no further heroes in set 2.
Okay.
And I think I'll be told off by marketing if I say anything else regarding the future sets. So I will keep my mouth shut.
No worries, yeah. So what I understand, it's one big set and then set 2 smaller. Yeah. So it will be interesting to see if it's a big set, a small set, and this is something that a lot of other card games have done. I think something that Hearthstone has adapted over time was Hearthstone initially used to do a big expansion and what they called like an adventure, which would be kind of a PvE thing. You would eventually collect the cards. But what they've done, if they swapped that now to have a big expansion and to have a mini set, and this is really interesting because this is what I think we were discussing before was, you know, something Hearthstone definitely struggled with over time was as the expansion goes on, maybe it's 4 months or 5 months, the mini set can kind of breathe a bit of life into the expansion. It's not like as big as a big expansion, but can give some new cards, some refreshing tools. So it's definitely interesting to see if if things will go in a certain way, in a similar way. And yeah, I'm excited to see for sure.
Yeah, sure. I mean, one of the things I will say is that Beyond the Gates was a lot about introducing staples. You know, there's lots of like simple vanilla cards, pretty basic effects. And well, it turns out once you've kind of introduced a lot of those designs, 90 cards can actually bring a lot of spice and a lot of new variety to the game. I mean, you guys have already seen, even on the cards that spoiled, there's a couple of pretty new exciting things.
Yeah.
So
are we able to talk about, if I can pull them up?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
go for it.
Cool. I'll pull them up on the Alter site. Yeah, we can do over here. I assume it's going to be in the news page. This is where we'll probably to discover it. Yeah, Trial by Frost. I remember when I first learned of this expansion, I just was messaging Talia from the marketing team, and we just kept doing winter puns back and forth. I was like, yeah, this looks like a chilling expansion, and she says, yeah, this is going to be snow good, and I just kept going back and forth. So, but yeah, there's a lot of exciting things to talk about, and I think this came as a bit of a surprise to a lot of us. You know, the game has just come out. I remember seeing the announcement. I'm like, oh my god, this is super exciting. So you guys, your marketing department definitely knows how to keep the hype going, which is really important for sure. So it's going to be the end of January when this launches, and I assume this is some of the art for the cards, obviously not without the abilities and stuff like that. And
absolutely.
I believe Charles is the lead designer on this set.
Yeah.
I don't know how much the game designers work in terms of the narrative and the lore, but do you know if there's a specific reason why you guys really wanted to focus on kind of the more winter element or snow element for this particular set?
Sure. So I won't go into too much depth about the whole thing, but the general gist is that we wanted to explore more themes of adversity, in a sense that Beyond the Gates is very much about like learning about Asgartha, which is the peninsula in which the lore of the universe takes place. The environments themselves are usually quite welcoming, and there's some like you see the tumults, so like about like alterations of the world, like strange colors, strange fauna or flora. But we felt like the difficulty of like actually progressing forward, like struggling through, like going on an exploration wasn't so well represented.
Okay, sure.
And that's something we wanted to push a little bit more. And so kind of developing that, well, okay, like what's an interesting kind of way of showing that? And obviously many things were discussed and brainstormed, but then like the theme of like the cold kind of stood out as like, okay, this is something we can like develop, something that's very like easy to recognize thematically. Sure. Like, oh yeah, okay, it's snowy, it's cold, I get it, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so that was decided pretty early on in basically the works of Set 2.
Awesome.
And
yeah, I think that
Charles took it away from there basically.
Yeah, I think it also helps that just so happens to be around the time of year where I guess it's kind of cold and just after Christmas and stuff like that.
Sure.
That's definitely going to help. So I think that again the marketing team will love that for really pushing it around Christmas time and stuff.
I'm pretty sure that was a consideration actually.
Of course. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I work in marketing myself. I know how a lot of these things work. So we will click the first card here. So
actually, you know what? I can see Nat standing right opposite me, and he has worked on Trial by Frost more than I have.
Yeah.
So he's probably the better person to give you a bit of insight about this.
If you want to, honestly, I'm going to just run for a very quick break, maybe 2 minutes. Is it okay if you two would like to chat?
Yeah,
awesome.
Okay, just getting Nat set up with the desk. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, Tess, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How you doing?
Good. It's wild. There's so many people there.
Yeah.
Everybody's so enthusiastic. People have been coming and like asking us to sign cards and like telling us how much they love the game. So it's been really, really exciting. And like to see things like how people actually experience it. That's really cool.
It's been a really heartwarming day, and also seeing like the event take place. Like I think you've been more helping the judges, so you've been a bit more on the floor than we have. We've been watching a lot of the feature matches here. We've had some really cool matches, some unique heroes. So it's been a great time. So we were just talking about Trial by Frost with Kawa, and we were kind of going through like so the post which we have here. So I think I can scroll on this. Yep. So we were discussing some of the art, some of the choices as to why like the theme of like the cold and snow kind of was chosen for the set. But do you want to get into detail and some of the preview cards that we revealed?
Yeah, definitely. So, for example, like right now we're looking at Arcolano Milk, which is a gear. So an expedition permanent, which I've had a lot of people coming like outside or like in between games and being like, hey, can I ask you a question about this? Like, how is this going to affect the game? And I'm like, I'm not necessarily allowed to say too much, but like people are obviously very excited. I think one of the things I can tell is an answer to a question that many people have been asking is that, but do they keep coming back in the game all the time? And the answer to that is no. And the reason people ask that is because in the core set, whenever you play a permanent, it can't gain fleeting. And if you look at the quick rules, for example, and at the updated version of the comprehensive rules, it says that when you play a landmark, it can't gain fleeting, but permanent can and do gain fleeting when they're played in the expedition. So they are not there all the time, not there forever.
Yes, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it? If you could play Arcana Milk, you know, one cost after you keep playing it for every turn.
To be fair, like, and I think you remember, we had a very intense debate among the team, because until very late in the development of Try Bifrost, they were actually like immune to fleeting, and so you could play them again and again, and they were slightly less powerful at that time. But they did provide you like with like the advantage of like a card you could always play, and after you could do again and again. And it was strong, but it wasn't so strong. The main reason we moved away from that was because we wanted to avoid the repetition of like similar turns over and over again. And one of the cool things about Altered is how much things change from one to another, and that was definitely one of the things we wanted to try Bifrost to make you feel.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we had very similar discussions about that way before Gears when we were discussing the rules about fleeting. Around the time where we were debating should every character or every card you play from reserve gain fleeting, and kind of we arrived at the same conclusion for pretty similar reasons for that whole conversation. Okay, should we move on to the next cards? I'll let you pronounce this. I'm worried about saying it wrong in English. Demeter?
Demeter?
Demeter, yeah, I think that sounds right.
I think that's Greek anyway, so like, but yeah. So yeah, Demeter is a good exemplar of a new interaction that many players have been really excited about. I know the first time you made me discover Altered when it was still in development, it was another thing I was really excited about. It's like, so what happens when I'm in forest, you know, like how do I experience it? And so that's definitely a thing that happens in Try Bifrost, as you can see, with cards that react differently depending on where they are.
Yeah, this is a really cool card. Like, you can play it, move forward once. If you arrive in the forest region, it gets to hang around for longer. Like, there's definitely some interesting sequences that you'll be able to do with that. I'm really curious to see how it ends up. I imagine it's a 6 cost, so maybe not so much a card we'll see constructed, but who knows? That's only one card out of like, what, 15 or 14 other Moon Commons, and who knows how many rares, so...
I know one experience I love, and it's not something that happens often when you play Demeter, but when you play it and you're going to move forward in an expedition, but you don't know where you're going to end up.
Oh, yes.
And so you have this very exciting moment of like flipping your tumble card, being like, yes, I'm in forest, I'm staying for the next turn. And that's one of the emotional moments we were trying to achieve with this kind of cards.
Absolutely. And the final card we have, I'm not sure how much we can say. We've had the question, what does exhausted mean? And
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that.
No,
to be honest.
not yet, unfortunately.
What I can say is that exhausted is probably the most important like feature of Try Bifrost. And so for Izmir specifically, it's really important. But I think, well, yeah, like every faction has something to do with cards exhausted in reserve. So one of the things people probably realize when they see the card is that it's all about like this cold environment it's in. And so I'm going to talk about, not about the mechanics, but about what I love about Try Bifrost. And it's definitely a game that, a set that was designed with the idea of the story that's happening. And so the exhaustion of the cards in reserve is very much something that represents the difficulty, the challenge of going through the tumult. And especially this cold environment. So the moth larvae are a really important species of that environment in many different forms, and especially what happens after they're not larvae anymore.
Yeah, planting a couple of seeds for for the future. But I can't wait for the reveals to go a bit further. I don't actually know when the spoilers are going to start, but I'm really excited to be able to show new cards. And yeah, as Kawa was saying, people are still kind of figuring out cards from beyond the gates. So I can't wait for everything from Java Frost to also start to be revealed. And as soon as people start combining the two sets, seeing what can be done from that, it's going to be really exciting times.
Definitely.
Okay, let's check with Kawa. I think we're going to head on to a quick break before the next round, and we'll try and figure out. We'll try and get you guys an exciting feature match. We're getting close to the end of the tournament, actually. Only 2 rounds left.
I think the last round is about to start. So.
Okay, well, let's get everything organized, and we'll see you in a second. I'm not sure how to do this. we are just 2 incompetent game designers sat here waiting for someone to do the magic for us. Well, I think, should we do a quick break and then get everything ready for the next round?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. We have round 9 getting underway very, very soon. And we will also have the deck lists of players also. So, from what we can see on the stream right now, we have Fen versus Kojo. Yeah. What do you think about this matchup in general?
I think it's a cool matchup. I feel like I don't know anything about this player. Obviously, they are like very high in the rankings at the moment. I know that Fen and Kojo are like very popular with new players for completely different reasons. Actually, Fen is one of the heroes we considered for the starter decks because it helps a lot with analysis paralysis in the sense of, and I love playing Fen, and one of the reasons I love to play Fen is because like I can focus on what's on the table and just like not have to have like the buyer's remorse, you know, the remorse of like I shouldn't have put that in mana.
My mana.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
And obviously Kojo is so like exciting for new players to be like, yeah, sure, I have this very simple to get, very powerful. The reason we didn't put Fen in the starter decks in the end was because although it's very straightforward, it's also straightforward because it doesn't teach you how like a day normally starts, you know, like every morning. And so like players that start playing with Fen then get confused when they start playing another hero, and they keep forgetting.
They start to do the
rest
Fen
supply.
ability, but they also play another hero. So it's like, yeah, you cannot have both of these. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So both players just deciding which cards to resource to put into the mana zone right now. I guess while the viewers can't see, we can maybe have a look at some of the uniques. We can see what is here. The first one is Tooth Fairy. You'll probably have to translate just because
sure.
I don't have yet.
So yeah, we have a Tooth Fairy, which for 2 mana, 2/1. But then when you play it from reserve, you may pay 1, and if you do, you do a sabotage.
Okay.
And and whenever
When
it leaves the expedition zone, it does sabotage. That's quite powerful.
That's quite good. Yeah.
Yeah. The good thing, it's interesting how like this gives a player the option of like, hey, you're going to lose a card, like when I leave the expedition zone.
And then maybe when I come back, you will also. And then when it leaves again, it's nearly like the potential to do triple sabotage in this, you know?
Sure. And interesting, it also have
the support
ability to activate another card
when played from reserve ability.
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah.
Like the Foundry, the Axiom Bastion.
Cool.
All right.
We will have a look at the rest in a minute, but we will focus on the
yes, of course.
The game. Okay. So the first one is Isun Boshi. It's the first one, yes. This one a very interesting card, right? This is just the common version. It's a 1/1/0/0/2, and I believe if it's in the reserve, you can discard it to give something a boost. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the idea, do you think, of this card in this deck? It's just the general kind of game plan of Bravos, right? Like you want to focus on boosting something once it's in the reserve, but also, as I have learned very much so from casting a lot of these games, 1-cost cards and altered are very good.
Yeah, I so far, because I don't know much about what his game plan is, I would assume he's there mostly because it's a good 1-drop, and it gives you the flexibility on the next round of being like, okay, maybe I need to put something else, maybe I need to play it again. Simple, efficient. Oh, and we have a first unique.
Okay. For the fan player. So let's have a look. I do believe this is this is a 1/3/2/2/0, and you'll be able to.
So you may discard. Yeah, when you play it from reserve, you may discard a card from your reserve, and anchor fleet, make another card anchored, asleep, or fleeting.
Okay.
So definitely something that synergizes very much into a festival.
Yeah, we'll scroll down and we will have to see if he is playing a festival, which he's not.
Which is not.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, cool. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's a 1-drop for 2/2, so just for that alone, it's a good one. And obviously, anchoring is always strong, so.
For sure, yeah. So we have the Ouroboros in the reserve so far for the Lyra player, the rare version. Yeah, and Isan Boshi is in the reserve for the Bravos player now. So just waiting for the Bravos player to decide which card will go into the mana zone. And the turn is passed back over to the Fen player, so there will be no token for the Kojo player here. Oh, that's interesting. Is that the... Trying to tell which card is after gone in there. Oh, is it Mad Hatter?
No, it's an acapella training.
Acapella training, yes.
Acapella
yes.
training is a card that looks like, I find like many new players feel like it's kind of lame because it doesn't feel like it does much to just make one character fleeting. But obviously at this level, people recognize its strengths. It's like card advantage, one drop.
For one cost as well.
For
it's very
one
powerful,
cost.
yeah.
Card advantage. Then the player you're facing has to take it into account. Like, so for example, right now, if he plays a card from hand, he runs the risk of just like losing it afterwards. So yeah, it puts a lot of constraints on your opponent in a subtle way. And of course, it's a one drop. So it's like, as every one drop card is, it allows you to just tell your opponent, go first, give me more information before I play my impactful cards. So yeah.
Yeah, this is very interesting now. The Ouroboros is contesting the Isanboshi right now.
Yeah, the Incaster, yeah, Ouroboros Incaster. You said Ouroboros, and I was like, what? This is not
Yeah.
an event card deck. Why would there be an Ouroboros there? But yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. This is the strength of these cards, though. I'm a big fan of these cards that just have a lot of stats in one biome, one region. Like Isanboshi, like... I need to remember the one in
yeah, we
Lyra.
call them spiky cards.
Spike, yeah, Marcus was saying if it's like a 2/2/2, it's like a flat card, and if it's like a 3/0/3, it's spike cards. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Oh, is this a unique? Is this the Tooth Fairy we were talking about? It might be. Yes, I do believe it is.
All right, so it's
So
going to
sabotage
sabotage.
is-
Yeah. Oh, good play.
Yeah.
Good use of acapella training to make sure like he doesn't get too much value of that effect, and it only is going to affect him once instead of 3 potentially.
So yeah,
And
players
the
just
trading
advancing.
expeditions. Yeah.
Yep. Yes, that card did have fleeting.
Right.
Yeah, so the board is kind of reset right now, and the Kojo player going to have the advantage to have their token in the companion side right now.
Yeah, and they still have one expedition's like head start.
Yep.
Meaning, yeah, basically like let's see if the Fen card advantage is enough to overcome that.
For sure. So this is a tiny Jin coming out. That might have been played from reserve that we didn't see.
Sorry, no, that's a Buddha.
Oh, it's a Buddha.
That's just Buddha.
Yeah. I was like, what am I saying? Yeah.
And negating that card advantage.
Yep.
Good.
Using sabotage to get rid of the card in the reserve. Yeah, very back and forth matchup right now. Both players really reacting to the plays that they're making.
Yeah, I'm playing with like few cards. I mean, you can definitely see like Fen is now, like the Fen player is now holding like Simon is now holding 3 cards in hand with only 1 on the other side.
Yep.
So that Kodama.
Kodama's coming down. Yep. Again, I always have to double check because, like I said, the art that I know from the from the Kickstarter, I have to double check.
yeah.
Oh, this is Kodama. Yeah.
This is a good. Kodama is really strong.
It is a great
It's
card.
like, again, one of these cards where it's subtle because the first few times you play it, you're like, sure, but like I'm not progressing, and then
When
his
it's-
power
when
is on
when
the
it
next
sticks,
turn. Basically. It's
exactly.
like
Yeah.
2 mana for like a 3/3/3 on next turn, always good, and boosting there, right? So yeah, boosting the Ordi Spy, making sure
Chiron,
to
right? Yeah.
Timothy making sure not to get overwhelmed in case of something else coming back. Simon is thinking.
Yeah, Simon with 3 mana available right now. 2 cards in hand.
Oh yeah, and Timothy is tapped out.
Yep. So really deciding if they're able to contest the expedition here. It seems like it's just a pass, I think, yeah.
Right. Interesting. Interesting. So like,
May-
Babos is very much ahead, and he chooses to. I don't know what he had his hand, obviously.
Yeah, we don't know what's
but
in the
like,
hand exactly. Yeah, it could be some spells that maybe just might not work in this certain situation.
Right. It's going to be hard to recover with like so much head start for Kojo.
I
Though.
agree.
On the other hand, the Kojo player ended up with like no cards in hand, but he still has his 2 in reserve.
Yep.
It's looking good for them. Let's see what. I mean, Kodama is on the board, so hopefully Simon can catch up now.
Yeah, so this Chiron will still be able to trigger the boost when it's played from reserve, and the Ortis Spy will be able to create a Ortis Recruit when played from reserve as well here. So with that alone of just 4 mana, even without whatever cards are in the hand, that's still a pretty big board, you know.
Pretty big board. But then there's Kodama to overcome on the other side,
True,
and yeah, Simon has 3 cards in hand. And what did you resupply?
Hathor. Yep.
Not that good in that spot, I guess. A bit expensive from reserve. But Kojo Companion Expedition is like
Is offline right now.
is in forest. So I guess Hathor is a decent counter,
Sure.
possibly.
Makes sense. Yeah, Simon really trying to decide what to do here. Very curious on what cards are in the hand. Oh, Anansi.
All right. Yeah.
So we'll get 1 boost. Yeah.
You can see the impact of the sabotage of the previous turn. Like, at this stage, often Fen's reserve would be like much bigger, and Anansi would be a much bigger card. Now,
Yeah, there's the Ortis Recruit
yeah,
coming
so
out.
they're tying on the Companion Expedition right now. Like Simon really needs to.
Oh.
We lost
We
image.
lost the image. Yeah, the other stream lost as well, so we will. Oh, it will come back now shortly. There we are.
So yeah, like Simon really needs to overcome, like, to make the most of this turn, because next round Buddha is coming back, and now any mistake, might be hard to recover from.
This is a Cloth Cocoon, I
Cloth
believe.
Cocoon.
Yep.
Yep.
So that does mean, for the moment, Simon is winning both expeditions, but there is still the Chiron at least to come out. That will, if it's played within the same expedition as the token, it will at least equal. It's
Mighty Jin.
Yep.
Again, good spots. Like, there's no. Oh, actually, yeah. Like, yeah. I mean, he's going to let Anansi go through, but I guess Timothée doesn't care at this point. It's just like pressing his advantage for this card.
Yep. Yeah, and at this point in the game, to be able to prevent both expeditions from moving is going to take a lot of work. You need to draw like pretty much the perfect cards, and then even after that, you also have to draw the perfect cards.
Yeah. Especially when you have Buddha.
When Buddha's on the board now, yeah.
Simon.
Yeah, and again, like 2 pretty powerful cards still in the reserve available for Timothée here. I can really see the power though of Anasi in the Lyra deck, like you're saying, because usually Fen it can have quite a large reserve, you know what I mean? So the value in that card is I can definitely see it for sure.
In 2 vs 2, Anansi, the rare version is wild because
Does it count both?
all reserves.
Really?
So theoretically, you can get it all the way to 888.
Oh
if
my God.
like, well, or more, but like, imagining a play where you're first to play, everyone has 2 cards in reserve, you play it 888, crazy. But then in practice, it's really hard to get in that spot. It's still a very, very strong card in multiplayer, the rare version of Anansi, obviously.
I can imagine, yeah.
But then again, multiplayer is a whole different beast.
A whole different game,
Yeah.
for sure.
Like, also because having so much more stats in a multiplayer game is not necessarily enough, because your opponent can just attack your ally instead.
Correct.
All right, so let's
So
see.
Buddha is down.
So Buddha is down. Yeah.
So, or
Oh,
Caster.
yeah, interestingly, he chose not to put Mighty G in mana, and to keep it to replay it for cheap. And Sabotage coming. All right. And getting rid of Anansi because, yeah, obviously here it would have been very strong with a 3 reserve. Well, 2 reserve, I guess, with Anansi itself, not counting itself.
Not a bad started card either. It's for 3/3/2s. It's okay. Alongside the pair of the Sabotage. Fen player throws out another unique of their own.
Let's see what it is.
What it is. Tinkerbell, I believe, yes?
Oh, yeah, Tinkerbell. So Sabotage and put a card in reserve to gain 1 boost for each card in each player's reserve. Well, the power we're talking about of rare Anansi on this, wow, that's wild.
Does that say each player's reserve?
Yes.
So, oh, wow.
So look, it has now 5 boosts. So it's a 7/5/7.
Wow.
That's really good, really good right now.
That's for 3.
Especially because the 5 is in Mountain, and there's no Mountain in Timothy's Hero Expedition, so he can't use that slightly weaker spot to move forward.
Yep, correct.
Now, we see the game shine. See that unique very shine there.
Yeah, we can see the Chiron coming back in, deciding to boost itself here.
Yeah. I guess Timothy is like focusing on his companion expedition now. He knows Hero Expedition is going to be too expensive unless he has like a removal we don't see coming. But
yeah, but I think I do believe he's not tapped out.
Okay, so there's
this is a Tracer. No,
Pathfinder.
Pathfinder.
Yeah, Pathfinder.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's the game. But that unique is very, very interesting.
It's funny how it went from like I was just describing the very power play you can do with that power,
and then this exact unique comes down. Yeah.
And with this Sega situation where like you have a lot of strength in one side, but then the opponent can just like go elsewhere, especially if he's pressuring you.
For sure, yeah. And another, I think that's 2 Kojo victories we've seen on stream so far, yeah. So very interesting because I think in general, maybe it's just my opinion, I think a lot of the Bravos community would expect Bazira to be very well represented within a lot of these tournaments, but Kojo really performing quite well so far.
Kojo is performing well. Kojo is a strong and reliable, hero, and you can see it shine at all levels of play, basically. Really easy to grasp, but also very competitive. Very good hero when you play limited as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, okay, so with that, we will take a very, very, very quick break, and then we'll be back for round 10, which is going to be very, very exciting. I think, in general, from what I've been seeing for the top tables and what the score, I do believe that most players that are 9 wins and 1 loss will pretty much be guaranteed to make it into the top 16. And then any players that are 8-2, that will depend on tiebreakers and such. But yeah, we'll be straight back to you with the final game of Swiss. So stay tuned. Hello, 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 everybody. Sorry for leaving you so long. Yeah. It's for me giveaway. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. I will try to get the team to sign. Yeah. I think it will be good. Nice. Yeah, so sorry for making all of you guys wait so long. We're going to be jumping into round 10 very, very, very soon. This is going to be the final round of Swiss before we go to the top 16 cut. Within round 10 as well, I don't know if it will be before, after, during, we will also have Regis, the creator of the game, coming onto the stream. I will have Marcus, one of the game designers, do a little bit of translation. He can understand English, but speaking English is not the easiest for him. So he will just say a few words, thank the English-speaking community. There's been such an outpouring of love and support for Altered, and I think I will get rid of this big BRB screen beside me. There's been such an amazing outpouring of love and support, so thank you all for sticking with us. Again, I know I'm leaving you guys on breaks for maybe a little bit too long, but unfortunately, I can't just sit here and chat with you the whole time as much as I want to. I have a few other responsibilities that I'm doing while I'm here as well, so just thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for enjoying Altered the same way I do. I'm not gonna lie, it was very last minute that I was able to attend this event, and I've just spoken to some of the Equinox team, and they are very happy to have me and be able to showcase this game to the English-speaking community. And I really feel honored and privileged to present this for you guys. And even if it's only the beginning, there will always be some issues, with these long delays between stream, the setup, maybe the camera not being at the best angle and stuff like that. But I think for the start of what Altered has to offer, this is amazing to see. I'm absolutely blown away to see a 1,000 player event. And yes, this is within France. I want to see these 1,000 player events on the same scale in America, in the UK, in Germany, in Italy, in all of these amazing countries. And I truly, truly, truly want to see this game grow to be a firm contender within the TCG space. Good luck. So we have the round 10 contestants going in. I will quickly try to grab their names really quickly so that I will have the deck lists up on the screen. I'll echo their sentiment for being appreciated. You were able to be here and showing this event. And thank you so much, Justin. Again, so much apologies for not being as present in the stream as possible. But for the games, I'm trying to highlight them as best as possible. And there's a lot going on here at the moment. Watching this, getting hyped, and also realizing there's a new Soulbound book. Nice, great crawl. That's so cool that you're interested in my current job as well. To be honest, I didn't expect to see an event like this so early in the game's history. Loving the stream. Thanks for everything here. Awesome. Okay, we will probably grab the players' names, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, so I can see the game up in front of me right now. We actually have Tasia versus Traced, if I'm not mistaken, right now, which is great to see. I'm going to pull up the deck lists really, really quickly.
Okay.
And Marcus is joining us again.
And we're good to go for the final round of Swiss.
Final round of Swiss, yeah. It's
exciting stuff, yeah.
It's been a long day. We're not over yet. We'll still have top 16, but yeah, it's... I mean, honestly, I think it's been great. We've seen a great showcase of many heroes throughout the day.
Absolutely.
And I think we're going to finish with a great match.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. I will quickly bring up the deck lists for us here, and we'll jump straight into it.
So, two decks we've seen, or two heroes we've seen before, but let's have a quick look into the specifics of like the kind of decks that are being played here. As I mentioned way earlier back in the stream, Tasia has multiple different kind of builds, some of them more around ramps, some of them more around plants. So I'm looking here at the deck list. Okay, so there's a couple of Tiny Djinns. Tiny Djinn, a very powerful out of faction to be playing with Tasia specifically because it can gain more single boosts. Actually, quick little pause. We have someone here to have a quick chat with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave my spot for a second.
Well, actually, if you want, if Regis wants to say a few words to like the English community, if you need to translate it all, is it okay if?
Oh
you
yeah,
two
yeah,
are?
yeah,
Is
sure,
that okay?
sure.
Cool. Regis, you can. Marcus, if you want to speak French, you can translate for you. Just talk to the community. Yeah?
Thank you so much.
Is the camera on? Yep, there we go.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing today?
It's a wonderful day. It's so incredible to have so much people in the same room. Yeah, I'm very proud.
Yeah, I think we're tired. The day's getting long. We're a bit tired, but my wrist is hurting a bit. It's yours?
Okay. Switch in French, please, because my English is so bad. So.
Ton poignet, ça va? Pas trop mal au poignet?
Non, ça va. Les gens sont adorables. On a la meilleure communauté ever, et c'est juste incroyable.
Okay, his wrist isn't hurting yet. He's been signing all day, but he's fine. Our community is the best ever, and it's just been lovely meeting great people.
Yeah.
Every bit of the day. Cool. Thank you so much for saying hi.
Yeah, et bye-bye.
Bye-bye. we'll head straight back to the game then. Thank you, Regis, so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's get straight back into the game then. Lovely to see Regis, of course. Regis, founder of the project, person without who none of this would be happening.
Would be existing, yeah.
We would not be here without Regis. None of us would be. So very grateful to him for everything he's done and invested and given to the project. It's very thankful for all the hard work he's done.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And let's crack on with the match.
Yeah. Yes, we see the Sneezer Shroom come down for the Tasia player. A great card to pair with the hero's ability, of course, giving it that one boost on the Traced player side. We can see 2 cards in the reserve so far. I do believe that's Foundry Mechanic and Copelia, I think? Or is it Ada Lovelace?
Ada Lovelace.
Ada
yeah,
Lovelace.
they're the same art, so
yeah.
I see where the mix-up is coming from.
Yeah,
absolutely. So, a pretty good start for the Tasia player. Seeing the Shroom is always a powerful staple. It's going to be 3/3, since that looks like the rare version to me from what I can see.
Yep.
So, Tasia being the aggressive player a little bit in this matchup, you're going to want to try and get some expeditions early, while the Trace player is going to be a little bit more slow. Play some cards that may be a bit weaker initially, but get his hero ability up and rolling.
100%, yeah. So we can see, I can already see 2 unique Spindle Harvesters, which, with that being my favorite unique I have right now, is very, very spicy indeed.
So, okay, so it looks like basically the Spindle Harvesters, both of them are based around giving Anchored to other characters if they're boosted. In Tasia, having a boost is pretty trivial. So they do look they look like powerful uniques. And I think the second one, the one on the right, at Dusk, if I have... Okay, that's a very powerful unique.
Yeah.
So basically, it gains Anchored from hand under a certain condition and from reserve with no conditions. And at Dusk, if it has 1 boost, you can have another character of hand cost 2 less gain
really?
Anchored. So since he stays in play for 2 days, well, you can actually anchor something twice. So
that's incredibly powerful, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, Spindle Harvest is usually it's like 1 mana, just have 1 little anchored dude for two days. This guy just brings along a friend who stays anchored at the same time as him.
Yep. Yeah, so we've seen on the Teja player side, I do believe this is a
Aloe Vera.
Aloe Vera, yes, yes. Coming down into the companion expedition.
Yep.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of that card today, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Between like all the different fans, we've seen it in the Wind deck, we've seen it in multiple Teja builds. A pretty interesting staple, turning out to be. Like, people aren't playing the common version so much. The common doesn't have the anchored ability by itself, so you're usually more going to play it in a build, like, for example, with Argent, where you have access to easy ways to anchor it. But the rare version in itself seems to be showing up in pretty big numbers.
I think it's quite good, in particular the rare version, because with that resupply at noon, you kind of, at least with that anchored, you guarantee that you get that resupply a couple of times at least, you know?
For sure. I think one of the big reasons people are choosing to include it as well is that a lot of these Muna decks we're seeing are based on anchoring a character over multiple days. Like we're seeing here, like the Spindle Harvester uniques, that kind of will allow you to do that. All the support abilities that we saw in the Wind deck also go in that direction. So, yeah, Aloe Vera is a great card to have anchored over multiple days because the resupply gives you just continuous value.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So
interesting rare from our Trace player in the. I have forgotten the English name for that. The 4/2/2 that removes fleeting.
Is it a Pathfinder?
Is that
a Pathfinder? I don't think
the Pathfinder is the other card, right? Maybe it's Pathfinder.
It could be Pathfinder. Yeah. But it removes fleeting anyway. Yeah.
Interesting choice of rares. I guess that means like a slightly more aggressive Trace build potentially. And he's definitely going to try and recur, by removing fleeting, recur some of his powerful characters with cheap reserve costs.
Yeah, another rare in this action deck that we've seen it before. You're a big fan of, right? This this rare 1/1/1/2/1, which it turns out, you know, just good stat of vanilla bodies are good.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's so funny to see that card being played.
It's probably cool to see it being played though, for sure.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. I guess it's not what we expected the most. Like, and it turns out 1-drops are powerful.
Very
and
powerful, yes.
People are willing to use rare slots on them. Okay, so let's refocus a little bit on the game state currently. So we're heading into day number 3. The Aloe Vera is sticking around, so Teja doing what Teja likes to do and having its threats, kind of sticking to the board, getting a bit more value and more stats as time goes on. Our Trace player looks like he's... So is that one counter on Trace at the moment?
Yes, I do believe so. This is one counter.
So slightly slow start in terms of developing Trace, but he's keeping neck and neck in terms of expeditions, right?
Yep.
So not falling too far behind just yet.
You saw the Muna Bastion go into the reserve from the Alvira's resupply ability.
Interesting choice. Actually, our Muna player has 3 copies of that card in his deck as a rare.
Yeah, which is very interesting. I think I've seen this rare card in a couple of Teja decks, but maybe not on the 3, more so maybe around the 2 mark, to be honest.
Yes.
So it's clear that they really value this landmark in their deck.
Oh, also particularly, like, not just a common, so for the tough ability, but specifically for the ability at noon to give all characters that were anchored from last day game 1 boost. So I think we're really seeing a build of Teja here that's trying to focus around keeping characters in play over multiple days and really grow those amount of boosts as time goes on. So Aloe Vera, slightly sadly, is in a mountain forest region right now, so it's highest stat in water, not really benefiting that much. Still though, it's a 3/3 in, well, a 3/3 in this context. That's probably good enough to win an expedition with.
Yeah, and would you mind reminding me the ability of this Ada Lovelace that is in the reserve at the moment when it's played from reserve, if possible?
Yeah. So when you play Ada Lovelace, you put a card from your hand in reserve to draw cards. And
Okay,
so that's
yeah,
the rare version. The common only works on landmarks or permanent cards. I'm not sure which one. But the rare, working on any card from your hand, is a great card advantage tool for Trace. And also a powerful way to put cards into your reserve.
For sure. Yeah, we see the Meadow come down here. One of my favorite cards, honestly, within Muna, especially in these plant decks. It's particularly good at it's weird whenever I see these discount cards. Like, it's not the same as a ramp card, but it does something kind of similar. You know what I mean? So getting the discount to kind of cheat a card out faster is always good. And if you're going to be playing a deck with many plants, this is the one you want to include.
Right. It looks like most of Corentin's character and his Muna deck are going to be plants. So. We should be seeing that basically accounting to more or less an additional mana orb until the end of the game. So, Corentin basically taking a bit of time off to develop some landmarks. He may even just play the Muna Bastion at this point, to be honest.
Yeah.
Since
there's no immediate like pressure, kind of, you know what I mean? At least on the companion side right now.
Exactly. So Johan has basically committed all to hero side. Okay, this line works as well. So Khan's on here saying, you know what, I still want to have some stats during the next day. We're going to trade expeditions this turn. That's inevitable at this point. But sure, you know, a little bit of help with 2/2/2 means you'll be ahead. And he's basically trying to, as much as possible, always have a character in play at the beginning of the day.
Taking
to have
advantage
an
of that Teja ability as well. So
and
we see the unique.
So this is one of the 2 Spindle Harvesters that I was mentioning.
It will be maybe a little bit tricky since there is 2 to figure out which one it is, but I guess we will try and judge on stats if there's if we can try and see.
It's the one on the right.
It is, yes. I can see the forest there.
So this is the more powerful one of the 2. Oh, okay, this makes way more sense.
Yeah.
So the first one, from hand, if you have a landmark, it target character of Hankos Fearless that isn't me gains anchored. So he's going to anchor the Aloe Vera again. It also has an additional line that says, at dusk, if I have 1 or more boosts, which actually, sadly,
it doesn't in this
isn't going to be the case, but he'll be able to give anchored something else. The thing is, everything else is already anchored.
Everything's already anchored,
so there's no reason to do so.
Yep.
Okay, so actually really good sequencing from Corentin. He's like, well, I don't actually need this boost on my Spindle Harvester. And my Spindle Harvester is not anchored from hand, so there's no reason to boost it. So I'm actually going to play the Senior Stream first, which is going to stay, and that will get the boost, and then I'll get the additional stats from that.
And if it was boosted, it does say, just to be sure, another character, right? So it cannot anchor itself.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, we avoided any uniques that could anchor themselves indefinitely because that would
That's
be
pretty strong,
eternal,
right?
basically.
Yeah, basically eternal. Yeah.
Probably not too fun to play against. So we made sure that wasn't possible.
Yeah, I'm honestly very happy to see Teja performing so well. Like it's a like we were talking about. It's a very simple concept of establishing these anchored plants and boosting them over time. But it's quite a powerful strategy. But it's also very important, like we've just seen with sequencing, right? You know what I mean? Sequencing can be very, very important, especially as these games go on. And sometimes you can commit to having an anchored character stay around for so long and really get boosted, but then maybe you get punished for you invest all of your resources into this one character. Your opponent has the removal for it, So
sure. I mean, like the Muna decks are pretty easy to pick up, and playing a single shroom and giving it a boost, nothing too complicated. If you really want to get into the depths of like anchoring a character over multiple days, playing specific uniques, as we're seeing here, that help you do that. There's definitely a lot more technical aspects. And I'm sure Corentin here definitely deserves to be in the seat right now, playing in the win-in for the top 16. And he hasn't just done that by simply playing his anchored cards on the table. I'm sure there's been a lot more technical kind of aspects of sequencing all these things.
For sure.
So not too much for Johan right now, to be honest. He's not really behind on expeditions, but he's down. Well, Corentin actually has a landmark. He doesn't. Maybe he hasn't seen any of his Bravos Bastions right yet, so he's lacking a bit of power in terms of stats. So I think he's just kind of quietly trying to get a little bit of value, not get too far behind on expeditions. Those other Lovelaces are going to be great for additional card advantage, and also for, naturally, as all Trace players are trying to do, enable the hero power and get access to that crazy card advantage for the mid-late game.
One of your favorites. We do see this
one
of Hooked.
Yeah. This deck looks pretty similar to one of the ones we've seen earlier.
Earlier on, yeah.
Potentially, maybe a teammate.
Could have practiced together and something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, the one-off specific hook is quite a
specific thing. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this now. It's really been proved to me today that I probably said this honestly about 5 times on the stream now. 1-drops and altered are very, very good, very strong.
Absolutely.
Yeah. For so many different situations as well.
Sure.
I think particularly good in, like we were discussing, Izmir, but just as it's kind of this cheap character you play and then you really want to wait for your opponent to react to see what they do.
Yeah.
Is this the other Spindle Harvester's unique? It might be, I think.
Yes.
So this one, again, to confirm, this does get anchored on play.
So get anchored on play, and when another character you control gains at least 1 boost, if I have 2 or more boosts, target other character gains anchored. So a slightly technical card to understand here, but basically what Corentin needs to do with it is find a way to give it 2 boosts.
For me? Yeah, can I? Brian, can I have one of them? Thank you. Oh, sorry. I thought it was a spin. It's not. It's a unique from the traced player.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
it was a
Yeah.
mistake.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So
Oh,
this
so
is-
Moon Merchant. Huh, interesting. Okay, so Moon Merchant. So it's a 3/3, 3-on-1 light stat line. So when it's played from anywhere, you may sacrifice a character or a permanent. If you do, you can discard target permanent. Okay, so interesting.
Okay.
So definitely a unique targeted to like some of the powerful opponents that I'm playing. And particularly good in this context since Conton has 2 pretty good permanents. He's committed quite a bit of mana to playing.
Yep.
Additional ability from the reserve. Put a card from your hand in reserve. If it's a permanent, resupply. Okay, so second ability, pretty good. But I think here this mainly looks like some kind of tech. Johanna said, you know what? There's some players playing some pretty strong landmarks at the moment.
That's why
I
was
want some
discussing,
tech against that.
Yeah, the possible, Lyra Festival tech in this card as well. Yeah.
For example, I'm sure like all the Sigismar decks also have a bunch of like pretty powerful landmarks.
Carriers and stuff like that.
Carriers,
yeah.
maybe some decks playing monoliths or grand endeavors. So a key interesting choice. I'd be very curious to have a chat with you and find out how good that unique's been out for him throughout the day.
Yeah. I think generally this is something I was talking about earlier. I think a lot of the interaction with landmarks for certain uniques and just certain cards, besides these powerful ones like Lyra Festival, I don't want to say are maybe on the weaker side, but maybe there's not as much utility surrounding them. But I think possibly moving into future sets, there will naturally just be more landmarks that come to the game and stuff like that. So there'll always be opportunities for these types of cards to shine in the future.
Absolutely.
And there's the rare 1-drop. I think this is my favorite card in the Axiom deck at the moment.
So Johan going full in the I'm going to draw loads of cards and resupply a bunch. Does he still have some mana left? I imagine a year since he seems to be thinking about a decision.
I think so.
Well, we'll figure out what Johan is considering and what his plan is right now. So I think Trace should be. Oh, Trace is active.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess the issue is he is. Okay, right. So I imagine the last character who played got him up to the threshold of the 5 counters. The issue is his reserve is already pretty full, so he's definitely going to be having a bit of a reserve overflow here. And he's basically figuring what he's going to have to discard from reserve at the end of the day. Oh, yeah, not a little bit too early, but he's already figured out what he wants to do in his head, so had his plan all laid out. And
it's
once again, both
not going to
players
matter in this situation in terms of potentially showing the player what they're considering of getting rid of, but in this situation, it's fine.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Contan wasn't going to take any further game action, so no information revealed right here. And okay, well, Johan had to figure out one card to discard, but he hasn't. It looks like he's still pondering which of the third one. So the unique looks pretty good in this situation. You do have to sacrifice a character or permanent, though, which is a pretty strong condition. I imagine you probably want a cheap character, so that is me. Augury would be a great candidate. I think Johan comes to the same conclusion, decides, you know what, the 3 cost a little bit expensive. I've got loads of card draw. I'll find other cards to play. I'm happy to have a 1-drop that's going to do after you. Like, can you just sacrifice fodder to destroy maybe the meadow, maybe the spindle.
Yeah, it's very interesting here as well that like as strong of a start as the Moon player had here, it seems like Trace. I mean, right now at least looking at the board state, it's kind of equal at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Trace has done a good job of like staying neck and neck and still managing to actually get the shield for his hero power. The issue is he still doesn't have any havens, and at some point, Tasia is just going to play lots of stats, and if you carry on it this way, you might get to tiebreaker, and if you don't have any havens in tiebreaker, you're going to have a rough time as the Trace player right here. It also looked like Corentin's chain of anchors kind of fizzled out. So he'd basically been anchoring, having a character for the next day for a while, and he's actually now, for the first time, going to have an empty expedition zone at the beginning of the day. So I guess playing, well, he took some time to play some landmarks, so that makes sense, but we'll figure out what he's got ready for this next day. So we have a Axiom Salvager right here as the unique for, Johan. No,
it's this one here?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Salvager. Apologies.
So 1-2, it says 0-0-1. You put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, resupply. Okay, so...
And then the support is you give something fleeting, is it?
Yeah, target character loses fleeting.
Losing fleeting, okay, cool.
Okay, so, interesting. So I think Johan's basically gone for quite a few cards that can remove fleeting, so that's support ability. We saw the Bravos, not Pathfinder, but the 4-2-2 for 3 that removes feating and gives a boost to the character. So there's definitely an idea of like trying to recur the same character again and again.
For sure. And now for the moment there is a character on the board that can be active for the other character within the reserve to possibly take out the landmark, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Yep.
0-0-1, so pretty good kind of like sacrifice fodder.
Yep.
If that is what Johan wishes to do. And another unique.
Yep, many uniques in this game.
We are struggling to keep track on this. So I think
no, it was the same one.
Oh, it's the same spin
I think Johan was just again reading the card and making sure they understand it.
I think we might be missing a feating on that. Usually when players forget, they tend to remember after a short while. And there's a judge in there who is currently looking closely at the board, so I think he is currently aware of the situation. There we go. It's all fixed.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Johan, digging so much, but still no signs of the
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. Ooh. Yeah, not the best hit here. So Frankenstein basically allows you to re-trigger the arrow abilities of landmarks you control, but unfortunately when you have no landmarks, it's a 3-3 for 3 from the reserve. So that one probably not going to be played and potentially just discarded at the end of the night for Johan here.
It's quite a shame as well, because just looking at the landmarks within the this trace deck, some of them are. I mean, there's the obvious one, right, which is going to be the Bravos Bastion, but then also has the sabotage one.
Armored Jammer, yeah.
Yes.
Armored Jammer, so 2-2. So the common version just says arrow, so when I play from anywhere, sabotage. The rare version says when I leave the landmark zone, you sabotage again.
Which, you know, if you want to, if you've got ways of sacrificing your own landmarks, then.
Which Johan does in the unique that we covered.
Yep.
And there seems to be a auto-destruction, so a boom. One of in his deck as well, so he's got a couple ways of triggering that, that ability.
Yeah, it seems like, obviously, we can't see exactly what's in the Muno player's hand right now, but could be potentially running out of gas here, but again.
For a Muno player?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's very hard to make out for the moment, but we will see.
That looks like a unique. I think it's a unique tiny gin actually at the left of his hand.
Oh yeah, that looks like it too. Yeah. So it's just going to be a 1-3-0.
Yeah, 3-2, 1-3-0. One inject position zone. If you have one landmark, which he does, put me in your mana. And okay. When the character you control gains at least one boost, if you have one landmark or more, another character of hand cost 3 or less gains anchored. So Corentin basically has 3 uniques that are very much around the same thing, right? You need to have a landmark, but he's playing a bunch. That's probably why he's playing these spindles
to
enable those.
Right? Yeah.
And the Bountiful Meadows as well. And basically using those powerful abilities to anchor and keep some strong characters, Aloe Vera is a good example, into play for multiple turns. I love this because I think it's a fascinating example of how the uniques that this player has access to or decided to build around is going to change his deck building.
Exactly, I agree.
If someone has a set of different uniques they want to run, maybe they wouldn't run the landmark so much. Maybe they'd be less interested in 3-cost characters to anchor. And that to me shows like just how much depth there still is to deck building, like how much you can dig and kind of customize your deck and make separate choices depending on the uniques you've got.
Yeah. It's not like the standard stock list. It's like each unique drastically changes a lot of the deck building choices surrounding it. Yeah.
And you know, for some uniques, that's not necessarily the case, right? Some uniques are a bit more generic in the way they function, don't require so many synergies. But if you have a couple of uniques that work in a specific way, and you can really orient your deck all around that, I think there's really some great things to dig into right there.
I think that's actually another Sneezer Shroom in the Muno player's hand here as well on the right. So
I agree with you. So there's a Sneezer Shroom, a unique Tiny Djinn, and I'm not sure what the third spell is. Maybe looks like a spell from here. I don't see any stat lines on it. So maybe a Beauty Sleep or a Mana Reaping. It could be one. It could be one of the two. They're both in the play in Corentin's deck. So a Daughter of Yggdrasil, actually a rare Daughter of Yggdrasil played, I believe from hand. So that's a 5/5/3 for 3.
So both players draw.
Both players draw the card, exactly. So if you're worried about Corentin running out of gas, I think he is covered.
Yep. Yeah, and Trace's ability here really shining. There's so many cards here from reserve available to you on, you know what I mean?
Right. The thing is, none of them are that strong individually, though, right? He's still kind of missing one of those big payoffs to really benefit from that. And at the moment, as the way things are looking, Kawa might just be able to outstat him, right? If he's able to anchor that Daughter of Yggdrasil, keep it in play with his unique, develop another key threat on your decided expedition.
Just putting the fleeting token again. Yep.
It's an easy thing to forget, but most of the time players remember.
Yeah,
like,
judges doing their job. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I've played a couple of games, well, to be honest, many games where if I kind of don't have access to tokens or whatever, like, you know, players will just remember and stuff, but I think for the stream and stuff, it is definitely very valuable to have those tokens on there.
For sure. I mean, this is a high-stake match, right? Like, winning in
you don't want a player to be confused, oh, that actually stayed, did play from reserve, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Ooh, and
here comes out the unique we were talking about. Yeah, the one for the permanents.
Okay. So sacrifices the Izmir Stargazer, that's the correct name, sorry, I gave the incorrect name earlier. The judge taking a quick read at the unique, making sure it works as intended. So Stargazer was basically not doing much, it lost its expedition pretty clearly, and he's going to be able to blow up. Oh. Is he thinking about what to destroy? Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Yeah, so destroys the Bastion, probably not so much for the tough claws at this point in the game, but I think Johan has that many removals left in his deck. However, the Add Dusk One boost is going to be super relevant with all these anchored characters right now. Kontan is all in on that companion side, isn't he?
Yep, for sure.
It's a pretty sound strategy, right? If you go all in on that companion side, I think everything should be anchored, if I've understood his unique correctly. And then next turn, like, both Kontan and Johan will have empty hero zones, and if Kontan wins the hero zone, he's probably going to be able to convert that whole game into a victory. So players, once again, trading expeditions, huh? So I think we're just figuring out how the unique works, what he's able to anchor or not.
If it's anchored and if it's, yeah, exactly.
So a slight shame for Kontan here that he wasn't able actually to like spread out his threats in 2 expeditions. But I imagine like just to make sure he got the most out of that turn and didn't like lose 2 expeditions, it was important for him to commit more heavily on that one side.
For sure. Seems like the TCG player is starting to feel the heart of the traceability / card advantage. Yeah, it's you really do start to feel it sometimes. Yeah, you know, this the reserve starts to fill up so fast, and this, like we discussed before, it can often act as like as a second hand, sure, kind of like a second hand, but an open hand, because obviously the opponent can see the cards present there. But Trace, like, yeah, I think still firmly in the game. Unfortunately, right now,
absolutely.
you know, there's a lot of the anchored cards there over on the companion side, but on the hero side, well, should still be able to fight pretty nicely for it. Oh, I can see a dragon. I can see a Hydrocana in the Moona player's hand, which I'm not too sure. I mean, you will know a lot better than me. I'm not too sure that the Trace player has a lot of options for removal. So one thing they might be able to do is they could hook it over to the other acquisition. That could be very, very interesting potentially.
Absolutely, that would be a sweet play.
Yeah.
So I think the Trace player has 2 possible answers to a Hydrocania, which would be hooked, as you mentioned, which works for this turn, but kind of just pushes back the issue in some ways as well.
Yeah.
And he also has a Boom. So
Boom is you get rid of the target permanent, and then you can straight up discard.
Yeah.
Okay.
And no cost, no restriction of cost or anything else like that.
But that being said, Boom does only work when there is a landmark in play, and unfortunately there is no landmark in play, right?
So this is actually common Boom, and common Boom works on just requires a character.
Oh, okay, interesting, cool.
So
cool. Oh,
if Johan has access to it, he should be able to.
Oh, that's good then. Cool.
Figure a way out.
I was confused on the card, but no worries. Cool.
So I'm curious if Kontan is going to decide to commit that Hydrocania, and I think he's deciding against it. Maybe just playing around one of those 2 removal spells, as we were talking about, because that would be a pretty big blowout if that is what happens. And maybe he's just thinking, you know what, I'm quite firmly ahead in this game. I'm not going to take a risk. I'm not going to take a gamble on a powerful player that can be punished by removal. Especially when my opponent has so much card advantage to actually dig towards those removal spells. And I'm just going to play a bit more slow, carrying on anchoring things. Actually, that aloe vera, not anchored this time. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, the Trace with some very important decisions right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a complex turn for him. He's probably going to play 3, 4, maybe even 5 cards. Most of them from their reserve.
Yep.
But definitely lots of intricacies. There's a unique in the reserve as well. Sure, starts off with Axiom Salvager. You know, 1 mana, resupply, get the information of what you're going to resupply. Can't really go too wrong.
There it is,
okay,
finally.
Finally the Bastion. Is it too late, though? This is what we're going to find out.
Right, it may be.
So, Corentin right now has 5 stats in water, thanks to the boosted aloe vera. And Johan actually, at the moment, has 0. So we'll see. Playing the Haven will cost 2 mana. I think that leaves him with 5 remaining mana. So with 5 remaining mana, is he going to be able to actually get enough statistics to cover that hero expedition? I suspect the answer will be no. So maybe Johan is going to have to go down a different route. Maybe use some removal spells to kind of clear out the way. I'm pretty sure the Spindle Harvester is going to get to anchor something again this stuff.
Yeah, yeah. This unique
really
is insane.
good. Yeah, that is so powerful.
Starting to play a big card here. This is Aloe Vera paying for the anchored here as well. Yeah, we've really seen this card show up right now, yeah. It's doing a lot of work.
That's up to 9 in water.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough for Johan to find an answer to. Okay, decides his best bet is the Haven. Okay, that's a pretty good hit.
Yeah,
that's a 1-drop. That's going to basically say 1 mana, 2 stats in water. He has to get up to 9 though. That's so much. Maybe a combination of like a removal spell, so like a Keylon Blast, plus like 1 or 2 cards would get up to 4. In that case, so you're only tying. You're not actually pulling ahead.
If I feel like if the expedition gets tied here, it's simply just not going to be enough to close out the game. Yeah.
Right, well, I guess it depends on how much is going to be anchored, but there's an aloe vera.
Yeah, aloe vera, but then yeah, it's going to be moving into the mountain region, which is like maybe it's not that good.
Sure.
Yeah.
If Johan has a removal, he actually has a bit of a dilemma because the boosted. Oh, Corentin once again showing great sequencing in putting the boost this time not on the anchored aloe vera, which is usually what you'd expect people to do. But it's like, no, you know what? I'm going to play around a removal spell, and I want my opponent to choose between having to deal with a aloe vera next turn or to actually gain like an additional stat technically by removing the 5 stats of aloe vera right now. Really heads up play from Corentin. Like I feel like he's really aware of like the possible interactions that Johan could be playing right now. And like sequencing his Teja boost on precisely the right character, which is not an easy feat.
Yeah, like you said, I think it's most players will just come and see, oh, there's an anchored character, let's give it a boost so it retains more value. But in this exact situation, he's actually played it very well.
You know what? I'll nitpick on one thing. Corentin has spent all his mana instead of using his Bountiful Meadow. And it would technically be correct.
Yeah, and he would have had 1 spare mana. Even if he doesn't need it, he could have saved it.
He could have bluffed like a Beauty Sleep or something like that. Or also just doing that in general is good practice. Let's say Johan has landmark removal. Low chance of this being relevant right now, but when you have a Bountiful Meadow or any a similar card, it's usually worth just doing that straight away from the get-go to make sure you're not like soft to removal or anything else.
So
like
in this situation, if since Corentin is tapped out, right? If the turn is passed back over, is there this is not relevant at all, but is there an opportunity for him to just for the memes, just tap the Bountiful Meadow and then pass? Or is it once you're tapped out, it's you know what I mean?
Right, so Corentin, I think if I followed the sequencing correctly, Corentin played the aloe vera, which then just passes the turn back to Johan, and he then now that Johan has played his Foundry mechanic, turn goes back to Corentin, and yeah, he could do that if he wanted to. I believe the wording on content.
Well, it would-
Oh, that is the hooks you're talking about.
Oh, wow. This is exactly what we're talking about, and that's going to be able to remove 4 water here.
Yes, okay. Johan just, I think, being told off by the judge for forgetting fleeting on his foundry mechanic, but that is not a big issue right here. Let's just get the game state clarified. And yeah, everything looks clear here. Hooks has been paid for, and that aloe vera pushed off into a different expedition.
So that's just currently 5 water, I think, for the...
Yes.
Yeah.
And I believe with the immediate Earhart, which is a 2-2-2 for 1, actually 3-2 for 1 right now with the Haven, that should be more than enough to not only tie, but also actually overcome the aloe vera. And once again, trade expeditions. This is every day, it's just been both players trading expeditions, in spite of all the anchored, all the like shenanigans going on. In the end, each player commits to one side, and they trade expeditions. This could go to tiebreaker potentially.
It could potentially, yeah, for sure. The hooked is actually the perfect card that was needed here, I feel.
Yeah, interesting solution. Huh. I guess you're still... So the risk with going to tiebreaker against Tasia is Tasia's probably going to start that tiebreaker with a bunch of stats in play. So definitely something that Johan, or both Johan and Kontan will have in mind, right? Going to the next day, it's like, can I stop Kontan from having anchored characters? And Kontan, on the opposite, can I still win the expedition that I need to win and ensure I have enough like actual like stats already prepared for the next day? This is going to be a close one, isn't it?
For sure, yeah.
The game is far from over.
Going to be interesting as well to see how many cards in reserve are going to be available here for Johan to benefit off of this.
Absolutely,
this bastion,
yeah.
Right? Because that's going to be the kind of the contender to really be able to try and win out the game. That's the way the boosts are going to be put onto the characters will hopefully give Johan enough power to contest these expeditions.
So it looks like Daughter of Yggdrasil being anchored. Interesting choice to anchor the Daughter and not anchor the aloe vera.
Perhaps deciding to go all in on a certain expedition here.
I feel like he's already kind of committed, you know, some anchored resources and maybe like. Interesting. To be fair, we don't know the content of the player's hand, and actually no. Okay, he does decide to go with the aloe vera. I think I prefer that. Like, generally having a threat set up on both sides is basically just makes everything for Johan more difficult. Well, if he's only committed to one side, Johan just says, okay, you're winning that side, I'll just focus on the other, and I'll probably beat you there because my Haven will allow me to do so. And from that point onwards, then we can move over to tiebreaker. Here, Kontan is saying, okay, you want to go to tiebreaker, you have to basically beat me on 2 sides.
Yeah. So I do remember beforehand we did see the Hydra cannon, and I do believe it's still in the hand. I don't think it was put down as a resource yet.
That looks like it right there. Right in the middle of Kontan's hand. Unfortunately, I imagine it's probably going to be resource at this point. The thing is, like, Traced is so good at activating abilities. Okay. Oh, wait. So we're just resolving the noon triggers of the aloe veras.
And there's the noon trigger on that Spindle Harvester as well, I believe, or
I think he just revealed that Spindle Harvester in reserve after resupply, so he's just showing his opponent what the card does.
Sure. I think the Kodama came off the.
Yes, so Kodama and the other unique.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So which? Okay. So this is one ones against anchored. This one needs 2 boosts to anchor something else. So 2 boosts. I'm not too sure how Kontan actually achieves that with that currently, but I imagine there's some kind of plan to figure that out somewhere. And yep, start off your turn by activating Traced. We mentioned, like we discussed, the timings of activating Traced earlier. Muna, little to no sabotage, so there's no reason not to go ahead and just do that first. Have as much information as possible, and a Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell, interesting in this situation, and Johan chooses to use it and sabotage. The thing is, though, Kontan has a lot of cards in reserve. So it limits Kontan's options, but I imagine as Kontan, you're not feeling too upset about that. You still have 3 other cards in reserve, bunch of cards in hand, 6 different cards you can play, and I'm sure he'll find useful things to do with his mana.
I do think the sabotage is still definitely quite relevant in terms of he's been able to target Karatan's most highly statted card in the reserve right there.
Sure.
Being the daughter.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely still worth doing.
Yep.
And Tinkerbell's stats look like they line up pretty well. Yeah. So Tinkerbell, pretty weak in Forest, but is strong in Mountain, which is relevant for Johann's progression on that side, and it's also relevant for blocking Corentin's progression.
Yep.
So the 4 in Mountain with the boost is exactly what Johann is looking for right here. So Johann doubling down on that Companion Expedition and another Izmir Stargazer right here. This hooked in reserve could be quite relevant, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So it costs 2 mana from reserve, so slightly more expensive. But in these kind of like weird situations where players are really like fighting for one side, like it's definitely something that Corentin has to keep in mind and play around.
For sure. Very great game here for the round 10 match. Like
Absolutely.
It's been very tense.
This is close. I suspect we'll go to tiebreaker as well.
We might.
We actually haven't seen a tiebreaker
No,
on stream
we haven't seen
yet.
one on stream yet, no.
So that would be very excited. I'm looking forward to it. Although we're not there quite yet. Johann does have some catching up to do. But Trace is pretty good at playing a bunch of 1-drops out of nowhere and getting loads of stats and catching up from any stat deficit he might be in at the moment. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be very interesting to see what cards Carlton decides to throw down here, because the 2 cards available from the reserve not really gonna establish too much pressure. You know, you've got a 1/1/1 and that 0/0/1 unique as well.
Yeah.
But at least that is some stats that can be spread out in different ways.
For sure. Corentin taking this time. You know, we're getting close to the end of the game. It's worth using the time on the clock that you have as a resource. Figure out everything that's going on. Take some time, consider what his opponent might have in his hand.
Yeah, someone just pointing out in the chat there how insane the the Benthel Meadow plus the Kodama is. It is, yeah. So it's a 1/4/4/4, which is kind of crazy.
Absolutely.
Extremely strong, like first kind of play to make as well, because still has so many resources available to him. Okay. It seems like all of the judges are running in to watch this game. There could be an issue with maybe the game's gone to time or something like that.
Yeah, it's
potentially.
probably something on time.
Yep.
I doubt time will really affect the outcome of this game at this point, since we're...
Because they will continue this day and then play one additional day, correct?
Right, so at this point, I'm relatively confident that there won't be any impact in terms of how the game actually plays out, but we'll get you updated as soon as we have more information. And I'm sure judges, well, there's also a slight extension for the time it takes for the future match to set up, so
makes sense.
They have a little bit more time on the clock than the players usually would.
Yeah, I think it could be a situation that maybe the game has gone to time and the judge could just be explaining what the situation will be, but it could also be players asking, players could genuinely be asking, okay, what happens if we both, reach at the same time? Again, this is the first tournament for many players, so this is definitely, it could be a new experience.
Yeah.
But a very, very important match, so the time that will be taken to make this decision is definitely necessary. Yeah. If you are interested, it's fine. You can go in and have a look.
I might just go have a quick.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I will keep everyone updated here. So we're just waiting to see what the options are here. Still trying to decide what card will be played here for the Muna player. Sneezer Shroom coming out for 2. Will receive Anchored and also Boost. I do believe that's a Boost, I think. Yeah, the Boost is just upside down. Oh no, that's probably a fleeting actually. Yeah. Yes, the Sneezer coming down. Johan's still deciding what's the appropriate play to make. Yeah, is there an update?
Yeah, so there is some kind of time issue going along here, and if I understood correctly, it looks like we basically need to figure out, like, this is the final day.
Okay.
That players, this should be the final day of the game.
Okay, interesting.
So we're going to basically figure out if one player is able to take the win, or in case there is a tie, in which case I think the game results in a draw.
Okay. Interesting, which I do, I can imagine for both players in this exact situation is not ideal. We would like to have at least a winner between the two.
Absolutely,
but maybe also at this stage, if a tie could potentially both guarantee that they both make it into the top goal. But yeah, we've seen the Sneezer Shroom played for 2. The Spindle Harvesters played for 1, if I'm not mistaken. I do believe so. For 2 as well. Very interesting here indeed. Players taking their time to really try to evaluate the situation here.
So what's actually happening in terms of stats if we look at this? Contan is pretty far ahead, to be fair. And without knowing the cards in Johan's hand, it's pretty hard to actually figure out if it's going to be able to take the advantage from here onwards. Maybe the hooks can come into account.
Yeah, I'm looking at the hook here as well, but I don't know how particularly relevant it will be, because it's it might not actually do too much in the situation.
So Johan going for a Keylon Elemental on the hero side.
And putting a Keylon Elemental into the reserve.
Yeah. So his play could either be like prepare for a second Keylon Elemental just to get up to 6 stats, or use a hook to maybe move that Aloe Vera into the other side. And I hope Contan doesn't have a character that can match the Keylon Elemental right now.
Yeah, I think a big issue here is for Johan here, if the Aloe Vera is moved into the hero expedition, it's tricky because Johan is dependent on water here, right? And that's one of Aloe Vera's strongest biomes. Right now, again, without seeing all of the information, it does look like the Muna player has this kind of clear advantage. Oh, opting to use the removal spell there.
And is that a... Doesn't that just mean hooked gets to move the Aloe Vera out of the way, though?
It could potentially, actually, yes. And then that will result in a tie, I think, right?
I imagine so.
Yeah, I think the hook is going to happen.
Does this just...
Is this going to be the same thing? The draw?
Yeah.
Yep, I think so. Yeah. That's interesting, though, that they decided to move the card in the Hero Expedition over, because with still 5 resources available, the Muna player could have played something to maybe to potentially contest the Keylon Elemental, but yeah, either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not too sure what happened towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
We'll try and get more information maybe later, but I'm I'm a little bit confused by sequence of events.
But it's a draw in the end, and honestly, in a weird situation that might still benefit both players because I can't imagine there are many draws at the moment, but I'm not sure on the ruling. Do you know, does a draw result in a double loss for both players, or does it result in, it is actually considered to be a draw?
I think it is considered a draw and gives you points, but I could be incorrect.
Cool. Yeah, we'll get an update for that, and we'll inform the viewers. First tie on the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
It was definitely very tense there at the end, and there was definitely a bit of a confusion, but it could definitely be a time issue. And I will say, you know, with the current setup that we have, I know for a fact that the players who are in the main hall, there is a big timer, but the players within the featured match area, they do always have the option to ask the judge, you know, how much time is remaining and stuff like that. So, yeah, and with that, that's the end of round 10.
Yeah, and I guess we're moving on. We'll have the top 8 or top 16 announcement pretty soon.
Yeah, top 16 announcement very soon.
Hopefully we can get the meta breakdown some more of that.
I was speaking to some people upstairs, and we should be able to get the meta breakdown of the factions and the heroes, and I might be able to create a little bit of a graphic because I think that would be very, very useful for the audience.
For sure.
Sure, moving forward. But yeah, for the moment, we're going to take a very, very quick break. I can imagine this might take possibly a little bit longer to resolve the top 16. But yeah, we will give you guys as much information as soon as possible. So yeah, back in a bit. All right, guys, I'm very, very sorry about the long delay. We are back. The game is going. This is going to be the top 16 game of the 1,000 player altered event. Starting off here, we have missed probably 1 to 2 turns, I'm not going to lie. But the matchup that we have is we've got Waru versus Afanos, I believe. So Waru representing here, definitely making it into the top 16. I'm going to see if I can have the deck list here just for reference as well. Yes, Justin, the structure for the top 16, it's going to be best of 3. And I'm not too sure on the time. I think it might be 45 minutes, potentially 50 minutes. I don't have the deck lists to hand right now as the top 16 started without me knowing, unfortunately. A lot of players were collecting their prizes. We do see a unique Robin Hood come down, though. Very curious to see what the effect on this one is. It could be the double tax Robin Hood. But from what I'm looking at, it looks like there is just a lot of additional text on it. So, yeah, that Robin Hood coming in asleep. And it's being taken out here by the Izmir player. 8 Waru plus 2 Sigas in the top 16. Oh, you guys have more information than me. I am unaware of what decks there are currently. It's been a little bit of a nightmare upstairs, but I think we're all doing okay now. All right. One Trace, 2 Fen, 1 Lindui, 2 Fanas. Eric, is that in a Discord somewhere? Yeah, where can we get the top info? I wish I had it as well. I've been informed I was going to be given it, and I have not been given the info, unfortunately. They gave the info on the French stream. Great. That's terrific. Yeah, I unfortunately have not received that information. But if we can formulate the information together, that would be great. So I think from what you're saying, Eric, we have many Waru. So 8 Waru, 2 Sigismar, 1 Trace, 2 Fen, 1 Lidui, and 2 Afanas. That is the breakdown. I will try to copy that just so I have it. Apologies for the quick delay here. Okay. The Waru menace is strong. Yeah, I'm surprised to see to see 8 of them in the top here. Let's see if we can take it down. There is no Kojo, unfortunately, in the top 16, which we did see 2 Kojo win on stream. But there's a unique after coming down. Again, unfortunately, without the deck list, there's not really much I can do here to explain what it is. But I can clearly see it as a Spindle Harvesters, at least, out of faction Izmir. We do see the Attorney, I do believe that is coming to play. Gain a Sleep. And it does have Fleeting as well because it was played from the reserve. See a card come down into the Companion Expedition for the Izmir player. I will see if we can get that. I'll be able to get the deck lists after this first initial thing, since the structure will be best of 3. Waru player is deciding what to do here. Going to commit another Ordis Attorney onto the Companion Expedition here. But going to try to decide if they actually want to give it a sleep in the situation or not. Oh, apologies. Should not be on the screen. Yep, and the Ordis Attorney is going to go into the discard. from the removal spell from the Izmir player here. Yeah, this other Orders Attorney was not played. Was not played with the sleep keyword, so we'll have to see if it's going to take move the expedition forward, or if the expedition fails, they will get the card draw here. Waru player just deciding if they do want to commit a character here into the hero expedition. Deciding to do so. The legate here coming down. And it will gain a sleep, which means that after rest, the Waru player will be able to sabotage. I find it funny if these players will play perfectly in 5 seconds online, but because they're in person, everyone looks at their cards for 2 minutes before playing. Yeah, online is just get as many games in as possible. Well, yeah, but also like the people are seeing uniques for the very first time. You know what I mean? People are seeing unique cards for the very, very, very first time, and also I think in any card game, for me at least, it's top 16. People are going to play a lot slower, and there's a lot on the line right now. Okay. So that unique spindle harvesters will remain there. And again, like I said, I will have the deck lists after this game, so I will be able to give a more analyzed cast of this game. Seven resources available here for the Waru player. We'll see the Trooper come down into the Companion Expedition, and the Izmir player will contest against that right now. Waru player figuring out how they would like to respond here. Yeah, it's the Kadir, oh my god, Kadigirin Mage Dancer, my god. That took a bit of effort to pronounce. So this is just simply a 2/1/1/1/1. When you play a spell, the card gains a boost, which obviously is naturally going to work quite well with Aphanis. That Spindle Harvesters still in the Hero Expedition. Okay, I think we have some names right now, which may be able to help me out. So do bear with me as I look for some deck lists here. Sky. I think these are just online names, it seems. We see, I think that's another... No, that's a Legate come in, and it's going to gain the Asleep keyword. Izmir player tossing down yet another removal card. Absolutely insane here. Being able to deal with nearly every threat that the Waru player is bringing out right now. So Waru player playing these cards asleep. Now, there's still a lot of resources available. Well, I say a lot. There is... Oh, no, there's still a fair amount. There's 6 available here for the Waru player. But yeah, that off you go. Extremely, extremely powerful. 2 from the hand, 4 from the reserve. Yeah, opting to give the boost to the Spindle Harvesters from the Aphanis ability. Seems like there's not 6 resources available, apologies. 4, actually. 4 coming down now. We will see what card is going to be played. And it's the rare Robin Hood, which results in the Aphanis player having to pay 1 extra for all of their cards. So that's going to be quite taxing, if you pardon the pun. They're going to opt to play the spell to draw cards and to give the boost to the Mage Dancer. Yeah, passing it back over to the Warrior player, and I do feel like they are, they're going to advance. Izmir player advancing on both fronts here. Yeah, only one region left between its two tokens. And it's looking like Afanis might be able to squeeze out the game one here. I think all of these removal cards, the off you goes, being extremely, extremely powerful. This unique going to go to the reserve. Not too sure if there's an ability for this being triggered when it leaves to go to the reserve. But yeah, I'm going to just double check to see. If we can find the list. Cards are drawn. The Robin Hood remains. The token will come out at noon once both players decide what they've resourced or if they even want to resource at this stage. I'm going to go on mute really quickly, chat. And we're back. Yep, there comes the token. The Warrior player deciding to resource something. And the Spindle Harvesters comes back out again for 2 resources and anchored. Oh, there's no anchored on the Spindle Harvester, so just a fleeting. It's going to be a total of 4 coming down, I do believe. 4. Oh, we've got a landmark coming down for Ordis, which honestly is not commonly played, I don't feel, in a lot of the Waru decks. This is a carrier, if I'm not mistaken, but I will double check. Double check that. No, it is not a carrier. Monolith, correct. Yes, it is a monolith. So the monolith coming down, when a character joins your expedition, it gains 1 boost. Another Mage Dancer coming down into the companion expedition here. So definitely somewhat trying to contest this Robin Hood. Mr. Caster, do you know if they're planning on doing some form of conquest format where you have to bring 3 heroes and win 1 match with all 3? Seems kind of sad that half of the top 16 will be the Waru. That's definitely an interesting form of feedback. I recommend you pass that on to the Equinox team in some possible way, but I will also pass that information on to them as well. That will not be present in this tournament at the moment, but it's definitely something that is quite interesting, as I've heard of that format in many other games before. So I actually really, really like that for sure. Okay, so we see the out-of-faction rare come down into the reserve, I do believe, yep. So I think that was resupplied. I'm guessing that was resupplied from the Unique's ability here. Hearthstone did something similar. Yeah. I just don't love the idea of people having to buy into 3-hole decks to play a tournament. That is also true. But it's something worth discussing, at least in my opinion. I do agree. Yeah, there's also something very valuable about pick your favorite faction as well. Yep. That is the teamwork training. Being able to remove some of the Izmir's threats right now. And it's definitely looking like the Waru player is back in control right now. The Izmir player is pretty much tapped out. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. I do believe this is even more card draw coming down. I think this is the third card played for the card draw. So yeah, the Mage Dancer gets over the Robin Hood. Robin Hood goes to the reserve, but the Ordis player does move forward in their Hero Expedition region. They will discard the spell from the reserve. And we move into what might possibly be the last day of the game. Yeah, the Warrior player really does not have too much art now. While that is true, Benjamin, I think in general, as much as I'm here casting the top events and highlighting these tournaments, I think that the game really has to prioritize accessibility over the pro players stuff. I think the Equinox team will really consider the top players and some of their wants and needs when it comes to competitive events and tournaments. But I do feel like they really do need to cater for every type of audience as well. So yeah, the Robin Hood coming back out from the Warrior player. The Faunus player really trying to decide what can they do. It feels like they've got more gas than the Warrior player, at least right now. Plenty of cards in hand, plenty of cards in the reserve. Another Mage Dancer comes down. My God. I feel like I've seen that so much this game. So it's a 1/1/1, but again, every time a spell will be played, it could effectively getting 2 boosts. One from the spell being played and then one from the Faunus trigger, perhaps. Skycrawler experienced players in the top 16. Nice to see that he's not playing Waru. 8 Waru. Yes, there is 8 Waru, correct. 8 Waru in the top 16. I think there was some Tasia, right? So for anyone just joining us, I'm going to go over... Oh my God, no. I'm going to go over the top 16 breakdown. So we've got 8 Waru, so 50% of the top 16 is Waru. We've got 2 Sigmar, 1 Trace, 2 Fen, 1 Lindui, and 2 Afanas. So definitely Ordis being represented in this top 16. Izmir kind of following second with the 3 Afanas and Lindui, and then you've got Traced for Axiom and Fen for Lyra. What does the Spindle Unique say? Unfortunately, right now, I do not have the deck list in front of me, so I do not know. I will have to go in and check after this to get the deck list because I joined this a little bit late without the information. We'll have to see. Yep. We see the removal for Toth come down into the reserve. And I can see beside me there's a slight delay, but yep, that's going to be the first game. It does seem like the Izmir player has gotten the first one. I'm going to go in and just double check I can get the decks. So I have a very, very, very important announcement to make, and I know this might upset a few people, but you really have to understand why we're doing this. It seems like the top 16 has been changed to just continue to be best of 1, because honestly, if we decided to do a best of 3 for the top 16 right now, we would be going late into the AM, and I think just for time constraints, we're going to have to keep it to a best of 1. However, what I will say, as I've been talking to the Equinox team, the reason why all of this has been squeezed into one day is because they did not anticipate the excitement and the amount of players who wanted to play in this event. The Altered event was actually supposed to originally be a side event consisting of maybe 400, 500 players at the max. And the Lorcana event is structured the way all of these other events are usually structured, which is one day is the Swiss round, so there will be 10 rounds of Swiss in day 1, and day 2 would then be the top cut. However, in this situation, there were so many people so excited to play Altered so soon that they managed to squeeze it into 1,000 players, and yeah, it's going to be the 10 rounds, and then the top 16, where it would usually be best of 3, has to now be, this started as a 64-person side event, exactly, Justin, and look at where we are. We've managed to come so far. So for the next few rounds, I will definitely stay on top of things. I'll make sure to get the deck lists. One Waru down, as Gav says. Where do I find the French stream? If you want to look for the French stream, you go to Ludotrotter on Twitch. I do not have the link to hand, but I will spell out the name of the Twitch channel. Look up Ludotrotter on Twitch, and you will see the the cast in French. Right, I'm going to make sure I have the top 8 lists this time. I'm going to see if I can get a top 8 breakdown this time. But stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be best of 1s. The games are going to be finishing a little more quickly than we initially anticipated. But yeah, as Justin said, this gradually went up and up and up and up and up. And yeah, this is where we are. We've landed on 1,000 players. It could have been even more if there was more time and more stuff. But, you know, even to get where we are has been absolutely incredible. Please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be straight back with the next game. Okay, hello, you can hear me? Everything good?
Yeah, I can
Brilliant.
hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. How are you feeling after that game?
I mean, crazy good.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy good. I'm pumped.
Yeah, I feel like every time the Wario player was starting to establish some tempo, you have the removal every time. But it was still a difficult game at the same time.
Yeah, I think what's very good for me is when they don't slam Robin Hood immediately on 4. When he slammed it like it was like 6 mana or something, I can answer with the Banishing Gate. But what I try to do, if they slam it on 4, I sometimes don't care. I just anchor my things. Just hit him in the face. And then, you know, whatever happens.
Yeah, I think the Robin Hood that we saw previously within the Swiss rounds can be particularly punishing against a Izmir player if they have a lot of kind of cheap characters in hand that the Robin Hood tax kind of really impacts them. Whereas if they only want to do a few things, or maybe if they played on 4 and they just play something for 4 that now costs 5, maybe it's not too bad. You can get around the Robin Hood, can stabilize a little bit.
Yeah.
But like you said, if the Robin Hood doesn't come out on 4 at that optimal time, you can you're able to play around it, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm playing Flamel, for example. I'm playing 2 of it because it's crazy good versus Robinhood especially. Like it's a lot of stats, and like if it costs 5, it's not a big deal. That's why I'm also playing Alchemist, the category in Alchemist as common. Like it's more stats that you would usually have. Like Tooth Fairies and like Shrooms, they're nice if they come before the Robinhood, but like after the
Afterwards,
Robinhood,
they're nearly too weak to.
they're dying to the tokens.
Exactly.
Yeah,
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the Mage Dancer as well. You had a
Yeah, I had all three. Yeah, I had all three. Yeah.
I think I was like, is this a fourth Mage Dancer? There's many of them. Yeah. And it's particularly good, of course, with the Faunus because you can start building boosts quite quickly with it. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. And then off you go. I also had like 2 and some. I think I got it twice back into the hand, so I think I had it 4. I think one game previously, I played off you go like 6 times in the game.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I have, you will see. I mean, you probably discussed. I have multiple of these spindles that return.
So unfortunately for this match, when I came, I was unable to see the deck
list. Yeah.
But if you're able to, do you want to talk through some of the uniques, especially the unique spindle? I was unfortunately not able to see the exact wording on it. But
it just returns pretty much a spell to my hand from my reserve at dusk if he has 1 or more boosts.
Okay, nice.
And this is very important that it's 1 or more boosts because there's a lot of them out there that are 2 or more boosts, and then it's much harder to trigger.
Of course,
Now I don't care. Like I can put still if I need to most of my boosts on the underside, on the Mage Dancer as I did, and then But I think I'm very happy to because like I didn't face any Varus actually in my
your Swiss rounds?
in my 10 games. Yeah. So it's a tough matchup, but I think it's a 50-50, something around this. Like depends how good the player is and how good he reads and how good he knows my list, like what he expects and stuff. So there are a couple of people that know me in the top 16, so they kind of know what I'm playing. So it might be a bit harder against them.
Sure.
We will see. Yeah. But I'm happy to win this one for sure.
Of course, yeah. And I assume you anticipated a lot of Waru coming into this event, so I'm sure you've play tested and practiced against it many times as well.
Yeah. But the reason, like, a lot of people brought Varu thinking like it's the best deck, but what I thought is like everybody knows it's like known as the best deck, so they're building against Varu. And there's a lot of these people who like were playing Sigmar, who are playing Fan, and who know all the Varu cards and know how to beat it, but had no clue what to do against the Faunus. Yeah, and then it was just easy. I got a few easy wins against people who are like, I've never played against this hero, and they're playing like a great deck, but they don't know, do they need to card draw? Do they need to like beat me 2-0? Like they have no idea what I'm doing. So that's why getting an off-meta deck is I guess
it pays off, right?
Pays off,
Definitely, 100%. I think a lot of people's strategy against Waru is, okay, I would just go like more aggressive, go the aggro line, go wide and beat them before they can really establish a lot of stuff. But your game plan is really good. I mean, that's just general knowledge of the meta coming into effect for you, I think.
I would hope to meet more Siggies because I've meeten like 4 or 5, and I think except for the one guy, shout out to him, who almost beat me at the start when I was like 1-0. I meet this guy, and this was my toughest game. So after 1-0, that was my toughest game. Like the 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, everything after was easier. So you can get unlucky and get something, you can lose at the start, right?
Of course,
But I feel my deck, I'm very confident against Siggy. I feel I'm like 90% win rate against Siggy.
Oh, wow, really?
I don't see him, like if I get a decent hand at the start, there's just nothing he can do. That's how I feel. So
amazing. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I hope to maybe see you on the feature stream as the games go on. And good luck in your games.
Thanks for the amazing tournament to everyone. Crazy that there's 1,000 people.
Absolutely crazy. I was just speaking to Justin, who's one of the Equinox team from America. Said this originally started off as a 64-player side event. And this has grown into a main event, 1,000 plus players, which is absolutely insane.
Completely insane. And to be honest, like we all thought the organization, like you can't really organize an event like 1,000 player. Like when are they gonna eat? Like how are they gonna find their tables? Like there's only 3 food trucks outside. Like there's 1,000 players and some fans. But I think it was honestly handled very well.
Oh, that's great to hear.
I think most of us managed to eat and get some rest and find our tables and play and everything. So props to the, I guess, tournament organizers and everyone. And good luck to my opponents. And
I'll let you get to your next game, of course. But maybe we can chat a little bit later. Of course.
Maybe, sure.
Awesome.
Goodbye.
Good luck.
Goodbye again,
All right, let's get into it. You casting? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I will get the decks up. Perfect. So we have Traced against Waru, which everyone, we were talking about the breakdown, and everyone was like, yes, that's one Waru down. People are excited to see perhaps a different hero take down the tournament, which I think it will be very, very exciting. You told me currently there is a Fen versus a Fen happening right now. So very, very interesting indeed. I will get these lists up. So there's the Traced. We'll get the Waru.
DIO.
Perfect. Oh, perfect, brilliant. Oh, so this is the I don't know if you've seen, but this Waru player is the one with the unique Quez with the Robin Hood ability, which is particularly strong.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And it's also a matchup where Trace typically suffer because obviously Trace is all about like playing loads of cheap cards, and then because all their cards might end up more expensive if there's a Robin Hood
and the Quez. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very difficult.
So, yeah.
So looking at the Traced, if you want to maybe briefly go over the uniques, if there's anything particularly good in here.
So we have a Lyra Chronicler that gains 2 boosts when you play your second landmarks, basically.
Okay.
We have
Incaster
or Reverse Incaster, which allows the player to put a card in reserve and take another card take any card from reserve back to the hand.
Interesting, cool.
Which you could definitely do with Traced in order just to get a counter on Traced without changing anything.
Yes.
Basically just revealing a card. And finally we have Jian, which simple, powerful, 4 stats in Mountain for 2 mana, and creates a Brasberg when it's played from reserve. So good uniques. And
we will see how the game's going to go. The Waru, I think, after looking through the deck, is I would say at least quite a typical Waru build. There's no particular inclusions that stand out. It's notable that there are 2 charges. Sometimes there are 3, but there are 2 charges in this deck. And there's also the Ortis Cadet, maybe to go a little bit wider, not always included. But very interesting to also see that the Ortis Spy isn't here, because I think I've really seen the power of sabotage in a lot of these stream games, especially with very experienced players that know when to time this correctly, you know?
Definitely. I think one interesting thing that differentiates this one from Waru Classic, like I'm playing Robin Hood as long as I can, is that he's going even further there, playing 3 Robin Hoods plus a unique that is not Robin Hood but has similar effects.
Yeah. So technically could be considered to be 4 Robin Hood,
kinda,
right?
Like, which obviously makes it even harder to find a spot where you can play your card for the regular cost instead of paying the tax.
Paying the tax,
Paying the tax of Sherwood Forest.
Deciding to play into the Hero Expedition here. This is the Scrambler, if I'm not mistaken? No?
Sorry? No,
Axiom.
No, it's Salvager.
Salvager, that's it. Yes, that's the word. Yeah.
So strong opening, I guess, for Axiom with like the Bastion being already on board. Value. And yeah. When they've been training expeditions, like I think big part of that game is like can Trace start getting some value before they end up paying too much?
Yeah, paying too much for cards, exactly, yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, we did see that this Frog Prince came in asleep, and we'll probably see we will see the token come into play after both players have resourced a card. Oh, you guys don't see the board. Apologies, I was on the wrong scene. There we go. There you can see the board now. No worries at all.
And the first Robin Hood enters play.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like when this Robin Hood comes down on 4, I was just speaking to Izmir player who defeated the Waru in the top 16, and they said, yeah, that they felt like they were able to deal with it because the Robin Hood didn't come down until there was 5 or 6 resources in the player's mana zone. So, but oftentimes especially when the Waru player is on the play, and the Robin Hood comes down, it's particularly difficult. But this is not a bad play at all from the Trace player here. 2 Bastions on the board, which can really help to stack up against the power of Waru here.
Yeah, basically playing like only 1 card, but having it very strong.
You're muted. You're okay. You're good. All good? Yeah? Cool.
Yeah, apparently there's I wasn't looking at the board at that moment, but apparently when UN played his first Bastion, he forgot to resupply.
Okay.
So we'll see how the judge
will resolve this, yes.
Resolve this. Possibly just like allowing them to resupply now.
Yep, gonna allow the resupply now. Yep. Luckily, the judge is quite lenient in that situation.
I
You think
feel
that's
like
okay?
that's I think that's a fair ruling. Like that's kind of in the sense of like it's not something you're supposed to forget, and both players are supposed to remind each other, hey, you forgot to resupply. It's not something where you may choose to resupply, and so changing the value seems like okay. The edge judge is talking with them at the moment.
It seems like it might be a
reshuffling.
reshuffling, and then maybe the top card from the deck then.
Suppose.
Because if you think about it technically, the opponent might be like, well, that's not the exact card they would have gotten from the resupply, so...
Sure, I mean,
but
I believe in like a randomized throw.
Sure, yeah, sure.
I understand how it can feel to some players. Okay. So the edge decided, sorry, at that level.
Cannot resupply, yeah.
Can't resupply,
Well,
too late.
Resupply, again, it's an interesting thing to let you know. Is it like a May when you want to resupply? You can or you have to?
Well, depending on the effect, but in this case, you have to.
You should, okay.
So I guess the head judge considered like, well, you know, your card, you have a bigger responsibility than your opponent to make sure that they're too much time has elapsed.
Sure, yeah. If it gets passed to a certain stage, then it has been missed, yeah.
Again, one other thing we defend at Equinox is that like we want the judges to be able to empower the judges in making like the judgment that seems the most fair. I'm guessing like the judges decided that too much time had passed.
Yes, the turn is back on the Waru player currently.
You get to see the power of the double bastion now.
Yep.
With only one, character.
Yeah, quite powerful indeed. But the thing here is, yes, there will need to be. It is actually quite unfortunate that this card has not that the resupply did not take place, because it's the reason why the Bastions are so powerful, right? You want to have more cards in reserve in order for the Bastions to be utilized well here.
Yeah, it does impact UN quite a lot, because it means he's missing one counter, one, alpha card, and he has less options, obviously.
Yes.
But, it's...
Yeah. This is another salvager that came down, Right? No?
Yeah, another salvager.
It is another salvager, yeah. And a Quez. Yep.
And Oosh. So is that no? That's not a unique quiz.
It's not.
That's
yeah, not yet. If it
not a
was
quiz.
unique, it would be very difficult.
When you
yeah.
resupply, I get a token.
Yep, gets the token created.
Still looking pretty grim for UN right now.
And again, in this situation, I mean, this is kind of naturally what happens if you want to do the Robin Hood plus the Asleep, especially if you do that Robin Hood on 4 on the play with the Asleep, you're nearly guaranteed that when it comes back into your reserve, you can replay it again as the first card.
Yes.
When it's your start, right? It's very very powerful.
It's one of the reason when you play Robin Hood, you might even more than usual want your opponent to be like the first to play, so that you get to play it turn 2.
100%, yeah.
And then every odd turn, basically. Odd day, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so we now have a huge bureaucrats and soldiers, like army, facing
an empty expedition on the Trace side, unfortunately. I think the warrior player here is hovering over. I think they have an Asleep token in their hand. They're just trying to decide if they want to make that Robin Hood Asleep. In this situation, I think it's probably not bad to make it Asleep because it will just stick around for a little bit longer.
But on the other hand, things are looking good, so they might want to rush.
Yeah, might want to be aggressive and try to finish the game fast, exactly.
And not risk like some unique to change everything. Or
I agree.
And
Keelon, yep.
Yep, okay.
But in that situation, it's the same outcome if it's Asleep or if it's not Asleep, yeah. Going to use 2 mana here to bring out the... Tot is 3, right? Or is it 2 from reserve? It is 2. It's 3.
Sorry, yeah.
That's not Tot. That's not Tot.
That's Ozma.
It's Ozma, yeah.
Ozma.
I was like, is it Tot? Is it Ozma? Yeah, Ozma, yeah. Which, yes, is a card if there's 3 or more characters. When it comes into play, you get to draw a card.
Things are looking grim.
Yeah.
And will you choose to resupply and give a token in a situation where it's not a big deal because he's probably losing both expeditions anyway? I mean...
Yeah, this is quite tough here in the situation because I feel like
it's really hard.
It's really difficult as well because I feel like even for the Trace player, it's not like they had a bad start. Like getting the 2 Bastion established pretty early on is quite good. But yeah, with that we see the fist bump and that's the top 8 game finished.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
The power of Waru when they have the cards they need at the start here, it is very very powerful indeed.
Oh, you had a unique in hand. You didn't get to play it.
Yeah. Do we know which unique it was?
Yeah, it was Jian.
Jian, yeah. The brass book.
Just, good value, but like in that moment they needed to block, and they couldn't.
Yeah. And that's the top 8 game. So we will have two more to go, and then we will crown a champion.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back with the top 4 game very soon, guys. So Gav, you ask, I wonder what the top 4 is. Waru, 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 Waru. What do you think if I tell you that it's Waru, 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 and Fen? There's one Fen still. It was Aphanos versus Waru, and Aphanos just barely lost. It was Sky who was on the stream for the top 8, and yeah, Sky just lost, just unfortunately. So it will be 3 Waru and 1 Fen. So now we all believe in the we all believe in the Fen player right now. So let's hope they can pull it out. We need the whole stream's energy. Unless you're a Waru believer, if you're a Waru believer, that's completely fine. But right now we will see. Quet's counter Fen easily. Yeah, I think we were just talking about it down below, because just down here now is where the rest of the games are being played. We were just talking about it that I think if the player with the unique Quez that has the Robin Hood ability wins, this unique will become iconic, and if he puts it up for auction, it will go for crazy money. But we will see, right? Like, I don't know. We will have to see what happens right now. At least, of course, you guys know we will be highlighting the Fen match in the top 4. I don't think everyone wants to see Waru versus Waru, so let's hope it's a good game, at least. I'm excited. We will crown a champion before it's super late, so we will be able to sleep tonight, hopefully. I'm rooting for Crowbar, the real MVP. Yeah, it's going to be a good match for sure. So as far as I'm aware, they aren't in the featured match yet. But as soon as that happens, we will let you guys know, of course. Fen is just there for window dressing. Lost track of time. Is it the next round top 8 or top 4? It's top 4, Justin. Top 4. So it's going to be very interesting indeed. We'll see how this plays out. It's very funny. Everyone is packing up like it is quite late. So when we decide to pack up our things as well, it will definitely be a lot, but we will manage it for sure. No worries, Justin. Yeah, as soon as they go into the room, we will let you guys know. I will try my best to take all of this with me. The some of the giant cards and of course the celebration day in here too. So I will actually leave this here before. It's gonna be crazy to try and pack everything up super fast, but we will make it work. We will make it work. Going to be a late one for you, Kawa. Not as late as it would have been if it was best of 3. Don't you worry. But yeah, it seems like the players may be discussing it. Maybe a split. I'm not too sure. I will maybe go down and find out for you guys. 1 second. I saw you started the stream 12 hours ago. Yes, I've been here all day. I've been all here all day. Okay, so a bit of an update. The players will be playing, but what's going to happen is the Fen player who's going to be playing, they don't want their face shown on the stream, so the webcam for that player will be turned off, but we will be showcasing the Fen player for sure. So, yeah, that will be happening in maybe the next 3 to 5 minutes, okay? All right. So we will just wait for this to kick off, and we should be good to go. Yeah, I can see everyone in the French stream as well as saying "Go Fen." Everyone believes in Fen. So let's hope they take it down, eh? Let's hope they can do it. Am I going to be at Phoenix too? I don't think so, Kale. I wish I could be, but no, I'm not an official Equinox team member. So unless somebody wants to fly me out to cast, or potentially I could cast from home, I would be happy to do so. But yeah, I do not think I will be going to Phoenix, unfortunately. But who knows? We will see, right? We will see. Again, thank you so much for all bearing with me. It's I mean, like you guys can see the past video. It's been a very, 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 very long day. I'm very happy to be here. I'm excited to showcase the top 4 and the finals to you guys. But yeah, it's been a very long day, and at the same time, I'm looking forward to maybe a little bit of rest as well. You know. But I believe I'm putting all of my energy into the Fen player right now, because then we can see a Fen versus Waru in the finals, rather than just a Waru versus Waru. Oh. Oh, I will actually probably see the... Oh, do you have the... I don't know. Probably you will have to say to them. Just 1 second there, chap. Okay, we're good to go.
Yep.
So everyone is believing in the Fen player right now. We all want the Fen. If you could just lift the microphone. Yeah, perfect.
So yeah, many people are excited for Aoru to win against Waru.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think appropriately here, because it's very late here and it's been a long day, everyone is like part of the game is about endurance, which is funny. Like I said to you earlier, that we have so many Warus in the top players, and it's all about who is going to stay asleep, who is going to take longer to fall asleep.
So all 4 right. For the dice roll.
Yep. And
the Waru starts. So again, remind me, is the Waru starting good for the Robin Hood, or you want
probably
you want
not?
You want the opponent to start, correct?
I mean, ideally, you want to have your Robin Hood on turn 2, on day 2. So
when you're beginning,
it's
right?
slightly. I guess it's slightly better for Fen for
Waru to begin. Yeah.
Also because it allows Fen to play reactively to whatever.
Sure. Makes sense. Yep. Yeah, so both players right now just deciding what cards to resource into their mana zone. I will imagine both players will definitely be taking their time to make their decisions here because it's a very tense game and there's a lot on the line.
I know Nadia said earlier that he didn't feel like confident about facing Aoru's Fen deck, and yeah, so we're going to see.
Yes, we've seen Nadir's deck a lot. Let's maybe perhaps have a quick look at Haru's deck for this. So the first one.
Yeah, we have a Lyra Clothdancer with like 1 chance of 2 to sabotage when played from hand, and very powerful at dusk. Every opposing players becomes fleeting. That's the kind of thing.
Every opposing players. What?
Every opposing character, sorry, controlled by the opponent.
Wow.
So a very powerful way to basically prevent Robin Hood from being played 4 times and not twice.
Wow, that is one of the most powerful uniques I think I've seen.
It's a subtle one because it's not as flashy. Because again, like we said earlier, like fleeting is something that's subtle for most players. And can we just look at the deck list?
Oh yeah, just do you want to see a general deck list? Yeah.
Yes, please. Okay, what do I have spell-wise? Yeah, so
a festival.
Close Cocoon is obviously a very good counter to Waru players because every time something is asleep, they're vulnerable to Close Cocoon.
Yep.
And there's 3 of them in Waru's deck. But of course,
seems like still a strong start for the Waru player, able to give the Eternity a sleep and also play the Trooper in the Companion Expedition here.
Yep, didn't lose on the Expedition, still got
move forward. Yep. And Anasi has made its way into the reserve for the Fen player here, and the Sandman as well. Yeah, I'm going to quickly take a very quick look at the other uniques in this deck just to see if they're anyway impactful.
So a card that says that can anchor characters when something leaves the reserve.
Okay.
An Athor. And finally, Martingale, which gets boosted for every card in both players' reserve.
Oh my god. And similar to the Tinkerbell I think we saw earlier, right? Yeah.
Exactly. And that can anchor when played from reserve. So, yep, definitely a strong and flexible deck there. And I think it's interesting that none of the... we've seen a lot of deck lists which were 3 almost identical uniques, you know?
Yes, yeah.
And like you have a big synergy with your 3 uniques. And interestingly, in our top, like in our top 16 players, I've seen a lot of decks with like 3 different uniques.
Yes.
And although they do synergize, they are very different and a variety of effects.
So we see the Anansi coming out of the reserve, getting the boost because of the Sandman being present, and then also the Hathor coming down into the Hero Expedition for the Fen player. And on the Waru player side, so far I think it's just the Trooper that's been replayed and just trying to decide on what else to be played here. And it's a Quez. Yep.
Not the Quez.
Not the Quez, it is a Quez, but it is not the one that everyone is expecting right now. I honestly think if it was the Quez, it would be very, very strong in this situation.
Yes, definitely. But Quez, even the regular one,
against
is
Fen
really
is pretty good
against Fen because it basically means get 2 tokens every day. 3 because he's a bureaucrat.
Yeah, because of the sleep as well. Yeah.
Starting with a big army on Nadia's side. And so 1 for bureaucrats.
Yeah, we'll need to resource his card first, and then Haru will resolve the Fen, and then we'll be able to create the rest of the tokens. Yeah, still a pretty strong start. Very, very interesting because, like, even if the Robin Hood is not available, the Quez as the alternative on the turn 2 is still quite powerful.
Still quite powerful,
against
especially against Fen. Yeah. It's a good situation for Nadia to be in. And second token there, and finally 3rd token there. So the army is coming.
It's
together.
assembled, yeah.
And in the reserve of Aoru, of the Fen player, we see Hathor. We have
Acapella.
a cappella
Yep.
training, which you mentioned earlier, which I would probably expect to see. Ah, okay. Never mind. Now there's two dangerous
Yep.
things to face.
There's
All
the
right.
Robin coming down.
So where is this fleeting going to go? Or maybe something completely different. We don't know what they have in hand.
Very difficult, yeah. The two key targets for the Fen player to be worried about. This Quaz being able to generate so many tokens just every day from Fen, just doing normal things, and this Robin Hood making them pay the tax here. So even if a cloth cocoon would come out, it's yes, we'll be able to do it one threat, but not both, you know.
Exactly. Although I guess cloth cocoon against Robin Hood, then giving fleeting to Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, it's something, right? Yeah,
but you're still probably giving up on both expeditions.
Yeah, they will
losing
definitely
momentum.
be, yeah. But at the same time, I think that might have to be one of the best plays that can be
think
made
so,
because
Again, very, very strong opening from Nadir here. Like, I wouldn't want to be in Aho's place.
Oh, there is 4 though, so it may be the cocoon. It is indeed.
Yes, the cocoon. Yes. Oh wow. Sorry, I get excited there, but I want this match to be tense.
Yes. It is. Yeah. We know that acapella training. This is actually exactly what needed to happen because of the cloth cocoon. Getting rid of the Robin Hood means the acapella training does cost 1 instead of 2 now.
Yes. Oh, and it goes back in hand. Very smart this way.
So it's a possibility to be replayed, yes.
Yeah, and like it keeps basically an answer to another...
Other threats.
Another threat. Very good reaction for Auru. Yeah.
Love to see that. Yeah, so even though they gave up on the expeditions, able to fully clear the board here, which is very impressive.
It would have been really hard to contest these expeditions anyway, so definitely the good play there to just like prepare next turn.
Yeah, and that's I would say that's 2 of Nadir's like really powerful cards taken care of now, and if they're able to reestablish something, you know, it's probably the best thing they need. But it's not guaranteed that they're going to have another one of these powerful cards, right? Resources the card. Defend player will resolve, goes into the reserve.
A Hatter.
Hatter, yep.
I think getting a Hatter with an like in your reserve is always good, because like the free anchoring a character is definitely like sweet.
Yeah.
Especially here where you will need to have something to face potential threats. Like.
Yeah. It's interesting here as well that with the particular stats of the Hatter could be able to at least defend against the companion side here, although it will not gain.
Sure,
because water,
I guess it might. Yeah, it might be better in the hero side where you can move forward and block.
Sure.
But yeah, you see. Oh, and playing Flamel and getting back the a cappella training.
That bounces a card back from reserve, correct?
Yes, a spell back from reserve, yes.
And again, not bad stats at all. 4-3, 4-3-3. It's actually not too bad at all, because specifically in these expeditions right now, the added benefit of having the 4 forest is definitely relevant. We see the Ouroboros Ink Caster.
Incredible, like how many cards have gone back from Auru's reserve back to his hand, and like one more with Ink Caster coming probably. It's looking good now for Auru. Now the question is, will that be enough to catch up on how much like Waru's is ahead?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. So the Waru player, still 4 resources available here. This attorney will still enable some draw, maybe be able to get some key cards back into the Waru player's hand, the Deer's hand.
Yeah, because WoW lost, like Nadir lost a lot of cards in the, in the previous round.
Okay, or
whereas
spy.
Fen is just like drawing and resupplying and getting their guard back in reserve.
Yeah, do you think the Sandman or the Hatter here? I think it might be the Hatter to prevent the anchoring, but we will see, right?
Yeah, we'll see. And
Yeah?
Sandman.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Well, I guess Sandman, because Sandman could be sent back in hand with Incaster, which means later in game, although it's not that much threat now, later in game, like putting someone asleep in the late game is really good because who cares if the game is over, that there will be someone left over afterwards. And so, yeah, we have an anchored Incaster now. And
you see a frog prince come down,
so
which will be able to get over that.
Yeah, so Wahoo is capitalizing. Yeah,
and
Nadir is
also
capitalizing on his advance.
Yeah, also preventing Haru from moving forward on the companion expedition. Yeah,
on the companion. Yeah. Haru still moved on the hero
on the
side.
hero, correct? Yes,
and they start pretty balanced right now. Again, still 2 expeditions ahead for Wahoo, but pretty balanced in terms of what's on the board.
For the support ability of the Flamel, is this it costs 1 less to play a character or a spell?
A spell.
Okay.
Which, again, perfect, because we know they have in hand Nakapala training, and so they can basically play it for free. Okay, so a token coming there. Yeah,
reading the cards,
shaking,
double checking the support ability, which is fair. It's an out of faction rare, you know.
So because you can't really see on the stream, the support ability is like the next spell played costs 1 less, and the effect of the card was to put a spell, back in hand.
And this is the card in reserve is all in, is it? No, not all in. I can't remember the name of this card in English.
Off you go.
Off you go.
Off
That's
you
it.
go. Yeah.
Yes.
There's an off you go there.
Yeah.
It's called Zoo in French.
Yeah. Yes, the Order Spy is still available in the reserve, at least for Nadir here. This is definitely a very, very tense match, especially because it was at the point there where it really looked like it would be lost if not exactly the cloth cocoon plus the 1 cost was used. You know what I mean, with the fleeting.
Yes,
if
definitely.
that didn't happen, I think that was the game.
Like I think that's it was a very like we literally said okay at the only one way out and they had it.
Yeah,
It was really good. I think that's one of the good thing with Fen is like you have more options. So get more cards and gives you the flexibility to have the tools you need when you need them.
3 resources being spent here to bring back out the Flamel here.
All right.
Okay. Wanting to contest that companion expedition. So if I'm not mistaken, that currently means that Haru is winning the companion expedition for water right now as well. Well, no longer.
No longer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nadir looks like he's feeling the pressure, he's sweating a bit. But again, still 2 expeditions ahead. We'll see.
Yeah.
With 4 mana left.
Really trying to. I mean, the fan players in this position still now, where, like right now at least, they're not winning either expedition. So yeah, we'll We'll see what happens.
And off you go, back in hand. Again, maintaining pressure on Nadir.
Yeah, so Harry will be currently will be winning the hero expedition on Nadir, the companion. Nadir does still have cards in hand, but not too sure if there's anything that's going to be able to contest on this hero expedition side, but we will see. Yeah, both players definitely feeling the pressure right now.
I feel like Aohu has been playing like spotless,
very well,
very well.
Yeah.
But they because there was such a strong opening from Nadir with its Quetzalcoatl, you can feel like these two expeditions that still the hated Robin Hood, which is asleep. So not changing what's happening there.
Sure.
Making the next turn difficult.
Yeah, interesting in this situation. Do you agree with that it should be played asleep here, or do you think maybe to go a little bit more aggressive? Right?
I
It's
don't
very,
know.
very
I
interesting,
don't know
right?
because like if he had, sorry, what's the? Oh no, they were tied on the other side. Yeah, they were tied on the other side. So.
Oh, they were
Catching
tied.
up, they were
I
tied,
didn't realize
yeah,
they were tied. Okay,
yeah,
because if they weren't tied, it would
If
have
they
been a
weren't
win.
tied, it would have
Yes.
been a win.
Yes,
but like,
yes.
yeah.
But
So
even interestingly,
yeah,
it still matches them to nearly together though. So yeah.
Nadir could have chosen not to put them to sleep and move forward, but then next turn, next turn with Fen player being the first one to play, they would have been able to put presence on the board before Robin Hood comes back in play.
But now in this situation as well, there will be the potential for off you go, right? From the
Yes, there's potential for off you go, but at an extra cost.
Yes, sure.
And there's a token on all
at
sides.
At an extra cost rather than the expedition would have been before, the Robin now in the reserve. Yeah.
I think Nadir did exactly what Wahoo is known for, which is like planning ahead. And that's exactly what he did. It's
could potentially...
could have gained these explanations. It was like, nope, playing the long game.
Yeah. And I do think that he has the advantage at least because it does have the advantage in terms of the expeditions right now. So has maybe some time right now.
Oh, he's hesitating. Problem here is like an off you go just means Robin's coming back afterwards.
Yep.
And so you're paying 3 mana and like...
3 mana and then potentially 5 if it just comes back and then this just moves forward. So it's just not going to be worth it.
So yeah, I think he's choosing to like eat the tax.
No other option here. Toth,
So Toth creates a token if the expedition fails to move forward. And wasn't put to sleep.
Yeah.
Well, who knows that in the long term, like Aru is slowly catching up, so you need to wait, but like plan ahead, but not too far ahead. Oh, and another Toth on the side. Oosh.
Oh, double Toth, yeah.
Okay.
And this is the Hatter after coming down on the hero side now. Oh.
Oof.
And that's it.
That's it.
Yep.
Nadir. And without his Quetzalcoatl, just through like forcing his opponent.
Yeah, the Robin Hood there at the previous turn coming out was just so powerful, I think.
Yeah.
If the Robin wasn't there, then maybe a little bit different. But
I mean maybe, but I feel like mostly what we're seeing now is just like two very good players and Nadir being able to open a very strong play early on.
Yeah.
And then...
That is just happens to be just even extra good against Fen. You know what I mean?
Sure.
This quest is just even better against Fen, So, there you have it. That's
two expeditions, and despite Aoru playing very well, didn't manage to overcome that. Which,
so it's going to be Waru versus Waru in the in the
Oh,
finals.
God.
Yes. Who will be the better Waru? It's going to be very interesting to see the uniques of the other Waru. But Nadir's had a crazy run right now. It would be very. I do think if he wins the next game, will go down as a legend, the first major alter tournament,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And that, as you mentioned, that unique will be in the spotlight in the Hall of Fame, perhaps, you know.
I mean, he hasn't used that unique so much so far.
Yeah.
Like, we know it's there. We're still expecting it to come up.
Yeah, we will see. It would be very funny if it potentially will be used to win the game in the next one, but we will see. So yeah, we will take a very, very quick break, and we will be back for the next round for you guys. So don't go anywhere. All right, guys, we're back for the finals. It's going to be starting very, very, very soon. It is Waru versus Waru. I'm going to have to grab the next deck list up very, very fast. I will change the scene for you guys. And yeah, we are going to jump straight into it. I think the names are going to be changed now. Let me see. Yeah, so Waru versus Waru. One second there, chat. Whoop. All right. That's fine. Yeah. I will see if I can get another one. One sec.
Sorry for my English.
I have both deck lists. Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So we already know the uniques of Nadir. We have seen them the whole day on stream. The Quez is going to go into the Hall of Fame, I think, if he manages to win this event. But having a quick look at the uniques for Camille here, we have Orders Cadets.
Yeah, one character, non-token join my expedition. It creates one soldier token 1/1/1 in the target expedition.
Yes.
And in Eco Reserve, yes, it's a
for support.
Support reserve.
Support.
Support effect. The next bureaucrat costs one less.
Oh, okay, that's
perfect synergy.
And I remember Marcus was telling me that this support effect is only on uniques apparently. Yeah, very, very powerful. Yeah. We have the council. Yeah.
Great.
I've seen the common version of this run in some builds of Waru before, but this particular unique version costing less as well, costing 3 in here. Yeah.
But I think it's not a very well matchup for this card because Waru doesn't have.
Waru doesn't have many on play and stuff like that. Yep. Cool.
So
and then we have a Tot as well.
Yeah, and it stars. The artwork is amazing. It said from the reserve, if you control 3 characters or more, he gets 1 boost. When one of his expedition doesn't advance, it creates some token.
The normal Tot effect. Yeah, cool. So if you 3 or more characters when played from reserve, is it target character gets a boost or he gets a boost?
He gets a boost.
He gets a boost.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
It's not bad.
It's a good unique.
Cool. Yeah. So these uniques are definitely good, but you stack up against this quest is very, very strong. It's really like running 4 Robin Hood, you know?
It's 4 Robin Hood, but with better stats.
Yes, with better stats,
And where's the effect of Quetzalcoatl? So, yes, it's...
very good, yeah. So best of 3 final? No, it's still best of 1 for the final, or will it be best of 3?
No, it's best of 1.
Yeah. We need to go. We need to go to sleep at some stage today, so we will have to finish.
And security want to.
Want to close up and lock up.
Exactly.
Yeah. But you can trust that for the future events. Will most likely be the traditional Swiss on the first day, moving into the top cut on the second day. But we've had to make exceptions for today, and players have been very accommodating. But yeah, we're going to jump into the final game now. There was a handshake between both players. So we will jump into it.
Yeah.
So one thing I've really noticed from seeing so much Waru is it's really important to note the starting hero.
Yeah.
Because it means that on turn 2, if you get that Robin Hood out first, it's very powerful.
Yeah, if you put your Robin Hood first, you'll be sure that your opponent cannot play Robin Hood this day.
Yes.
And it will be hard. And if you have a second Robin Hood, again,
But even to use Waru's effect, right? The Robin Hood comes out, you do the asleep, and then by the time the turn passes back, it's in the reserve. You play it first again.
Exactly. You want to, but in Waru matchups, that's very important because you have sabotage with the spy or the spy, but
Yes.
you have sabotage with the monolith legates.
Yes.
Monolith legates.
Yes.
Sabotage.
Very
even-
powerful card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that even if you're first or second player, it doesn't matter. So War has some response.
For sure. Okay, opening play. We see the Ordis Attorney played with the Asleep into the Companion Expedition here.
No, it's a BO1 final.
Yes, best of one final, correct. We see the Trooper in response coming into the Companion Expedition.
Yeah.
And then the Attorney come down into the Hero.
And something interesting. There is the Frog Prince.
Yes.
The rare Frog Prince.
Yes.
It's a very strange card because it costs only one less for less stats.
Yes.
But you want to play this card if you play a Waru with more control and use it like an after you card.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you play it and then you want to react to what your opponent does. It's kind of like a slow play and then you react to it. Exactly.
You don't want to make it slip, or you could do it only if you want to get some token for the next day. But most of the time, it's for a chip after you.
Yes.
With some good stats.
Yeah, so now this is what we're talking about. We're coming into turn 2. There is going to be 4 mana in the pool. And looking at the hand, I can't particularly see a Robin Hood. I can't spy an Ordis.
Yeah.
spy an Ordis spy.
Yeah, or the spy.
Yeah, and just resolving the tokens from the warrior right now. Yeah.
I think we already seen that Nadir play one
I think
Monolith Bastion.
Yes.
Yeah, I seen.
Yes. Yeah.
We've seen
Yeah,
that.
I will double check in the Deers list. Yeah.
No.
It was
another war.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure, I could be mistaken, I'm pretty sure I've spied the Deer's hand. I think I've seen a Robin Hood. I think so here. So we will see if it's going to be played or not.
You're a pretty good spy.
I've done so much casting of games where players slightly hold their hand. I can tell most of the cards. Yeah. Yeah, so just looking to try and distinguish the differences between these two lists when looking at the other rares that are present. It seems it's quite similar for the most part.
Yeah.
There is still a common Frog Prince as well.
How much removals? Oh, yes. So there is one charged.
One charge compared to, I believe it's 2 charge for Nadir.
So that's why there is some cheap character.
Yes.
Because there is 2 game plans.
Yes.
The average Waru game plan. But,
and then there's also the go wide game plan. Yeah. Yeah, lots at stake at the moment. Players will be taking their time here for sure.
So it's interesting because I think the Neuro Unix were used for this game plan because the all these cadets is a token card, but very good on this go wide plan.
Yeah,
so
for
it's
sure.
interesting. It changed the orientation of the deck because of
the uniques.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's something we've been discussing all weekend for sure. Yeah, we see the Legate come in and will be put to sleep. Yeah, this is something I've seen to be extremely powerful. This Legate, because you then get to do the sabotage. It can be extremely good.
And you see, the Legate will stay on the board for the next day.
Yes.
And if the Robin go to the reserve and the Legate expedition doesn't move, it can
get rid of the Robin. Exactly, yeah, which is huge, absolutely huge. So the Robin is present on the board now for Nadir's side in the Hero Expedition. And yes, it will be interesting to see what the response will be. For the removal options within these decks, the sticky can be used on the Robin Hood to put up the reserve, so it can be okay, but it will still be replayed again.
Yeah. And Teamwork training still a good card against Robin because with Waro you already have two.
Yeah, you should have a few
cards on board,
characters.
so
Yeah, for sure.
But that's interesting because I think the go wild in Waro is a good orientation, but against another Waro with some Robin Hood, maybe you don't want to have some cheap cards because
I mean the cheaper cards you have against Robin Hood, the more taxing it is, the harder it is to play them, right? Of course. Yeah, both players really thinking hard about their decisions. Of course,
there will be the first winner
of a major altered event. Of course, it's a big deal.
Exactly.
Yeah. Both players going in opposite expeditions here. Yeah.
And you can see that the first player choose where to put his token.
The double tax comes down.
Nadir told me, I discussed with him after some games, and he told me he doesn't like this card because when
we win this card.
Yeah, because when we win with it, people said, "Yeah, but you're not good. You just."
It's so unfair. Oh, man.
So he said, "Oh no, I'm a good player."
Well, there's a reason it's in the deck. It's a good card,
exactly.
you know.
And then he win. We already seen 2 games of Nadir before, and he played it without its.
Didn't need this card to win exactly. And that proves, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He can win without it. So.
But yeah, in this particular situation, it is extremely difficult to remove both of these very pesky threats.
Yeah, our cards cost 2 more.
2 more. Yeah. Yeah, we will see the attorney played from the reserve, but I don't know if there's much that can be done here.
And the legate expedition will advance, so
we'll draw a card, which will then trigger Quez. Yeah.
Yeah, but the legates cannot sabot the.
The legate. Yeah. True. Yep.
The Robin because the expedition will move forward.
We'll move forward exactly. Yeah, I think they're just resolving what's happening right now. Just making sure everything is okay.
Yeah.
Making sure stuff is probably done in a sequence and in order, which makes sense. I think in this situation, it is maybe a little bit fortunate that Nadir is not going first here again because the Robin would just simply be played out again, you know?